wholly, set apart, distinct from the rest, and that one is complete, balanced. And the balance is the combination of the masculine and the feminine, and recognizing myself honestly of who I have been and who I am today. I used to be a chauvinistic pig, man. I was kind of arrogant and ungrateful. I was not a real. Hey, you know what? Let me take a moment while I gather my thoughts to thank those who are tuned in and have been tuning in. Freedom Grower, I saw you in the chat. Christos, Jeff Hates Pigs, the Talcott Express. I am Jack Talcott's Deteriorating Mind. Much love. And Paul Laporta, welcome. Blessings, my friend. Another day, another beautiful day for us. The art of relaxation and my development in the growth of who I am. I used to be an insecure man, if I'm honest, but I presented myself as though I had confidence. Eventually, it became true. But in hindsight, I recognize my insecurities were kind of an arrogance, and I really didn't appreciate the more delicate things in life. The beauty of the feminine aspects of life, I denied them from myself. And in hindsight, God bless her, my mother, it's clearly I had mommy issues. Jeez. And mom is such an amazing woman. She taught me how to fight. She taught me to care deeply, care so much. She's a great example. And I didn't respect the feminine. I didn't respect women. As I started developing myself, facing my shadows, my insecurities, recognizing the flaws that I had within me, I started, admittedly, men, listen up. I started embracing, kind of those women things like getting a manicure, getting a massage, getting the pedicure thing, your feet done. Man, that shit is nice. It feels good to have someone take care of you, man. Holy cows. And it feels good to take care of yourself. That's what I've been learning. You feel good when you take care of yourself. And when you take care of yourself, you care about what's around you. And that'll include other people. I do remember receiving a lot of suggestions from health conscious friends in my life, in my past. I do remember people, kind of suggesting, hey, well, they didn't really take the time though. I saw the difference. I saw people who were like healthy and, doing shit. And I was like, I don't understand that. Where's my whiskey? Holy cows, man. The past will always be what it was. Where I'm at today and over what I've been learning over the past few years is, first of all, how much I did not know. And in hindsight, I spent many, many years kind of ignoring the opportunities to learn that every day brings to us. And the thoughts kind of finally started setting in for me a few years ago that, well, I've been doing my thing. There's been a lot of other people learning and doing. There's a lot of secrets being revealed, a lot of the corruption and evidence of history, a lot of more pieces are coming to light. There's a lot more information. We live in the information age, brothers and sisters, and we live actually in an infinite realm of knowledge. It's so divine. It's so cool. Life is pretty cool. And that's the best way to relax, is to become grateful, right? To recognize that, holy cows, man. While life can be challenging, especially mentally, psychologically, even physically, life can be a challenge. There's a lot of things you got to take care of, but it really is. Life is a miracle. It's a miracle that we live every day. I mean, because think about that. Every day we go through our day, we do what we got to do. We are how we are. And then every day, each of us, we go to bed and we like totally drift from consciousness. It's like we totally disappear from our participation in this world. Yet the entire world is changing. Everything is continuing. Society, wars, all of the markets, all of this stuff. It's all happening. And we're just like out of the world. And we are. You know, many people remember their dreams and their travels and all this stuff that happens in the invisible realms. And then we return. And it's like the story just continues until it stops. And then, you know, there's a lot of people that spend time in the life arguing about what happens beyond, but you can't know what is beyond the container until you exit the container. In this container we are in, call it life, space and time, who knows? We just know that we are. And the knowing that we are apparently is what puts us separate from the other animals. You know, I got a couple of cats, and earlier on a different platform, we were talking about the dogs, seeing the dogs. You know, that's kind of cool about being a humans. We like take animals from outside and we bring them inside. And we are animals, just figured out how to build shelters, how to move around a little more efficiently. Well, we move as we do, but there's something that puts us different and distinct from the animals, and it's the awareness that we are. But what are we? Who are you? Who am I to ask you who you are? Why, I am you, of course. Hey, Moose, can you join in, or can we, for those folks in the chat, Provo Kid, I see you down there. You'd be a welcome guest to join in.
Greetings, Jack. How are you doing, man?
I'm blessed, man. I mean, actually, I can keep going. I'm having fun. This is what I do a lot by myself. I just allow thoughts to guide my travels, and I just wonder. Because
wonder. What are you wondering, Jack?
I wonder about everything. That's the idea of the scripture, right? You must have the mind of a child to enter the kingdom of heaven. So I've allowed my mind to return, I think, to that of a child, in that I stay curious and I allow myself to get lost within the moments. And as I go through the day, actually, unless you got something to say, Moose, I was going to.
I do. We've got people out there, they're criticizing. We only got 17, 18 people watching today. They have to understand that we do have people out there boycotting the show, because as the show started rising, people started getting angry and they said, "Oh, well, we're not going to come back," or whatnot. These viewers, they're genuine. They love us. They love you, and you need to hop on the Talcott train and just enjoy it, dude. Enjoy the ride. So I had a question for you though, Jack. How do you personally incorporate relaxation techniques into your own life? And what are some of the benefits of doing that?
Dude, thank you. The benefits and how I practice relaxation and stuff. I've taught myself many things about my body. That's kind of where I was going before I brought you up to, is that with the idea that there's many people making many discoveries. There's books out there. I came across, I mentioned his name once before. He got a book called Biohacking, and it's all these newer technologies and old path methods of improving your body. And we are at a point in the evolution of humanity where, should we change our ways? Should we start working together and start sharing technology and knowledge with one another? There's a chance we could be the generation that chooses when they want to die. I mean, we could literally, there's sciences that I've learned of and technologies, and there's many, you know what, guys? Those who are new and joining the Talcott train, those who are joining this Live Without Fear, and this purpose, this message, we are part of something big. Where I was saying is there's a lot of other paths that are moving. There's a lot of other movements that have been gaining steam, and that's where a lot of my inspirations have come from, is from the other movements that I've discovered, the other teachers, the other scientists that are alive today. We have so much hope and so much There's so many reasons to be grateful. So the question was asked about my practice. Ties into my spiritual practice as well, in that I believe our Creator is beyond words. Like, it's a force, it's a verb, it's not even a thing, it's just undefinable. But our Creator might best be known from the people I've talked to. I've talked to a lot of people who said, reporting near-death experiences. I've talked to and heard about a lot of people reporting near-death experiences, out-of-body, supernatural experiences. Their explanation is they became in the presence of God. And the similarity I've received from all of them is it's just like dissolving into pleasure. It's like a bliss. So that's what I believe our Creator is bliss. And it makes sense too. From the emanations of bliss would emerge the force of love. And it's through the force of love that all movement happens. It's like the unseen power that drives us all. And you can stay still as you are, like a tree or a plant, whatever. You can like root yourself into your being nature, into the stillness of now, and then not move. That practice is what, that's what a lot of people do. The yogis going up in the cave, they sit still. They dissolve themselves from the desire of the nature of conditioning that formed us. And what formed us is the Maya, the dream, the illusion formed us. And so the thoughts, they don't have to move you, but once there's a thought with desire, you find a desire within you. Oh, I want to move my position, or I want to go get something to drink. I want to go get something to eat, or whatever. The desire is going to move you. So it's like all of this stuff can be explained on so many different levels. That's why I feel pretty confident presenting myself as I do, because the truth resonates it's supernatural, resonates on supernatural, multi-dimensional layers. The truth is real. So these things I'm explaining, it's just logic that can be demonstrated with example in the physical, the mental, and the spiritual realm, that God is the truth. And it's through love that we know the truth.
Hey, brother. I didn't mean to interrupt your beautiful monologue, but check this out. We got Sly Shy down there. We got Wildlife. We got Freedom Grower. Thank you guys for coming out. Jeff Hates Pigs. We got 6079 Smith. He says that he would come up, but he doesn't think you want to talk about Revelation tonight. So if you do want to talk about Revelations, he'll come up. Sly Shy thinks that we're going to leave her in the basement. Sly Shy, I already talked to Jack Talcott about you, and we thought that it would be a wonderful thing to have you on this broadcast. We've even asked you to come up. That would be amazing. Christos, we'd love for you to come up. Rob Cleveland, you're the man, dude. We'd love to have you. All right, Jack. Now I got another question for you to throw you back on topic, and then I'll get out of here. How often should people incorporate like relaxation techniques like massage, going on nature hikes, breathing exercises, and whatnot into their daily routine, or weekly, or monthly?
Brother, thank you. Beautiful question. And to bring me back on point. Before I get back on point, Freedom Grower, talking about nature and natural. I will come up if I can be of assistance. Oops, where'd it go? Hey, brother, you're welcome. Come on up, man. I believe what assists the time is, enlightened conversation. And enlightened conversation means sharing the wisdom that we know. And for those who don't know Freedom Grower, he's a man who knows. He knows much. He's a wise man. The question, though, of how often, it kind of does bring me back to topic where I started with God is bliss. But spend time in your version of bliss all alone, not in erotic ways, but my method is massage. I spend a lot of time in massage. That's my method of yoga, bringing the mind and body together. And so, I stretch, lots of massage, and I'm mindful about the moment and the fact that I am bringing myself pleasure, and that the divine is that which allows me to allow myself pleasure because I'm making the time. And so the reality is, in my mind, God is beyond me and within me, but there is no separation. I am the God of my life. I am the creator of that which I allow to move me. Those words were just then. Hey, I did see my invitation was accepted. Please, Freedom Grower, aka Dick, welcome, brother. How you doing today?
Yo, Jack. Hey, have you ever used one of these yoga swings?
Yoga swings.
Oh, they're epic, man. Commonly, maybe misinterpreted as some kind of sexual device or something because they make swings like that specifically for stimulation in the erotic zones. But this one is more of just a workout kind of therapeutic inversion machine, if you will. I got one that was my wife's, but ironically, my inversion machine broke, which I don't know if you've ever had one of those, but that's epic just to be able to hang upside down and release the vertebrae and allow all that decompression. That'll change your life right there. And I think cause spiritual enlightenment at some level too, because you're lining up all the passageways to your brain, that allows that gut instinct and everything to reflow in a more harmonious way. So then you tie in the yoga swing, and then all of a sudden you're swinging back and forth, and you're like a monkey in the jungle, or there's something very natural about that feeling of just maybe it's like an ocean tide or whatever. But I get into that, man.
Dude, I think I'm imagining it. I can see that. I can see the benefit. That inversion? I picked one of those up myself. I've got an inversion
Did you?
table.
The first time I did it, where I really relaxed, and you know how in meditation you can focus on your body and really allow it to just release and relax and go into deeper levels of that relaxation, almost to the point where you have a sense of not having any connection to the body if you take it so far. And if you get that relaxed state and meditate while you're on the inversion machine, all of a sudden vertebrae starts letting go that you didn't need to, and it's a euphoric experience. I mean, it's emotional. You'll have and anyway, so the first time I did it, I had movement that I had never had in my life, and it was like, fuck, man, did I just hurt myself? Did I paralyze myself? What did I do here? But I guess I was just a virgin on the inversion machine. I needed to break myself in a little bit.
No, dude, that sounds so beautiful. I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking about. There's so many things we don't know. And I'd seen those inversion tables, never really tried it. I picked one up, and I haven't. It's been quite a while since I've even used it. But what you're saying, Dick, about allowing yourself to really relax into a meditative state, that makes that. I'm gonna try that. And
It's
what you
key.
said, what you what you said too about the release. Our bodies do carry the tension. We carry the history of our tension within us, and there's a lot of science.
Man, I in particular was driving thousands of miles on the road every year, so I would have that compression right in the lower lumbosacral, I think they call it, in that zone there where it meets your buttocks, and it was just intense pain. I mean, it was so compacted, and that was exactly what it was for me. That release was spiritual. It was an amazing thing. But it was also, picture this, because I went from just that city driving chaotic 3 weeks out of every month on an airplane or some kind of rental car to coming out in the sticks. And I bought the inversion machine off Craigslist and stuck it out on the land. So now I'm sitting in nature upside down, watching grasshoppers jumping around and butterflies fly,
And so yeah, you experience like a transformation, a spiritual just from you
people don't
went
know
from the
how
city
simple
to
they can make their life epic, Jack. Like if you just go in nature and turn yourself upside down, that body rush natural high alone, I mean, you can't help but, I mean, and maybe for some people they'd be risking their life because it would be too much of a health trauma or something to make that blood flow work that way. But in general, if you're in decent health, I can only imagine be a good experience for you, and you'd probably get addicted to it. And what a healthy addiction, turn yourself upside down. Or getting in cold water. People laugh at this stuff, right?
That
The
too.
Wim Hof. I like
Yeah.
to loop on that, but I'll go on that all day, because what the hell, like, what's to laugh at? It's self-discipline, and you get a huge benefit, and it like gives you superpowers and allows you to have a calmness and stillness and be able to tap into autonomic aspects of yourself that would otherwise probably be limiting you, but then you can tap into them and actually gain in your performance. That's incredible.
Amen. Dude, you said a bunch. Simplify. That was something I realized quite a few years ago. And I encourage anyone listening today, anyone listening in the future, please inspire yourself. How can you simplify your life? Because this is your life to live. And if you can simplify it, do it. And if you can improve it, do it. And start by taking care of yourself, right? Maybe you don't necessarily have to go hang yourself upside down in nature, but it apparently worked for Dick.
You can, though. I mean, you and I've talked about this before. You have to give yourself permission to love yourself if necessary, because, no one's going to tell you. If someone might perceive it as lazy, right? And you say, well, I just need to sit here until things work correctly. I don't even have the energy, the strength. So you got to sit on a couch and meditate and get yourself better. Some people say you need to go off and do whatever allopathic thing, but you find that stillness and you find your peace. To what some might perceive as unproductive is your path of healing. It's just, part of my routine.
That was one of the questions we were going to get to, is how do you get started getting yourself out on these hikes? How do you get started to start taking care of yourself? And it comes down to, how do you break the old habits of being the way you were? And are you ready? Are you ready to change the habits of being how you used to be? And are you willing for something different, something better? Because getting back to nature, seriously, we are natural beings living unnaturally. We're not supposed to be living, many of us are living too disconnected from nature. We're disconnected from the food we eat. We're disconnected from what is natural. I heard someone mention this recently, the perspective of, and I've grown up in the woods and spent time in not big cities, but in cities and towns. They're settlements, right? Our houses are shelters. Our communities are settlements. The parks are just where we didn't overgrow. So I think as humans, here's the future I see, honestly. And back to the point of relaxation. It's important for us to find ways to relax into who we are. And what Dick was saying, sometimes you may need to sit on the couch and meditate, really go within and reflect. That was one of the dilemmas I had when I started really understanding the bliss of solitude. When I really started going into meditation and exploring the different subtleties and the different energies and the different things you can discover, I really spent time considering entering monastic studies, go become a monk and just spend the days doing that.
Yeah, because it's a season. I mean, you won't do it forever. And you'll find a place where you say, okay, well, I need to re-engage or go about some activity, some pursuit outside of the stillness. But I've looked at things along those lines. I mean, I thought about doing one of those ceremonies where you don't speak for a week or 2 weeks and you enjoy meals with people, but you can't even use sign language, no mannerisms. You can't even maintain eye contact, I don't believe, beyond a certain period of time. And so there's all these disciplines that go along with it to just keep you honest. That the point is to go within. You don't have any distraction. You have to take that journey regardless of whether you even want to, which might be very painful because what's staring at you there, you've been avoiding so much. So you're going to have to deal with some internal wounds and traumas and wrongful conclusions, these demons. But what a wild excursion. And you find out so many people, they can't hack it, Jack. They can't make it because it's too intense. It's too much pain. That silence, that stillness, it haunts them.
You said you did one of those?
No, I said I considered that.
Okay.
I spent a lot of time in stillness though. So, I mean, I think I would fare better than most, but at the same time, I'm sure that's strong ego talking. And about 2 days into it, I'd probably really be fighting that voice that was so confident.
I don't know, Dick. After getting to see you a little bit, I think you'd do all right. Are you familiar
I have
with?
big ego about it, though. There's a part of me that thinks, yeah, man, I would just cruise through that because I totally dig that shit, just chilling out with self and contemplating and prognosticating, being in my imagination, right? But it would be too much. At some point, you'd just be like, man, I hate myself or something, right? Get me out of here. I can't listen to the voices in my head anymore.
There is that. Hey, not to name drop, but to share the intention. You familiar with the name of Aubrey Marcus on YouTube?
No, but I take it that's Moose back there with his amazing production skills, just putting all the necessary sparkle and pizzazz on the production. Thank you, Moose.
I never tested that one out. So have you guys ever been have you ever been in a sensory deprivation tank, like float tank?
I thought you were going to say a septic tank for a moment, and I was going to say I actually, in fact, have, but sensory deprivation.
Oh yeah, I have too, and it's not pretty.
Well, fortunately, it wasn't full of any type of sewage, so that's a good thing about it. It was a new septic, but I've seen them go in. You were in one that actually did you take a swim, Moose? How did that work out?
No, I didn't actually take a swim, but the tank overfilled, so we had to release some of the toxic sludge to get to the filter. It was definitely not obviously Jack's shaking his head over here.
Would you just how did you get yourself out of this mess? I mean, now I'm interested.
Call the professional. Okay. You have to call a professional when you're dealing with human feces and stuff.
Hey,
those guys are wild. Sorry, I'm taking us way off track.
I want to bring us back on track, and actually, the question Moose asked was just what I was getting ready to bring up with Aubrey Marcus. He's a guy doing some pretty cool things as far as inspiration and education, and he put himself through, I think it was a week-long dark room test through an experience. He committed himself to sitting in the dark for a week and kind of went through his development. And some of that was exactly what you were describing. It requires the sacrifice of the ego in order to overcome the senses. But that's part of this game, though, too. Part of what I've been learning and part of what I've been.
You were wanting to share about. I think the ego is where you were going, and then you wanted to share something. But maybe you wanted to share a perspective on the ego. Wherever I go, ego, they go, you go.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you. The idea of the sacrifice of the ego, it's actually just that, the surrender of desire. And we do that through strengthening our self-control. It's just like as a child develops. That's why I brought this out. I read this book a few years ago, Self-Illusion. It's not one I'd really recommend, but it's got a lot of references in it, and it's a well-resourced book. It talks about the development.
Hey, Jack, could you tell your handlers I really do appreciate them straightening the fireplace, though, because that definitely helps just, the presentation, everything here. So there's a lot of questions about that, and I think the fire's kind of died down now on the fireplace conspiracy gate. But
the voices were heard, and I think the producers were listening. The programmers of me.
I noticed that straightened right up after that broadcast. Now it's perfect. It's very nice.
Attempts to improve are always made.
Don't you always just feel good when you're just like, because I complained and they changed now? That actually happened to me at a store. There was this kombucha bottle that there was only one that was like $3, and when I scanned it, it was like $3.99. And so I said, hey, can you do a price check? And then they were too busy to do a price check, and they're just like, we'll just give it to you for $3. The next time I go there, that same one, it's $3.99 now. So I'm just like, because of me now, they had to change that price. So yeah, I don't know. It pays to raise a fuss, I don't know. Just thought I had to put my 2 cents out there.
It pays to present facts.
Absolutely.
That's what matters. Hey,
Hey, you know what? Moose says I'm screwing with you guys. I'm not. Even when I brought that up, Jack, the screen, focus, there's a producer behind there that's controlling the whole stage set. So there's something behind this conspiracy, Jack. I mean, it's not just we're just reaching at straws here. I think there's really something there. What do you think, Paul? We onto
There
something?
might be. Hold on just a second. My
right.
mind got
Lewis from Canada, I'm sure you remember him. He wants to know why you never come over to the other, that place. We won't mention it on Jack's platform, but that other place. How come you never come over there? And John Vance doesn't either.
Oh,
you're
right.
muted, brother.
Hey, Jack, you're supposed to have a little fun with that. Let him go into the whole thing. Go ahead, Dick. Take a hit of fentanyl there. Powdered fentanyl, I presume. Much like
Are
the
we having
angel.
a good discussion? Should I come over? I'll join you guys. You want me to come over?
Oh, okay. So I see. See, Dick's good at this whole like LA passive aggressive deal. Oh, you guys having a good discussion for once? If that's happening, I'll come over. But usually,
Yeah, I'll come over. I don't wanna be
I'll
a
come over
stranger or
if Lewis will do a halal slaughter. I'll come over if he does a halal slaughter.
But silent, I'm always trying to have something to say. And with your broadcast in particular, I was very engaged and contributing on a very consistent basis. And frankly, I have a lot of shit I'm trying to get done in my life. So the amount of time that I am addicted to it in certain terms. So it's more productive for me to just play it in the background and go about my duties and get my shit done.
I like that, Dick.
you
You know
know.
what? Don't change that. That means I'm doing something good. I want to be the guy in everyone's ear while they go to work and do everything. I'm like on the path to Rogan status. First off, before we continue, John Vance, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I was just sharing some peace and blessings with my Muslim brother here. Go ahead, Jack Talcott. I don't mean to interrupt and be rude.
Forgive my interruption for that purpose. Golly geez. Welcome, brother Unslaved, Unslavius. Paul, thank you. Welcome for joining. I want to talk to you. I want to connect for reasons other than right here.
Do you have someone working this panel right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can feel that. I'm not really liking that. And again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you my feedback. Horrible. Whoever that is back there, horrible at what they do. They still haven't figured out, right? And I hope you don't have a producer that calls himself a producer and still hasn't figured out how to check that box that says push the screen up when comments are made. Because he keeps putting the damn comments up one after the other, flipping boxes around, and he's putting them right over John Vance's face. It doesn't work. So just check the box that says move the screen up when comments are shown. Come on now.
Yeah.
It's hard to find good. Yeah, again, we think we're back in, 2-3 years ago. You know what I'm talking about? He's got no face anymore. No, that's not.
On mine, it's checked. Shift videos up for comments and banners.
Yeah.
Is it not here? Well, I don't know. I never claimed to know what the hell
I think
I'm doing.
Paul just hates
It's easier that
change.
way.
He just hates change. He hates that. He hates the idea of someone operating your broadcast now.
Yeah, it's not even the know that. That's ancient wisdom. It's just got to be changed for the better, right? You go from Talcott, captain in this ship, riding the train, and then next thing you know, I got some miscreant back there. I can only imagine who it is running this show. It's laughable, right? We don't go backward, we move forward. So we'll have to talk about that, I think, after the show, Jack, right?
Paul, I friggin' love you. How did your afternoon go through? Hey, and I think everyone should know by now, Paul Unslaved, proper instruction motivates people. That's where I was restreaming from earlier today, so please check that out as well. How'd your day go, brother? I know you were dealing with some interruptions, but things working out. I'm glad you're here. That's the point.
Right.
That's the point. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, we're still here doing what we do, but no resolution, no remedy. They're fucking everybody, cutting off PayPal accounts. This is common in this business, Jack, in the flow business that we're in. This is common because we're a threat to these people, not because we're going to do harm to anybody. Precisely the opposite, because we refuse to be part of their system of causing loss, injury, and harm to ourselves and others, and we stand for objective truth and a change. I'll speak for I can't speak for we. I'll speak for I. You may agree.
We do.
My channel got taken down.
Amen.
Later.
And hold on, John.
While
John,
ago.
hold on.
I'm
I
sorry.
want to say.
Okay.
I see
John.
this guy.
Come on, you're interrupting me.
No,
Interrupting
don't start
John.
bootlicking, man. He looks like some kind of sea creature now, with all that hair off of him.
Praise God.
Kind of a fish, an eel. Can I
Hey.
see you and John Vance with that? I love you guys. I could talk shit, but I do love you guys. I don't know what happened. It was the retrograde, and then some other kind of event happened, and then next thing you know, we were merged. I think it was partially John Vance's converting to Islam. that did it as well. He's got a light in his eyes.
A combination
Peace
of
be
all
upon you all.
things. Hey, you mentioned there's something with the energies of the moon. There's like an eclipse or some shit going on today, supposedly, and all this stuff, it really does affect us. It's the subtleties. There's like so many energies in the universe that affect who we are and how we feel. And you guys reminded me of a couple of things along these lines. The Art of Relaxation is the title today, Paul.
Did you just start that noise in the background you always have? It's like, it sounds like a transformer, some kind of buzzing and ringing. It starts to take over my inner space. I know what you're up to, Talcott. I don't think I didn't just hear in the background and then feel. That's how you got me, was with those ringing bowls. What do they call them? Singing bowls that the white people, yeah. It changes your inner molecular constructions.
No bullshit. That guy B that came up the other day, B the rapper, he shared a video right earlier today, and right before this, it was like a energy and Reiki healing thing, and it was like quiet meditative and sounds and frequencies. And Paul, I did that right before I came on here, and it's just what you're saying. You just kind of, you become one with the frequencies, the sound, the vibrations, and you feel the life that is within you. So there's something to becoming still, right? To allowing peace to be found, the void without the thoughts, the time in between the sound, and then yet it's not escapable, so you just allow it. Does that make sense? I kind of drifted off topic there.
Jack, could you be talking about chemical reactions that happen in your brain? Because that happens sometimes.
To be honest, I'm not being
live in this
completely
realm of
transparent
like.
with. You've always been straight with me, Paul. I stopped going on your broadcast because there was something I was judging you about, and I needed to take some space to think about it. And in hindsight, as I gave it some space, I thought, why do I feel like I need to?
Can I guess, sir? Can I guess?
Yeah, sure. I bet you'll. I don't know. There's a number.
Because I felt it, and this is what I love. Thank you.
It's got to be the whole Annie incident.
No, please be quiet. You're always off on everything.
Can you stop being so disrespectful?
And I see you shaking your head, so
that wasn't it. But yeah, I mean, that is definitely one of the things that we view differently. I mean, I think in some sense we view it in like mind, because I think that polygamy or a man-centered type of organic relationship makes the most sense. It embodies what you see expressed in nature. However, I think you see both expressions. So I mean, I don't really have like a dog in the fight. Where I had an issue is I felt with the subject of the meat, you would constantly grandstand when I was on your broadcast, and you would present as if there was this karmic wrongdoing that people who would harvest a chicken or would, eat some kind of meat product, and that you never really would own the fact that you, in fact, would have worse karma by not actually owning your actions and taking accountability for the fact that when you're going through that drive-through or whatever kind of bullshit you're getting that's plant-based, there's all this harm being done, and it's being done at your hands, and it's actual real suffering. So coming from an empathic standpoint, I thought it's not very sensitive to not consider your own actions and how much damage you're doing, and that really maybe it's a projection at some level, but I looked at it as like walking hypocrisy or a contradiction, that you would kind of like call out people that they have some karmic thing coming to them, when in fact, if it was going to play out that way, you would have the worst outcome in that situation, because you would have the more cowardly type of track record in that regard.
Yeah, but again, we haven't talked about that in a long time. So this is something that you're going over and over about. It's not something I go over and over about. The reality is I choose to live my life by what I perceive. If you perceive it a different way, I don't think you'd be this triggered. It doesn't matter what I do and don't do. If you believe in what you do, or you know that it's true and you know it's karmically correct, then continue it. With that said, this continues to be a mischaracterization that I don't own certain positions. When have I ever said?
I'm not triggered. I don't.
Sir, we tilled the ground yesterday, and he chopped off at least a couple lizards' tails. So, like, where have I not owned the position that this is about causing the least amount of harm possible? So
What do you mean
grow
you
a
chopped
year's
off a
worth of
couple
fruit's tails, sucking the blood of 12 chickens a day. So who exactly is creating more karmic consequences, killing cold-blooded animals or dismembering parts of their tails versus mammalian creatures that a lot of them exemplify the traits that we exemplify, which would make you a predator amongst your own people in some senses. And I've seen the behavior with a lot. I've seen the behavior with a lot of folks here who eat the meat that when I really push them, they get really angry and loud and want to do violence.
Yeah,
right?
but whenever we eat conventional foods, either plant-based or meat-based, we're causing a heightened level of suffering that's like a level of...
What does that mean, plant-based? What does that mean?
I think he's talking about like veggie burgers or like Beyond Meat.
Conventional grains from the field.
I eat refried beans, dude. How are you comparing me eating refried beans to someone hanging an animal up and bleeding them out in front of everybody? How are you comparing the two?
On.
You can't make that. And so I find it because you're more intelligent.
Can we just get a resolution real quick? Dick and we were just having
That's what I was trying to present.
I don't need anyone. We were about to just move on. I was about to say thank you for bringing it up here today, Dick, because you did say you weren't going to bring it up and you were addressing maybe why there was something in the air. We don't have to agree, but I will hold to my contention that I live my life by doing as least amount of harm. Roll your fucking eyes all you want, you petulant child.
You're missing the point. That's why
are you rolling your eyes, Jack? You're an enlightened being. I'm
happy to answer. I'm happy to answer. There's a reason. I'm glad you caught my communication. Paul, you're missing the point. A man who admires you is saying he's not willing to sacrifice and commit his time because you don't care about how you present your behavior. You're welcome to your beliefs. You're welcome to do everything you want. And fucking Lou, seriously. After
I didn't say fuck off.
Planing wood back there.
You're making noise, dude. Right. He said the other day, dude, you've been online doing that to Paul for how friggin' long? You can't get this shit straight. Recognize you're going online, maybe mute up or get yourself settled in, Lou. All right, enough preaching. I'm sorry.
I get what you're saying, Jack, that I tend to take an authoritative tone. And that's just a tone of, I know who and what I am at this time for me right now, and I'm going to speak that way, okay? If you want to rebut the claims, feel free to. But the way that I put forth my understanding of who and what I am and what I'm not at this time should not sway anybody else's inner space. Should not be a qualification for anybody else's beingness. Right, one way or the other. So I don't like if I say something in a general sense and you get triggered individually, then you got something to go look at. It's not has nothing to do with the way I put it forth.
Right. It's always everyone else's problem.
Yeah, your triggers are your responsibility. It's not the world's job to tiptoe around you and your triggers.
When are you going to accept the fact that people have the right to prefer your presence or not? You know, and you want to badmouth the people who say they've had enough.
I respect everything he brings to the table.
I love Dick. I love Dick.
I think it's better content that I listen to a lot of times. So
I agree. Oh, Jesus. About diet?
No, not about diet. About how Paul.
Tell you what, please share his story.
What you were saying about the meat or not the meat. It's about how he's acting about it, right? He's taking a righteous standpoint on a particular issue. This happens to be an issue on what causes the least amount of harm. Whether a man like myself who raises animals in the most healthiest, respectful, clean, loving way, and then has to do the dirty work himself, and same like Dick, I would imagine he's doing the same thing. Whether those type of people who are truly trying to minimize the damage. And then there's people like Paul and other people that don't eat meat that say they are righteous because they don't eat meat. But meanwhile, all of the things that they're eating kill 1,000 times more.
All right.
Already been over.
That message has been heard.
It's amazing how much time folks will spend looping ad nauseum on their dietary preferences and how others are.
I'm talking about how when you're wrong.
How we could all get triggered over who we think's righteous over their dietary choices.
Because the topic of today is relaxation. Let's learn to relax together, right? as we discuss whatever it is we discuss. We don't need to get so uptight, and we don't need to loop in the past stuff. That's the habits we can break.
I prefer to not be characterized as uptight if possible. This is just my presentment. So if you folks could forgive me of the uptight presentment, I think we could move forward. This is my courteous demeanor, right?
Hey, Paul, uptight may be, that one might be a stretch. I don't really see you as the uptight type. But, rough around the edges, a little abrasive at times. Yeah, those things fit. But you know what, Paul, we see your heart. I don't know anybody there's others who have denied what they see. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Jack.
I could use some help. I want to start with what we can do. What can we do, man? Hey.
Well, you could take back control over your broadcast and stop letting the addled miscreants play and press buttons and think they're doing something. It's a little much.
It's the interruptions can be beneficial because it interrupts the disagreements. Gives us a chance to reset for a moment, change the energies, change the direction.
And do the entertaining that everyone was down on me for so long for that now they're doing, right? I got it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, man. I could use your help. Help bring the entertainment flair with the purpose that we both share, but you got to trust that I'm actually a man who could be listened to. So
yeah, I don't have to trust that per se, Jack. I guess the people have to trust that along with myself. We just have to create good content, like the Provo kid says.
Yeah, but the thing is what do you have against me? Like, I'm sitting here trying to help Jack grow, and you're sitting here talking down to me.
I know Jack maybe doesn't see through you, but I see through you completely. So when he's ready to conference with me and see all the things I see that you won't admit to, we can do that. But until then, I'll just reserve my commentary. If you think that I'm such a fool that I can't see through your persona and personality and ego games, it's laughable.
Well,
I can see through your tone, let alone the actions.
Paul,
I've actually seen an improvement in Moose while he's been here, and he's actually taken initiative to actually do some
I didn't ask
production things, even if you disagree with it. But
he asked me. He asked.
So obviously,
so he asked me what I think of him, and you cut in to tell everyone what you think of Moose. That's good. That's not.
Well, this is just my observation of Moose.
It's
because you're known for your observational brilliance, right?
Well, the time he's been here, he's been productive.
Well, yes,
not all the time. Sorry, not all the time, but he's improving. Right.
Within the last 4 or 5 days, right?
Some of the facts there's facts that show evidence that Moose isn't just up here trolling. He's finding his place. He's finding his growth. But I shared me.
He's trolling a little bit, but you're not an idiot either, Jack. You know what's going on.
You.
So,
yeah.
I mean, people act like you're completely oblivious to anything.
Right. No, I'm seeing.
So people is me. For me, right? I don't act like Jack is oblivious to everything. I'm saying Jack is clearly not seeing what Moose does, which is play up to everyone's ego to get next to them, to find himself in his position, and will use you if necessary and abuse you when necessary.
Well,
so
call it as
I'm just assisting him. I'm just helping him out on something.
And in the universe, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
It's like a movie.
Whatever, would you make him GM of your property?
Absolutely not. And if he says he would, he's bullshitting again.
I wouldn't apply. That's not my experience.
He's not going to answer because
that wasn't the question.
He's not going to.
Jesus.
Say that Jack Talcott is incompetent. That's the inference.
Hey guys,
you should act the way that you act when you realize what you were in the moment, when you were sorry for all you've done. Not act how you did in the beginning when you met me and tried to use me and then abuse me. You're doing it all over again.
I don't try to use you at all.
I'm about to take complete control over this and start throwing people out myself. So, Paul, please allow some respect for where we're at. I realize you're doing your show as well, but Joe Cool, welcome, brother. And
Yo, Joe.
It looks like we've still got more people trying to come up, but here's the thing. Regardless of the past, okay. Many things have been said that are true. I'm not a fool. I do see when people are using me as a joke, and I also see when I can use that for my advantage.
Dope.
I mean, shit, my name
That's been
got
your
made
recipe
it.
the whole time, really, right? I mean, you've always been trying to transmutate it and do something positive with it.
Brother,
Who said no entertainment about pure conscious and awareness, now having Moose as a producer who's doing a bit, not doing a bit, playing up to your ego, non-ego of you being a guru, false guru.
you
When
can
did this
paint it
become
however you want. You can paint
Right,
it
but
however.
that's
Well,
big.
you know what? Kind of shared this with him earlier. It was a thought I was looking in the mirror today, talking to myself, evaluating what is real, what's going on, where am I at? Well, fact is, we are growing. I am growing. This is growing right here on social media. And so I thought about it, Paul. Yep, I've got Moose on my side. He's part of my team. He's actually making this much more efficient, more effective, and much simpler for me.
Okay, so you didn't listen to me for months when I said we can't have sides, because when we have sides, folks will choose other sides when it's not advantageous for them. You have to be united in purpose and meaning and faith if you want to do business.
You interrupted
Paul,
me.
weren't you
and
the
here's
one that said that you're going to divide people with your words and call them the infidel
Here's
who don't believe in
Doesn't your
truth? And
mother talk about the same thing, Mr. Muslim,
Hey.
lately?
what I'm trying to
Hold
say, I'm
on.
trying to point out.
I'm muting you, John. Paul, you interrupted me, and I was getting to the point of what I was saying. Regardless of your facts, I've been sharing my intentions of building community, not division. And so what I recognized is here now with Paul or with Moose joining me, and I saw last night, you got that guy Scott, something like that, Hollywood dude. And he's just throwing ideas and support and opportunities at you. And I'm thinking, you know what? That fucker's got everything. He is where I'd like to be. But you know what? Where I'm at,
This is the point.
you're interrupting. Where I'm at, you're not grateful. You don't see what's around you. So you know
I'm
what,
so
brother?
grateful
Here
for
I
this.
am.
I'm so grateful I don't take everybody's handouts who come along who want to use me. And
Here's the point, Paul. I'm not in this for myself. I'm in
when
it because I
someone comes
care
at me
about what comes out of here.
when it's done in the industry rather than who they are, I'm weary right off the bat.
Right. You find
I'm
excuses.
weary
to
and wary.
trust
Weary of everyone.
I'm
Weary of
weary
everyone
and
who doesn't
weary. I
agree with you.
start feeling like I'm being punched in the face again
Right.
because
Play
I
the
didn't come
victim.
here for affinity groups and I keep fucking.
Anyone that
This
hovers
guy-
around the
Jack,
talented
you're right. This
person,
guy's uptight.
Hey,
He's
Paul,
ruining
we're
the
gonna
vibe
take a
here.
break. You are.
It's a relaxation
Right.
stream,
So
Paul. Read the
Vance
room.
does a duping delight because he's playing.
That was my choice. So, Paul, Joe Cool, welcome, brother.
good day, gents. This is great. I love your job.
Can I ask Joe a question? All right, so Joe, what's wrong with me making thumbnails, posting on different social media sites, making descriptions and tags for Jack's, page, getting topics and stuff ready for him? Like why does everybody have such a fucking problem with it?
I was
Like
going to say,
what is so wrong with it?
we're assuming that is the issue that they have, right? I got to take your word for that. We're assuming that that's the issue. It is they don't have a different beef or a beef of that other stuff with that. I mean, taking what you just said, I could
we've had a rocky past. I've trolled the shit out of him, but he gave me an ounce of trust and he gave me some respect for once. And then I finally came around. I said, look, I can help you and you can help me be a better producer. And actually, if I take you somewhere and we get somewhere big, then maybe I can go produce for other people. So other people are sitting here, trolling me. Austin's out here trolling me. Yeah, but I think I've shown that I've been pretty on par, since we started this.
All seen you was like just ridiculously trolling him before. Now it's lightweight,
Moose it's what I've been hoping for. I don't know how to use these systems. I don't know how to make the most out. I don't know how to even pay attention to the algorithms or how to do the thumbnails. There's a lot I don't know. And I'm humble. I don't mind asking for help. And when it was like everything kind of came together, I started learning that Moose had knowledge in computer skills. And so there was things within him that I had no idea he possessed. These skills and talents, background, education.
He
I didn't know what it was.
He probably didn't know all his skills. There's an African proverb that says, if you kick a kid out of the village, he will burn it down to feel the warmth of its heat. Right? When he was outside the village, he was a tyrant. Now that he's in the village,
Well,
there's a philosophy to the
That's
brotherhood.
true.
it's absolute truth. And Moose said it, I'm glad he did, but I shared respect. Offer respect, you'll get respect. And I
when you
think Moose
offer
and I were,
trust
yeah,
too, right? You offer
yep.
a big thing of trust. That's a big deal. Don't curl up and stuff. If he slips back a little bit, don't, he made a ton of progress. You hang in there. You got to yell at him and kick him around, but remember the progress you made, and it was worth it,
And I don't know, where do we go from here? I've got Brother Yurt, Unslavious, and
you could have Yurt up. I could be wrong, but I don't think starts no shit.
He wouldn't kick you off the leash.
I agree with what I said.
Right, because again, you all want to make.
I'm not just one guy.
Obtuse statements. Never search for clarity.
We all
When I bring
understood
clarity here, and then there's insecurity.
Yeah,
and
was
division.
anyone confused about the proverbs that I have restated in some way?
Well, it doesn't seem anyone else was, but I'd like to bring some clarity to the conversation if possible.
Are we having a discussion or an argument? I
don't know. Argument means in Latin to make the facts clear and presently known. So maybe I only live to argue.
Well, we don't have to argue without a purpose. We can find reason.
There is a purpose to get to objective truth, not what feels good.
Which truth are we seeking? That's
the
always
objective is clear to all of us when clarity is offered.
Here's the question. Let's get some clarity now, in line with the topic of this purpose, right here and now. Bring some clarity to the art of relaxation, the benefits you can imagine or have experienced.
Kick in at the ball.
Right. So we're going to refocus off of what we were just speaking about onto something that you think is a gotcha area for me. So what would you like?
Not a gotcha.
Right, so I'm very unrelaxed. I know that. I get it. I get the whole narrative that's painted. So you would like me to illuminate what I consider to be, for me, certain activities of relaxation, benefits?
Please.
What are we focusing on specifically?
Maybe it's a thought you haven't considered for yourself. And I don't mean to put you on the spot by any means.
I'm not on the spot. Do I ever seem like I'm on the spot, Jack Talcott? Let's just get right down to it. Do you want some activities?
Well, what do you find beneficial for relaxing Well,
it depends on
do you find?
Yeah, it depends on kind of where I'm going with that flow. So it might be weird for you to picture me doing something like yoga, having different poses and postures and stretches and doing different kind of breathing techniques, or maybe going out and blowing shit up and shooting shit. I know there's a dichotomy there, but there's there are different forms of sort of focus that lead to a relaxed and peaceful state. I mean, one follows the other, right? Usually some form of exertion follows relaxation bodily. So are we talking physically? Are we talking metaphysically? Are we talking both at the same time, both at different times?
And there's benefits to the practice of learning to relax.
So that breathing shit helps you too. I'm not sure, but people say they've been doing that, can achieve incredible things. I don't know. Maybe y'all know more than I do.
That's something Dick and I went off, and the benefits of the breathing. Paul,
more oxygen into the brain.
Get a higher quality inversion experience out in nature. We were talking about that earlier. I used to do it with an inversion machine, but I got no shame. I'll do it in a yoga swing, swing back and forth like I'm a ballerina.
How about a nice hot bath with some fluoridated water?
It's all draw.
They got snake poison in that water, It's a crazy shit going on there.
I think the wizard's bringing up something indirectly. Cannabis is one of the ways he chooses to relax.
Yes, as long as it's not sativa, that shit'll drive you crazy and have you cleaning up the house and thinking about every sin you've ever done.
Yeah. The most relaxed I ever get is after a day worth of work.
Yes.
You brought up the one word that we don't want to talk about here, so I would suggest you just move right along.
After anything.
So while I'm basking in a cedar hot tub with fresh well water,
oh boy,
you're marinating in your sweat after a long hard day.
I'd say Jack's been working pretty hard this week, if you ask me. He's been really diving in on his show. He's been out on the town.
Right, Moose, but we know what your standard of working hard is because you say you work hard too. So, you know,
Hey, Paul, listen to
ultimately,
that
Yeah.
word.
Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Listen
I
to the
appreciate
word.
it.
Standard is an imagined expectation, right? And yes, everyone has their own standards, their own challenges, their
right,
own
like getting done,
what is hard.
It's very difficult.
but dedicating yourself to
One
one thing to
example.
completion, that seems to be difficult for most slaves. You know, let me give you an example. Like
Who
Moose,
says?
after everything, understand will, doesn't understand
Tell you what,
honorable
I'm going to
possession, doesn't
interrupt you
understand
if you
private
don't interrupt
communication.
yourself, Paul. Okay? This is not the place for you to dominate and establish your superiority and show how you're fucking better than everybody else. No, Paul, what I see is you're learning personally day to day. It sounds like you're finally maybe learning benefits of hard work. Maybe you're seeing the contributions that others, the work that others are doing around you. I mean, that's what I heard you saying earlier about get off your ass and go do some work. So you know, you're part of the participating in what
Right.
is being around. So,
Right.
so I'm glad to hear
Go
you're
start
being
your own YouTube channel.
now, but your assumptions, you and Nubs and Yurt, and so the definition of hard work or that I don't know what I'm fucking saying is true.
Well, you told me before also that you were like an exemplary leader, and I don't see any leadership qualities in you at all.
That
So,
see, that is
I do.
your ignorance.
Yeah, can I give a few? And I don't want
Could
to
I
get
could
beat
I
up.
could I offer
Yeah,
a
you go ahead,
diagnosis of Talcott deranged syndrome?
Okay.
right, kind of like Trump, right? So everybody who wanted to like be a complete leftist death worshiper, right, would say that anybody who how did the Trump derangement syndrome go? How did that go again? Was that from one side or the other? I can't keep up on. I know that's where Vance is getting it.
It's basically people who wouldn't listen to any arguments and they were
So-
resentful of Trump, what he stood for.
So
And I'm
Right.
seeing similarities from, I hate to say it, from your camp, because
So
obviously
you
there is
hate to
some
say it,
there is
right?
some
That's the
resentment
thing.
there
hold on.
that Moose is succeeding now with Jack Talcott, and you wish
Right.
Moose would have done more for you. But now Jack
Right. So I
Talcott has
still,
seemed
once
to have
again, I
pushed the
don't
right
wish that
buttons
he.
and motivated people in a different way.
So,
And now you're kind of, I don't know, you have some sort of resentment there, and it's
John,
coming through. And obviously that's what I mean when you say you're ruining the vibe, because obviously you're looking for inadequacies in people all the time,
and
where
let's say
you
Jack
can't
with
see
the working shit.
the benefits of the progress of people
Jack,
and their
stop that.
journey.
And Jack with the working shit. He went
I
from
can't even. Okay.
Thank
So, can we go back to whatever it was John Vance was saying when he said he'd hate to say this? I
Yeah,
mean,
you
could you come
jealous of
off
Moose,
any
yeah.
more disingenuous? All you've done for months since you've met me is try to detract from me and
Are you
everything I
back
do.
to
over there.
comparing?
yeah.
Right. That makes sense.
I'm not yelling.
He and I spoke
Talk
up
over.
at the same time, Paul.
So Vance says something about me. I can't respond. He says something.
Well,
We go
Paul,
back. I
here,
respond. He talks
Paul,
over me while
hold
you
on.
talk. That's a
No,
good format. I like that.
that's a false narrative. Now, you're right. He presented some words and then Joe interrupted before you got to go back. Now, he presented some facts. Now, rather than rebut and go into this comparison of, isn't it true you did this and you did that? There were facts. We can discuss the facts.
Right. So
Now,
let's
it was
start with the fact
presented,
that.
you are presenting patterns as though you are
Okay, so you're
maybe
agreeing with over what he didn't do for me.
Yeah.
No, he came into the interaction looking for what he could get for him. I'm, if you want to characterize it resentful, I'm disappointed that he didn't do more for us. The same energy I have with everyone I deal with that you all keep characterizing as me wanting to run a cult and you all work for me. I'm disappointed we're not doing more together for and with us. Okay.
Me too.
So let's get it right before you keep painting me out to be the Antichrist and the bad guy and the cult leader and the enemy. Every time.
And
No,
I
it's
could
just-
that as a firsthand testimony, Paul. I mean, as I distance myself from a physical presence on your broadcast, I mean, there was no, basically, if I didn't engage, you didn't engage. I mean, I didn't see anything from you negative. Not one.
But here's the
You're
thing,
always
no one ever
amicable in the
tells.
chats with me, and so
Here's
it's
the
not a
thing,
cult.
no one-
I think I
here's-
proved that firsthand. It's not a cult. You know,
Here's
just
the
with
thing,
my own
no one
experience.
ever has private communications with me at this point where I have pretty much dropped all presentments, Why are you shaking your head down there, 6079? Because I didn't email you yet
I was
and love you.
just saying, I don't know. I've had private communications with you. I was trying to answer.
Yeah, but you gave Brian O'Shea the number. I don't got the number, Paul.
I'm talking about what you bring, and I can't wait to see your face again. I just can't love you motherfuckers enough for this presentment to be off-putting. I just can't do it.
Paul, there's no attack. There's no defense.
I don't get it. I've been nothing but grateful for the growth. See,
Hey, Paul,
you just look for nothing but the bad in people.
I just wanted to share two quick things about your show. I just wanted to share. I think it would be awesome in the future. I love your open panel. It's your channel. But if you kept it, to 4-ish people on screen, maybe change it every so. I'm not that anything's wrong with what you're doing. And I just met Moose. I just met you. Moose seems like he's a good dude. Your show seems like it's like a little more professional. I just don't understand the backlash. I haven't been with your channel for 2 years like some of the other people. And to give you advice, I'm not a great content provider or anything, but try to, look to those people like whoever that was yesterday who said she's been with you a long time. Maybe send her a message at some point. That's not my business. I'm just saying, she seems like a loyal supporter. And
all sounds like good.
That's all I got. I don't need to.
What would you like Moose to do at this point, Paul? I mean, what is the main takeaway that he needs to confront?
The point is that we had a great interaction. We both pretty much cried tears because we're all involved in slavery and we're all like fallen beings at times, it seems. So when we go through that and then I have him back and it's like just the way it was in a sense, even though I'm still going to razz him and give him shit at times, it's like that's how kind of brotherhood and honor is recultivated. You completely backbit on me. You did everything in your power to destroy me. You apologized and cried tears with me. I essentially hugged you metaversally because now we're all like best friends on the metaverse on some level, right? And then I said, now we move forward, right?
What if he's just
more than 20 fucking seconds out of spilling before you cut me off with your fucking narrative? Go ahead and drive the train.
Well, what if he's just trying to prove himself to get back to be a producer on your broadcast? He actually wants to.
But that would be wrong for him to be trying to do, Dick. That's the thing that got him in trouble.
That's my point.
Hey, guys, how about this?
Yeah, but
about this, Paul, have you ever offered apologies for the disrespect you've offered? I don't think you have. I know I haven't fucking received any.
Because you're so damn emotionally invested.
Hey,
I haven't loved
it's
you
an
right.
example just like me.
You didn't talk about anyone else.
Knew that was coming.
The facts are the facts, Paul.
And I'm not saying that is the right motivation. I'm just saying I was speaking out loud something that I was observing. Am I right at all there? Am I way off track, Moose? Are you in some sense doing this on some level to prove yourself to Paul?
I already said today on air, on record, that I'm interested in being a producer. And am I trying to do it for Paul? No, I'm doing it for myself. I'm doing this to earn, I'm trying to get some experience under my belt, like when you walk into a business, you don't walk in there and go, oh, I've never done that before. You say, no, I've been a producer for 2 years. I've been doing this. I've been doing that. This is what I can offer you. This is where I'm good at. This is where I fall short. This is a chance. Jack's giving me a chance. He's trusting me to help, try to bring his channel forward. If it doesn't work and he cuts me from the team, that's fine too.
You've still learned a lot, even if it goes south.
Yeah,
you've learned a
lot.
And
it's learning. Yeah.
And here's another part.
Can I say something real quick here as it relates to Moose and the comment that Paul made earlier about you disrespecting him when you brought up a special guest? Now, granted, I comprehend the wanting to show respect to the special guest, but at the same time, you don't disrespect somebody else in order to give respect.
Wizard, you do that to me all the time, and I'm doing it to you right now.
I'm just trying to point out that we need to clarify.
I copy that, sir.
Suck Jack's tongue.
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to help everybody understand what I see and bring peace to all of it, because we're all wrong.
Yeah.
Well, here tonight, let me say what I've been trying to say before you interrupted me, Wizard, to get your damn point across. Moose has not even realized this himself. Okay, my words are serious. My goal is for world peace and global reform. I believe YouTube is one method to grow that message. The reason I'm on here trying to encourage people with the Live Without Fear, for the improvement, for the discussions on spirituality, on consciousness, on reform, it is intended to try and make a difference in this world. I don't give a shit about the subscribers. I don't care about the numbers. I'm not in this for the money. I'm not in this for the fame. I never wanted to be one who was in front, and I never wanted to be a leader, but damn it, God has been preparing me and us for something bigger than this nonsense of bullshit back and forth, gossiping like teenage girls.
I love this nonsense.
Paul, I'm going to bring you back, brother. I hope you're still there. I hope you listen. And yet,
yeah, but how can Moose vindicate himself so he's not under your constant scrutiny anymore? Because he was trying to clear the slate in a previous broadcast I was in with you, and he wants to be able to move forward. So what does he need to do to be in your good graces? And you can say, if you characterize it, you're putting yourself in a box or in a cult, but then that's not reasonable. I mean, unless you're doing it in private terms with him and saying, Moose, I need you to correct in these particular regards for our relationship to be copacetic. You're not giving him any direction.
We already moved forward. The point is, why didn't he take it upon himself to correct for himself all of the damage that he caused, that he said he wanted to work off, half in jest, of course, and apply himself the way he never did, the way he is now with Jack, to me, the person he made all of the promises to initially. If he does not correct that for himself, he establishes a pattern for himself of probably doing it again with Jack and himself.
What about you?
Great. Wait. What's great?
The pattern with me. And for once again, Dick and Paul, you guys both have walked around these. You guys have both made the claim you understand what I'm saying, yet so often I speak and you don't even address any of the words I've said, and it just happened just now. I had explained the purpose of what this time is for, what this purpose is for, and it was completely ignored and dismissed by both of you. Only to go back into Paul's bullshit He
listens to you, but you have great leadership qualities.
What are the facts? It doesn't matter what you think. My words are true. And if you can't listen to the truth, you are a fool. I've been surrounded by fools.
If you can't make the words of truth compelling to the average man or woman, which you obviously can't, then it doesn't matter how foolish they are. You're still not a good leader.
You're a fool. I know that God makes. I don't make anybody. I present
Does
the
God
truth.
keep putting me in the back and muting me and mischaracterizing?
Yeah, because God is the truth. The truth is the fact. And the facts are you are repeated interruption who has not learned self-control.
You just asked Dick not to go into his back and forth with Paul
and you get
shit, and then you do the exact thing.
Hey, Jack.
There's a difference between me engaging with Paul and Dick, who has nothing to do with the growth of...
It is also your broadcast too, Jack.
Can I
let's refocus, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Let me say one last thing about Dick and Paul. I think that was Dick who earlier said that he senses you're mad that Moose didn't do this for you. And then Paul ended his last statement with, how come Moose didn't do all those things, repair his so-and-so by doing those things over at mine? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, and I get that. I'm in the process of learning, and I'm working here. You know, I'm going through the steps every single day. I'm learning something new, and you're like it's not fast enough. It's not fast enough.
Right on.
You can turn it around.
You're not stupid. It would happen faster if you really, again, applied and dedicated yourself to really wanting to know and learn, which you haven't. So that's why it's so slow. We don't know why it's so slow. No, I know why it's so slow. Now, can we just get back to the point we were speaking of, presuming Jack wants to even continue on this vein of me and you, because it seems he doesn't. He may want to move on to other things.
If there's resolve, I welcome the resolve.
Right. So let me give the analogy, right? And I'll give all the trolls and viewers out there what they need. Moose and I were like gay lovers. We're together. He makes his vows to me. He dedicates his life to me. He says he's going to do all these things. And then he goes off and cheats and lies on me. And then he comes back. We all find out. I'm the last one to know. I say, Moose, this really kind of hurts my heart. Can we get resolved? He says, yes, Pop, Daddy. I cheated on you. I went around back. I went all over town shitting on your name, acting like you weren't the man. And now I realized I was wrong and I love you again. I go, okay, I still love you. Let's move forward, right? Then he goes, I'm going to try to repair the damage in our relationship. And immediately goes out and does it again in a different way. Goes out and finds Talcott, says, you're daddy now, Talcott, and I'm going to get right next to you and work for you and work with you and do all the things I didn't do for Paulie and with Paulie that I said I would before and after he did the wrong thing.
So he's cheating.
He is the one with the bad faith, false claims, inability to stick to his word and his plans and dedicate himself to anything completely. His marriage, his family, his business, his panel mates, an idea of freedom, rights, and principles. This is nothing new. This is the par for the course human condition. Inferior,
anything different. Right. Can't be anything different than what you choose.
He can't dedicate himself to his family, his marriage, or his business, though. I mean, that's some fucking wildly denigrating type of allegation.
Right. Oh, now you care about the covenant.
Dude, damn, I'm finally doing something.
This guy that talks about polygamy, now he has his hurt feelings.
I don't think Moose can ever win because as long as he's over here, he's cheating. Right?
We communicate like adults and we present the facts. We don't throw back and forth and speak over each other and throw accusations at each other.
Do you think he would actually talk like that in court, though? Let's just be real.
I think he'd try until they put him behind bars, and then he bragged about getting put in bars for his rights, freedom, and truth.
My goods.
I don't have a dog in this fight, so it doesn't matter to me either way, but it seems suspicious that anybody would build up a resume to be a YouTube producer. Obviously, there ain't no producers around these YouTube streets, so...
All right, let me address that. Okay, so I do think part of it is a joke, but it's another part isn't a joke because... No, listen to what I'm saying. Because the producer title is kind of a joke, but you guys don't see the experience I'm getting every single day. I'm getting experience communicating with people. I'm getting experience like handling the panel, making thumbnails, making descriptions, getting the plan for Jack so that way he can be like, here, this is the direction we're going. That's the direction we're going, whatever. There's a lot of stuff that has to go into it. And whether or not you find that fun, if you don't find that fun, that's fine. I find it as a hobby. It's what I'm doing in my free time.
Acceptable answer. I'm totally saatified with that answer. And there is a lot more shit that goes into running a channel than people realize.
There's a lot of two-mans on here. A second man. I know people who that is what they do. I don't know if they go by the name producer, but they run the channel and they play the second guy and put up all the shit. Can you bring that up? That's what they do. A lot of people have a lot of people that's...
Well, maybe I'm just hanging out with the wrong fucking channels, Dick.
You're hanging out with Luddites. That's what you're hanging out with.
Luddite. I don't even know what that is.
Luddite YouTubers, yeah.
Some Canadian shit. I don't hang out with that.
This is the thing. I mean, the idea, everything I'm doing is nothing new. I'm borrowing ideas from everybody. I don't hide that. That's what builds us is knowledge, ideas. If I see something that someone else is doing and I think it'll work or help this or help my life be easier, yeah, that's what this life is about. And admittedly, it was Henry and Lauren. Their setup, I was thinking, God, that would be cool. And then I saw the production talent of Ian on We Are Awake, and of course Paul. His timing and creativity is divine, man. I envisioned actually trying to incorporate a bunch of different people. And
what does this feel like the beginning of Fight Club?
This is relaxation flow state. Okay.
Maybe Grease.
He heard her. He was talking shit about her one day on the stream, and she happened to overhear it. And ever since then, she's had a hard-on for him.
Right. And you don't dedicate yourself to understanding men and women and how to lead in any area. And that's why you've not corrected that behavior one way or the other.
And that's why we are working together to help support each other in different ways. And what I heard you saying, there's a difference, Paul. There's a difference between offering the truth and forcing the fucking truth. And I see you forcing.
Amen.
Yes, feeling forced. You're right. Now, truth sometimes is uncomfortable, brother, and it doesn't always have to be shoved at people like a dagger. Now, I've been trying to present truth to you kindly, Paul. Many people who care about you, including and especially those on this platform, we've been gently trying to get you to see your own behavior.
Right.
Would you?
I want the truth giving to me at pleasing tones at all times because I'm the arbiter of the universe.
Fucking
I'm not trying to do that. I don't, I don't want to change anyone here. Everyone is unique.
Dick, I love you, but here's the problem. You have been part of his echo chamber and part of his enablers, enabling his behavior, his abuse, verbal abuse, his gaslighting and manipulation of facts. I have called him the false light, okay? Because that's what he is presenting himself.
Yeah, that's an unfair characterization, man. That's
How about if it's, the facts of a false light, someone who is presenting wisdom, the light of wisdom, sharing the truth, but
Jack, don't be a kettle.
In a fashion that is.
Paul is our brother, and we're sharpening iron with iron, and he's
right.
Make us better.
Fear, to share anger, to share those feelings of division. That is the false light, because the light of truth shines brightly through Paul. I said that from fucking day one, and I said that on Lauren's panel. I've given him so much credibility, and
it's not enough though.
Well, it's never enough for him because he is delusional. He's been enabled for so long, he doesn't understand what is true.
Here we go.
Constantly, many people for many areas, but I'm delusional, right? Like you get no static or friction, you get no consequences, you take money from the government. That is the Antichrist, and you constantly appeal to that sort of energy when you're put on the spot, right? You come front loaded with love and care and here for everybody and save the world. But when you're put on the spot, as you say, I don't get put on the spot. I get the spotlight. You get put on the spot, and then you revert right back to that false light you talk about, detracting from all the nice things, more importantly, true things you've said about me and our experience, right into what you want it to be and don't want it to be, to obfuscate and gaslight, as you say, what everyone's done and not done. And that's exactly
what Paul, why do you think that a lot of people are gravitating towards, not even saying gravitating, but actually seeing Jack's point of view on his criticisms
I wonder
of
if
you?
there's an
It's not just Jack, it's other people as well too.
Well, you can't speak for everybody. And I wonder if there's an objective measuring stick that, like, a reference point to sort of gauge this back and forth, so that we don't kind of go with the you're delusional, no, you're delusional, because that's a never-ending whack-a-mole.
Right. Well, Flo, this is exactly what I have been trying to present. We can discuss facts, but Paul won't shut up with his fucking opinions.
Well, but the way that you're using those words, anybody could use that, right? Like,
Jesus Christ.
What?
Hey, you know what, Flo? Let's be quiet. Let's take a break. Scott, you've been here silent. Do you have anything to add? You're welcome here, brother. By the way, this is the first time I think we've met, but I think I spoke highly about you.
You invoked my name, so I pulled myself in on your train.
Well,
Paulie, excuse me, Joe. There's a way to get there where you want to go, and you have to keep remembering, no matter where you go, there you are. So
I think
you're starting from, you're starting from ground zero, Jack. If you're talking about changing the world and changing, holy fuck, you need to be Michael Jackson. And he was able to clear, what's that? He was able to clear the hurdle on a few things. But it's tough. You're up against a system that has been handed over to the beast by God. So in essence, to be the Christ-like character that Paul wants to be, you got to start walking on water, and walking the walk and talking the talk are two different things. While Keith over-talking him, and if he over-talks people, he gets frustrated because Keith's got probably the better of the messages that I've heard. When you come to that's Wizard, if you know, then Paul is actually a very intelligent guy, and what's really intelligent about him, that everybody can learn from is that he's very introspective. The problem of his introspection is his frequency just fucking dives because he's always looking backwards. So that's a very low frequency to be on. And I'm just watching it and I'm going, well, you're devolving. And he's starting to look at himself. I can tell that. But then he comes right back into that. Now, the other problem that he has is he gets too far, and you're doing this. You get too far into the future. Fuck, you're here right now, man. No matter where you go.
Amen.
Here.
Amen.
This is where you are. And if you're not fucking present here, then don't go nowhere else. Now I'm going to say
well spoken.
I'm going to say one other thing. And I've had some years on you guys, probably maybe without, too many, I hope, but I've been around a lot of people and I had to train. I grew up and a rock star was my friend when I was 13 and I started going, yeah, fuck you, it's like, what?
Yeah, I'll never forgive you for that, Scott, because I was that rock star.
Yeah, okay. Well, he just passed a couple years ago. So if you're talking to me from the great beyond, hey, dude, what's happening? But needless to say, he just took it. He's like, we're friends. Why would you do that? Why would you say that? And brought me into a realization that, talking over people, putting people down. If you've heard the same joke, if I came on your broadcast and told you the same joke for the 15th time, if you think it's rude, if you think it's fucking unfucking kempt, if you don't like it, if you don't think it's funny, still, if you want to draw more viewers, if you want to draw a bigger audience, if you want people to like you better laugh. Everybody better laugh. You get along. I used to tell my buddies, we'd go out and we'd have a group of girls and then, they'd start fucking pining for one or pining. Hey, fuck you. Hey, fatso, this, that, and the other. I'm like, dude, follow me. This is the way you do it. If I say jump, y'all jump. If I say laugh, y'all laugh. If I tell a stupid joke, laugh anyways. And here's the point. The girls are all going to want to be around guys that are getting along. They're not going to be around. I mean, if you're just fucking chaos and mayhem, well, you can get the wrong kind of girls. You can get the wrong kind of people that aren't going to be able to carry any fucking message forward that might be worth a damn.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt after your patience, especially after your patience. What I heard you saying, though, is a couple of things. The first one, your previous point, and not just Paul, but it's an example for all of us. What you said is the tendency to get caught in the past and to lose sight of where we are. This society, that's where the brainwashing has come in, is children and all of
anxiety.
Us. Anxiety. Well,
it's
anxiety.
A clock. It's a big clock.
It's a clock. Yeah.
Hey, there you go. So to find balance with time, become one.
Lose it.
Well,
you remember what Prince said? Me for interrupting, and I'm one of those. If I do interrupt you, my apologies. I can go to Wizard's plan, which is Robert's Rules of Order. I yield.
Where we're all gonna go. Sorry, I'm talking to my people because now I'm having to.
Well, all right. Here, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Scott. Go ahead.
The Prince, and I'll just go back to, when he was young, he said, I don't age because I had a birthday, but that was once a long time ago. I've never had another one. Why would you talk to me about my birthday? I don't have a calendar. I don't have a clock. I don't age. Look, I'm the same as I was 10 years ago. Look how beautiful I am. Now, Prince was an amazing guy. He believed in himself that he just kept sending shit to people. That's how you have to do it. That's how you did it in the day. And hey, everybody, he's going, you like Michael, but listen to me. Once he took a rep from a studio and said, look, just come to the studio and listen to me. She was a writer for Beat Magazine. I don't think it was Beat Magazine, Jet or something. He said, just come to the studio, listen to me, and let me show you what I can do. And he played every fucking instrument damn in the damn studio. And she said, I'll write the article. And that's how he got started. Now, you can do all the talking in the world, but you got to reach out to the people that can help pull you higher. And you got to reach out to them in a way that they'll accept your communication, okay? If you're reaching out to, here's Sales 101. If I'm calling you and I'm calling you and I'm calling you and I'm not getting a response, stop fucking calling me is the fucking thought I have, okay? Now, if I'm emailing you and you don't respond, don't email me. If I hit you up on fucking LinkedIn and you respond, guess what? I just fucking locked in on your chosen method of communication. you'll respond to people that are on LinkedIn. They're communicating with other business people.
So can you bring that analogy more direct? You know, I know it's an analogy. Can you make it more direct for the simple people like me? He needs to do what, or who needs to do
Find
what?
people where they are.
Find people where they are.
Everybody needs to find people where they are. Don't try and look over them. Don't try and put them where you need them to be so that you can communicate with them. Because if you try and do that, they're never going to be there.
I give one of my friends advice: change yourself. If that person is being stubborn, if that's your intention is to get through, change your approach.
Here,
Adapt.
let me toss a couple of things I've learned too. What you're saying, absolutely. There's something to persistence. There's something about timing. There's something to the approach. And Scott, I love what you said. You know, reach out to those who you believe could be of help to you. Something I learned from Tony Robbins too. And it's just logical. It just makes sense. If you're going to go to someone and ask them for some help, you better be prepared to present them what you've got, right? And so the key to that, the key to your success is to know what you've got to offer. Bring the value of what's the incentive of someone helping you out.
Yeah.
And man, I've been knocking on doors. I've been trying to create opportunities. I have.
Listen, there's a world out there, and fake it till you make it is okay to say on one rule only: if you have something genuine behind your grift. Okay? If you're faking it because you got something, like Prince was going, I'm the best. You think Michael's, but he had something to push that with. Okay, nobody knew it, but he had to sell himself to get somebody to pay that attention. So yeah, he had to sound bigger, and he had to act bigger, and he had to think bigger than he was. But now we know the 5-foot little guy is one of the monsters of fucking music. Come on,
that's not a problem. That's not a problem on YouTube. Everybody on here is an egomaniac who thinks they knows the fucking answer. Everybody thinks you just haven't noticed yet, but I'm a god. You haven't noticed yet, but I'm incredible.
You need to pay attention to me, or lightning's gonna fucking get you.
Yeah, everybody has that fucking grandiose sensibility.
Here, there's a difference too, though. I mean, you could say that about me because in some aspects, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. At least I feel like I do. But it's not arrogance. It's confidence in my experiential and the evidence and, testimonies of others who are saying the same things as me. My words are validated by many others. I'm just maybe not as experienced in explaining what they're saying, but
there's a lot to unpack with that statement altogether. Everyone should humble themselves because necessity itself compels us to humble one another. I mean, it's just at any point when you think that you have more than the next guy to say, you haven't thought enough about yourself to understand how fucking bold a statement that is.
Brother, that's one of the lessons I've been learning in my own practice, right? The wisdom of silence. We are wise until we prove ourselves wrong with the speech.
Even is Prince the musician you were referring to earlier? I gotta ask.
No, I never met Prince. I met a lot of people. Rose center stage at Jackson 5 concert, though.
I think you are full of shit. By the way, Moose, Talcott, I love your boss mode. Moose and you are fucking kicking out.
Hey,
boss mode. Man, Scott, you're fucking a fluffy cupcake that talk about Michael Jackson acting like he's not real, but Michael Jackson wasn't he white and then turned black and
other way around. He was black.
Scott.
Yeah, I do. I have a mouth, man, but you I don't know, you went silent for a minute. I can't hear you hardly.
Okay.
Here, I'm gonna turn you back up.
Having his volume at about 50% is all right.
Yeah, that's
listen, Snafu, you like calling people out. Listen, know about you. What do? Do you have anything to offer other than a bunch of bullshit? You want to call people out? Do you know me? Do you know me well enough to call me out?
I called fucking Mike Strutton from Oracle, the #2 data collection agency in the world, motherfucker. Worked with Alex Jones, called Pogos out. I actually got the proof of what I've done.
My partner,
I respect
Jackson, You talk like, oh, Michael Jackson, we got to get real. Wasn't the dude acting white and then black and then the pedo optics too? It seems like they're fluffy.
Okay, when we make all these accusations, what's the word in the scripture about false testimony?
Yeah, kind of like Mr. Scott, false testimony, everything he says.
Respond to that. So I don't know anything about Biggie Smalls and Uncle Luke from Two Live Crew and that track that was on.
What does that fucking matter in today's world?
You're the one calling me out.
Fucking, I've worked with Wave Audio for years.
Are you just nobody?
Even Joe Cool. These guys actually have a little
for a while.
That's true.
How many times do you fucking name drop, Scott? You worldly Hollywood freak. How many times? I don't
Hollywood. Never been to Hollywood. The challenge.
I don't drop two.
What the hell?
You gotta let him go, guys. It was his turn. You let him start talking.
Yeah,
you don't
why
get
would
to cut
you put
him
him
off.
back when you
I don't need to name people. What?
Guys, here, you know what, Scott? It sounds like you've had a cool experience. And
Yeah, not trying to take over your show. This should have been calm and collect. That's what I thought it was going to be. And then I saw Polly.
Yeah.
My apologies, but I was on Polly's live. Several people were on. He left everybody in the lurch to come over here and start a fight. And I sat back and I went, why are you even holding the show? Why do you even try and hold an audience if you can't hold your own shit together?
Those are valid questions and valid audience.
And now the same thing. I'm not trying to tell nobody what to do. If that's what you're building your audience on, it's going to go to here, and then that's going to be your fucking water line.
Scott, you're right. But I don't know if you know how these guys started. That dynamic of yelling, which I don't like, over talking people and shit, but that's been part of their fucking dynamic.
I understand.
It's a good thing, but it's part of what's been working. When somebody comes in and you just automatically fuck them off, that's okay. But you wonder who you're talking to sometimes, because if you think you're Jesus and you don't want to take on a prophet, that's fucked up.
Jack's already got one.
Obviously. But if you don't want somebody, you don't want to take on look, all I'm going to say is I've walked the walk. I've talked the talk. I can sit here and regurgitate the stuff that I've done, because in order to remember songs that we fucking recorded, you've listened to them 5,000 times by the time it's all done. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've got to ask, what is the connection between you and Two Live Crew? I grew up with that, man.
Before you answer that, I want to say you're such a blessing to this broadcast tonight, and we really appreciate your time, your energy, and your participation. That goes for Dick as well, Joe Cool, Flo, and even Paul and the rest that have come up here today. We hope that you come back and you come correct, as they would say. Thank you.
Can I speak to the production value thing? Whatever you're doing, a producer is behind the scenes. He's trying to do something that makes the thing happen. Usually a producer in music is doing the music, okay? You're handling the video here. You can stay in the background. You can mute yourself, do whatever. If you look at most of the shows out there, there's always somebody who's pulling up content for the guy who's talking about it. Okay, he can't fucking be, and there's always somebody that's pulling up the messages and saying, hey, answer this. This is a good one.
Right.
Okay. So if you have 2 or 3 people, you can be more efficient. So
let's do it all over the place.
You're saying he's Jamie, the Jack's Joe Rogan.
You have, listen, and there's people behind Jamie, by the way. People behind Jamie, he's just the one that they're naming, because if they name anybody else, they got to pay him. Okay. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. 1 man can do so much. 2 men can do the work of 3. 3 men can do the work of 5. 5 men can do the work of 12. You damn near got your apostles once you got a handful.
Amen. Brother, you're absolutely right. And what you're describing, in my opinion, Paul is one of those rare few who can do it all. The guy he's watching the chat, he's pulling up his stuff, he's doing the sound effects.
Yeah.
He does it all. I'm not him.
He can't control himself though when
and brother, that's the other point I do want to bring up, not to promote or to.
I love the guy. I think he's fucking rock solid intelligent, but the fucking, I just wonder how hard or how badly he hurts inside. I don't know if anybody's found out.
What about Snafu?
I've imagined how
Snafu, I don't know. I
much
mean, that guy's a little off center. I mean, I love everybody. I don't want any beef with anybody. I mean, I'll walk away. I'll agree with you if you said I've done wrong with you because I did what Jesus did. All right, that's the way to walk. All right, so agree with your adversaries and then fucking turn the other cheek.
Wait,
you want to smack me?
When you say agree, you don't mean that you can be false in your agreement. You may find true places of agreement.
No. I agree with you, but I want proof. I want if you have.
I mean agree with your enemies. I'm saying you're not saying be
That's an interesting
nefarious about it, right? I can't say yes, I agree with you, Jack, just for the sake of a look, right? I have to be telling the truth, right?
If there's a claim against you, I'm saying if you have a claim made against you, you say, look, I want to take this before someone, but I'm going to agree with you just so we can take this. But I need proof of claim because I don't remember anything you're talking about. I never saw anything.
No. Again, I don't understand what you mean by agreement. Can you be more specific? I'm sorry to be a dick, y'all. I don't understand what you mean. I think that you're saying that it's okay just to get along with Jack. I can say, yeah, I agree with you. And to me,
no. I'm just saying to avoid conflict, the agreement. And now in this setting right here, where you're trying to create viewership, but if you think the best way to move a forward message on Christianity, on love, on peace, on understanding, on community, on fucking togetherness.
Okay.
If you think that that's disagreement or it's fucking disenfranchising one of anyone, then I think you're mistaken because, the message that America had, bring us you're tired, you're sick. That's the message that we're supposed to stand behind. And we fucking fail it so miserably. And now, not these people at the border. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about we have to look at the children. We have to look at the old widows. We have to pay attention. Of course, these people, the migrants, but the ones that are really being harmed, the ones that are being trafficked right now, which to my knowledge, I don't know anything about it enough to say, but could be the whole lot of them. I mean, this is such a mess that it's beyond me.
What do you think we do with the migrants, Scott?
Because, they're people just like you and me. So
let me
you don't have to help anybody. That's not true. That's completely.
It's back to where they came. They should go.
Let's help their home. Yeah, let's help their homes restore. Most of these migrants, they don't want to leave the homes.
If all you provided was liberty, that would be enough, would it not be?
Well,
if you just had a basic foundation of free-thinking, independent people, wouldn't that be the best gift you could give to any society or any people that might come here trying to form
I think along those lines.
People, as of right now, 5:30 in the evenings, that's what we're going to be doing is some discussions on what I feel are pretty important topics, kind of the things you're talking about. Love, spirituality, what Paul discusses, freedom, common law, solutions. Because I believe we are here to bring the light, to be the hope for those in need, to help end the suffering of those who are suffering and in fear right now. And I believe, with all the changes that have been happening and all there's disasters right now. There's wars breaking up, civil unrest, there's climate changes. There is stuff happening, and humanity needs to find humanity has the opportunity still to find different ways for us to get along with each other. But it's going to come down to communication. It's going to come down to conviction and commitment from us all. But I'm trying to do my part here and share things that I believe can help us all. And the purpose, I want to speak at the UN. I think a step to do so is through the United States government, the citizens.
What is that? I've heard that from Paulie, then fucking Snafu's yelling at me, get Talcott into the fucking UN. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I didn't even understand what he was saying at first. He was talking so far over fucking me. I was like, I'm tired. And then I started realizing, get him in. The only way that anybody's going to get into the UN is fucking check themselves in through security, get over their passports.
Yep.
If you think you're Russell J. Gould, that's a fucking guy who mailed him.
Brother, to answer your question, these are the conversations that I've been hoping to have on here, because it sounds outlandish and it sounds foolish. And why would you? Because But what you
What's
said
the
is
point if
right.
you could get your message there? Because your message is what you want there. Do you?
Very simple. Very simple. It's time for the truth to be known. Okay. And the truth is, there's a loving God. There's a God who loves us all, and that we are here at this time to bring forth the new, to overcome the darkness, to expose the lies and the corruption that are keeping humans fucking paying for wars and sleeping in the streets and creating these situations where humans become immigrants and then illegal.
Jack, I can't think of, I've said this before, you know where I stand on this. I can't think of any less receptive audience to that message
than you.
It's a tough sell. It's a tough sell.
I see what you did there.
I'm presenting it. Here's the deal. I'm a messenger for that which I've learned. I'm not manipulating. I'm not deceptive. I'm presenting the facts in the best ways that I can. But
we know that this is an institution in the business of not having those facts surface, right?
Pardon?
But I mean, don't we agree that the UN is it's a terrorist organization? It's an institution
Right.
that has no interest in anything that you're saying.
Well, the thing is today I don't have to convince them. I've convinced Moose to join me in this effort, and I'm still pursuing people in my local community, trying to find other leaders and citizens, people, neighbors who want to join my efforts. But right now, all I have to do is convince you guys and anyone who's tuning in now.
That'd be the start of it. And if that's the case, you should be listening to us. All of us think it's a tough sell. Not that it's unsellable, but it's a tough sell. So you got to go in there slicker, so and so. I mean, you got to go in there with something fucking incredible. I don't even know what it is. Okay, let's just
what I know.
Well, those things are more important. Sorry.
Let's say you're in there. What would be your go-to like first bullet points that you would discuss with them? I'm just curious, like on the presentation. What do you want?
I'm gonna be a dick here. I'm gonna say what Jack's gonna say. I just wanted you to know, as if they didn't know, men are evil. We need to come together.
Question is, what would I do? Number one, I would bring us all into the moment so that we are all grounded into the being of that time. Because what I understand about humans is we can all understand each other, right? Especially when the words are agreed. Once we understand the meanings of the words and the topics that we're discussing, we can all understand each other as long as the words are truthful, right? They're logical, follow reasoning. They can
Can
be
you
understood.
say those words right now to us?
Well, to improve our individual lives is the same as the collective. We want to rid ourselves and this world of excuses and blame. Any distortions from the truth create insanity in the human being. I prove it. I need an opportunity for someone willing to hear the case. But it's pretty simple.
That's the case. We just heard it.
I agree with the case for what it's worth.
Me and the guys, we smuggle you in, knock a couple guards over the head, and put you in a nice suit. You get 60 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. You say that is the case that you're going to present. Yeah, those words that you just said.
Misunderstandings, brother, because here's the reality.
I don't want to know the reality. You got 2 minutes. Can you wrap it up in 2 minutes?
You're not one who's going to, you're not dictating the conditions of this situation. And I'm not
assuming you only get 2 minutes.
Joe, you're presenting this. We bust in there and we're going to have guards. We only got no bullshit. What's going to happen is we are going to create, I'm going to be invited. And if not me, someone else will be invited to present the truth and the truth of consciousness, the truth of equality, the importance of truth. And the reality is these citizens, these people, whether they recognize it or not, just like everyone here, just like everyone who's listening to these words, we all have the opportunity in this life to change this world. Now, the citizens in the United States government and those who get, flown and traveled and through the security to go represent people at the UN, they actually have the connections and ability to change the future completely. I
think we just deflected from what we were talking about. Yes, I agree that other people have the ability to change. Whoever fucking
everybody does, right?
Yes. Yeah. Dick's question was, what do you say when you go in there? And you say stuff like, don't do it. Don't interrupt me. You say stuff like, I'll resonate the feeling and get our chi in order with each other. And then I will let him know that man does better when he does good than when he does bad. It's, to me, it's a weird fucking plan. I could be wrong, and that could be what God got for you, man. But I'm always yelling at you, and we get into this back and forth right here because I want a better fucking plan. I want that fucking shit where it hits me.
Brother, sometimes our plans prevent us from executing because we spend so much time in preparation.
Agree.
We miss opportunities. Agreed. And hey, Joe, based on your location, how do I have a conversation with you? I want to try and connect somehow. I'm going to drop, if I drop my number.
I'll get it out the back chat.
Right, please.
I don't do a lot of talking, but apparently I do a lot of texting. I prefer not to be gushy and shit on the phone.
Whatever works, man. You were in my thoughts today, Joe Cool, and I mentioned it to Moose on one of our conversations earlier.
For those who you're not on board trying to change the government, right? Or is that one of your motivations, is to try to go in and
me?
Yeah.
I would like to get the government's foot off of people's neck, yeah.
I want to make a plan. So you and Jack actually do align on that. You want to make a plan of some sort.
God, yes. And I like different approaches too. So I'm okay, with supporting him on even crazy shit that I consider crazy.
I think that's combined. I think that's what we're all hoping to do. And Joe, the reason I reached out, or I wanted to reach out, there's a YouTube channel, Really Graceful, for those who may or may not know her. She does some pretty cool work, and she highlighted some craziness going on in Chicago. And that kind of one of your recent videos into a different context for me. Kind of the seriousness of.
There's been so much craziness here. Was it the kid that got ran over down on Western? Was it the couple that got beat up downtown? Was it the you probably didn't even hear about that. The old man got shot, and the kid got shot, but that probably didn't make the news. Was she talking? Was it our new mayor? He's in the news about doing dumb shit.
It was a combination of a lot of things. She's very insightful as far as
I'm sorry, I meant to be looking her up. Really Graceful?
Yeah, Really Graceful. Anyway, the mayor and all sorts of things were brought up, but connections are what it's at. And I can see the work you're doing, Joe. And I asked before, I called my buddy today from Chicago, left him a message because I would love to see if there's any value in you guys connecting.
Anybody that comes to Chicago, I'm that guy they call. If you got a layover or somebody from a different state is going to call me, I'm going to pick you up. If you got time, we're going to go downtown. If you got time, we're going to cop watch. This 3:00 in the morning, I still get those calls. And yes, I go if it's just sitting in the airport with them. So yes, I would start. And most of these niggas I take places, we go get dinner. I show them, shit. Fuck yeah. If you got a friend out here, man, fuck yeah.
That's the type of man he is too. He was a big influence on me when I was a kid. But hey, Paul, welcome back, brother. You've been patient, and feel free. Jump in.
I'm the most patient out of everyone here, and that's kind of the irony, is that I'm told to relax and be patient when I'm the most relaxed and patient in the face of a bunch of infidel slaves who are fucking name dropped, right? So this has to stop if you really want true connection to your resource, rather than the worldly resources you keep chasing for and clutching for, that I keep rebuking. Wait till I bring up all the offers you all would have taken, because you can't wait to get to some money, power, and pussy again, because maybe you touched a little bit of it, but not enough for your own life, right?
There's no facts that really support the narrative that you're building.
No, not at all, man. Not at all. I know. Say what I feel and don't keep arguing with me. Just let me say what I feel for the people.
You'll feel better if you look for the value instead of undervalue.
Right, I'm here talking to the people. You're here talking to each other how to get beyond the people.
Say what you want. Opportunity to speak. But Paul, seriously, man, there's value in everyone. Okay, we don't have to focus on the problems or on the negativity or the way people might fuck us over. There's a way that people can help, and it's not using. There's ways each of us can serve each other. If we want to share what we've got available with each other, it's service.
I don't want to serve you, and I don't want to be served by any of you. Simple. We're here to serve truth.
Right.
We're not here to serve each other. except in certain venues. And this ain't it with what you're talking about. You want to serve me? Bring me something to drink.
Bullshit.
So I can continue to bring people the truth rather than talking to each other who's going to pull you up. You sound like a bunch of hoes.
No.
You and Scott here.
What's wrong? Let him talk. I want to hear his.
All right, Scott. Out of respect, I didn't know where you wanted to be.
That's all right. Polly, you're all good. If you could slow down and listen to yourself.
I don't need your tutelage. This is what you don't get.
You right.
I don't do a show. I'm not in the entertainment.
Right, Paul. You present.
Gurus. I just entertain.
Why are you putting a link out if this is not what you're doing? What's your point?
Hey, Scott, well observed. I mean, those are facts. I'm not defending or excusing, but what Paul does is he makes excuses. You're right. It's not a show.
He wants everybody in a bad fucking state. I mean, he wants everybody going like this so that he can go in and go, you're bad. See, I told you, you're a fucking infidel. You're a slave. You're scared of everybody, even me, because I can talk over you. I'm smarter than you, you dumb fuck. It's what's happening.
Well,
and people they like to watch the train wreck.
Right. Let's help avoid the train wreck, okay?
I didn't know. A little advice if you're open to it. Don't just please don't get into the shouting thing where he says a couple words, you shout over him, he says a couple. If you could keep it, both of you guys could complete a complete thought, I'd be grateful as well.
You know, that would be great if Paul could find a way to cooperate with a discussion, but if you allow a moment to pause, right? You
don't even have to allow a moment. You get one sentence and he jumps on. See, Paul, the problem is you don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know what the guy was going to say.
Hey, guys, I want to interrupt. We don't need to talk about people anymore, right? We can move past the discussion of people. Hard Hat, you just showed up. Always welcome you, brother. And I know you probably came over from Paul's show. So
you got some nervous energy, Jack, already. Yes.
No, I didn't come from Paul's show. I was actually watching in your chat, and I actually enjoy being in the chats. It's a different angle for me, and there's a whole fellowship in the chat. I popped up here because I kind of got a bit of a beef with Moose, I guess, and I'm not trying to bring controversy, but he just I guess banned for the night some guy in the chat, this Michael A guy. And I'm going through the chat, and I don't know, he wasn't. That's why I like to hear from Moose what it was. But here's the thing, Jack. It's a slippery slope. I went over to Ian's channel for 2 days a while ago and was in the chat and trying to hey, what's up, and communicate, and I got silenced right away for fuck all, right?
Right.
And so I was done. It's so I'm just saying, if Moose has this power of banning people, and maybe this guy was talking shit about him. I don't know, but the good thing I like about Paul's chat is pretty much he lets anything go on in there in a sense, and he'll call a guy up and say, if the guy's trolling, he'll invite him up to say, hey, say your piece.
Well,
but for the most part, he's not, that I'm aware of, banning people, and I don't think Moose should be fucking I don't know why. Sorry.
Hey, Hard Hat, not to interrupt, but here, I'm typically an example of an exception to the rule. I was blocked from chat from Paul for quite some time. He was kind enough. Who knows where it'll end up after today, but he was kind enough this morning to unblock me from the chat. And so I respect Hard Hat. Moose and I, we've had discussions about we don't want a restrictive, no. But I also, at this point, we're trying to build some legs and trying to build some credibility and some stability in what we're producing together here in this platform. So words of the censorship and the blocking, they've been heard. But Mr. Paul, he's not quite as perfect as many people like to present him as. He's got his rules and he does his things as well. So
I think Paul times niggas out and tell them to get your ass on panel. That could be someone else I'm thinking. I think Paul does that though. So if you want to voice yourself, get on panel.
And you know what? I respect that. Actually, that's one of the things I truly do respect about Paul is, he's not shy about welcoming and inviting. You got a disagreement, you got a problem with me, bring it forward.
Paul likes to fight, right? I like
and that's the issue. He invites the issue I have with him is that he invites the fight and disagreement, but I don't see much willingness
To
to
resolve a
accept
thing
the resolve.
with that fighting. When I'm saying
It's all
fighting, I'm trying to
conflict for
argue
him.
my.
It's all conflict. If he doesn't like your message, since I'm just privy to this recently, and through Keith, I found Paul and watched a few things and caught maybe the better side of this. I'm going to go back and check the fucking record, because what I've seen is an explosion of what the fuck.
Hey, here, Scott, I'm sorry to interrupt, but here, what you're experiencing with Paul, I've said this multiple times. Paul and I have a lot of similarities. We both draw out the ego in each other.
So
Paul helped me find some shadows within me when I first discovered him, but I've been overcome my reactive state. Well, Paul hasn't yet discovered, well, he still presents his ego pretty strongly, and that's what we're seeing. And I don't mean to cut off the conversation, but I do have the goal of providing consistency and kind of smaller bites of time for people if they want to read the broadcast. So I think we should start wrapping it up tonight, if that's all right with you guys.
Yeah, I wanted to try the new guy for a while. I wanted to ask Scott a few questions and see if what's his metal. Where he's coming from, if that's okay.
Shoot fire, I'm listening.
My man. Scott, if you're the guy who makes the rules, what do you do about drugs?
About what?
Drugs, heroin.
Heroin?
Yeah.
Heroin particularly?
Oh, yeah, we can start there.
I mean, I have a background of studying drugs when I was 13 years old, unfortunately.
Join the club.
So probably, the thing is, and I don't want to tell the story of who or what or where too far, but I've come across plenty of addiction in my life, and the only way I've been able to solve anybody's problem of addiction, whatever the substance, is to get them to look at themselves in the mirror.
I'm sorry. So, as the universal world leader over here who tells people what to do, is that your new
simply,
edict?
yeah, I've never looked at it on a grand scale like that. I mean, you got to go to supply and demand. I mean, if you're looking at it like that, you have to realize that this is one of the GDP of half the country, half the countries out there. Our country, it's 40% of our GDP. So as a leader of a country, if I could fucking step up, then my first fucking priority beyond, getting back to the Constitution, actually the Articles of Confederation, because fuck the Constitution, that got screwed up a little more. The de jure land grab, if you will. But I don't know, man. I'd go at a lot of different things. I'd have to say that beyond
Scott,
beyond just the drugs is finances. Yeah.
What do you do if you're president? Do you fucking make the shit legal? Do you outlaw it? Do you give motherfuckers time, decriminalization? What do you do?
That's a big problem, man. I don't know if I'm qualified enough to say it, but
I just qualified you. You're the man. Go.
I would make heroin. It's the fuck. They you know what we did with heroin? We turned
No,
over.
I don't want a fucking history lesson. What would you do?
I'd make it illegal. It's fucking black tar heroin. It's killing people. My
second.
apologies, Joe. Answer.
Probably outlaw alcohol is your second act, yeah?
I don't think it's good for you, but I wouldn't outlaw that.
But you know all the people dying.
Sorry.
What's that?
You know all the people dying from drunk driving and shit. You got to outlaw alcohol. It kills so many people.
Yeah, that's like guns. No, you don't outlaw guns. You don't outlaw alcohol. That's a substance. The heroin's not really.
Hold on, Jack. Hold on. You gave me a little leeway here. And cigarettes. Do you outlaw cigarettes?
Fire on one and fool on the other. They're going to have to deal with their own. I don't believe in outlawing anything. I mean, you have the freedom to do it. But I think heroin.
Yeah, cigarettes and alcohol kill more than all illegal drugs combined, and their accompanying murders.
Absolutely,
and
I agree.
You would get rid of the lesser one that kills people and keep the other two.
Again, I told you I'm not qualified. I don't even sit on that panel.
Right. Well, I'm not sure what that was all about, Joe.
I could tell you what it was about, but
it's trying to find my fucking whether or not I'm affiliated with this side or the other. I don't really care. I mean, to get above everybody else is not my
you're
plan.
Not qualified to answer questions objectively using conscience and right from wrong, and that's why
I'm not even.
Why waste? Why waste?
Took me from one fucking another.
All right. Why? Let me finish what I'm saying. No, actually, Joe, please. Why was that necessary? What was the benefit?
Very
the
good, because this is my first time meeting Scott. This is how I will align my questioning. This is how I will gauge him by what comes out of his mouth. I wanted to put him under pressure. That's how a man is tested. I'm
And
sorry.
he failed
It
again,
helps
like
me.
always.
Well, did he fail, Joe?
He did it. This is not a fail. I don't know pass fail shit, but that is exactly from what he said earlier. Those are the answers I expected, and I asked, and I got those answers.
He absolutely failed because he
typically,
made it.
well, Paul, you're always going to judge people as failing.
Right,
Your
I can never
automatic
be right.
assumption
Okay, am
is
I ever
people are
wrong? But I can never
failing.
be right. Also, okay, go ahead.
Paul, do you ever accept being wrong? You're right.
I don't know.
on.
Why are we pointing out if I was ever wrong instead of pointing out specifically where I've been wrong?
Well, because it was related to the context of the conversation. Why are you fucking creating disagreements where we don't have to have them? Why don't you just fucking accept what is?
So you don't accept disagreements as part of
No, I do. I'm actually very
you do
good
now.
at
You're lighting up.
disagreement. Who you are, and that we are all aspects of the one, right? And there you go. Thank you. Choose love.
Joe, can I respond to you?
Yeah, anything you want. Yeah.
You're shooting out a question out of left field. You're giving somebody who's fucking tired. I mean, I was up half the night with with Paul last night. A worldly question that I am kind of grasping. You know, if you want me to put together a well thought out answer, I'll go to ChatGPT for you.
No. I'd rather have the quick response to what I got right there.
You know, when you're putting it to heroin, I know whether or not you fucking care. Cigarettes enter your fucking bloodstream 10 times faster than mainline heroin. They're dangerous, okay? Period. And yeah, it's terrible for you. But to go tell a fucking population full of people to quit tomorrow is asinine. Heroin, we're supporting a whole fucking country being decimated in the fucking Afghanistan. If you look at what Cheney did over there after fucking Bush administration, they built fucking poppy refinery plants. That's what Trump came in and blew the fuck up.
Brother Scott, we hear you, brother. Your words resonate. This is a space where I think we like hearing that. I like hearing that as well. That's sentiment I agree with wholeheartedly that you just shared. And I appreciate you doing that, Jack. Thank you for allowing me on your panel. Joe, cool. Always great to see you. I just want to come in here, bring a little bit of peace. And I got a little quote here, Jack. It's, "We killed time, time buries us." Right? So are we killing time here? Because I think there's a way to generate some positivity. And without, I just wanted to bring a peaceful energy here, right? Because I think it was needed. And with that, Jack, I love your show. I love the direction it's going. And you bring a lot of great people together to have wonderful conversations. With that, blessings to you as well, Paul, Messenger, and Moose. I'm out.
Thank you, brother. God
Peace,
bless.
Brother Provo. God bless.
I got a quote for you, Jack. This is one of my own. The obstacles I face are the obstacles I create.
It's very true. Hey, and actually with that, I believe the energy Provo just brought was well received, well timed, and from me, well appreciated. I actually think this might be a great time to wrap it up. Right? The purpose of today was to discuss the art of relaxation. We see this lack of respect that people offer to each other. It's absolute fucking nonsense. Bunch of clowns we live with.
It's not attractive.
Well, it makes you wonder, is there hope for humanity? Is there really?
Scott 2B, why do you keep speaking on attractive? You're not an attractive being.
Hey, it's a bullshit.
Do you know how the world works? Or are you fucking in a box just figuring it out all by yourself? You're lonely. You're never going to get out of your box because you don't want anybody but you to be in this world. You want to be above everybody immediately. Paulie, I'm sorry, but that's just my observation.
That's
Scott,
right.
I'm gonna throw. Let's do this. Much love. Seriously, much love. And please, if you saw things you didn't like about individuals, myself included, if you saw things you didn't like in people you saw in here, recognize that everyone's people. And we're all figuring this stuff out together, particularly finding the finesse of production, right? Growing into this method of communication. So please stay tuned. Do the subscribe, share the channel, share with the opportunity with others so that they might learn of what's going on. And we'll be back same time tomorrow, God willing, God by God's grace, we'll be back again same time tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. West Coast, and do the math from there. Subscribe, stay tuned, and we will see you folks again. In the meantime, between now, today, and tomorrow, the next time, ask yourself, what can I do to increase my relaxation? What can I do to bring myself more bliss, more pleasure, more comfort, so that you've got more to share? And with that, thank you, brothers and sisters. Choose love. Until next time, live without fear. Peace.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to ride the Talcott train? This is another broadcast from Mr. Jack Talcott himself. Sit back, relax for a moment, and he'll be right with you.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. Welcome to Chats with Jack. I'm Jack Talcott. There we go. I'm Jack Talcott, and tonight we're going to discuss my favorite topic, living without fear and without purpose. As we get started tonight, and I want to encourage you to relax as well, because tonight I'm going to present my favorite topic and some stories of me. This is my purpose. I've discovered my purpose. Jack Talcott, and my purpose is to live without fear and to help encourage and inspire you to do the same, to help you discover your purpose for this time, so that together we can come together, united, to build a future that others haven't imagined. Because that's where we're going with the conversations tonight. We're kind of allow yourself to break away from the world around and the world of the past and just share time tonight with us, with me. And we're going to open this panel up for conversations. The intentions are the same. I hope to share some messages through me, through us, on some topics that maybe in your hectic life you haven't considered. Because what is your purpose? What is our time? When is the future? I think it's today. I mean, today, why not? It is a special day. We are here. The purpose of tonight, living without fear, living with purpose. What other way could you live? I know both sides of that story. I used to float through my life. That was going to be part of my opening. I'm Jack Talcott. I used to say that, and I still do say it very humbly. I'm really not very special. In fact, when I was part of a running group back in the days in Seoul, Korea, I earned the nickname of Just Jack, that you might chill out and relax into you and have fun being you as you grow into you, and we discover together what we might accomplish. So for those in the chat here, I see some of the familiar names. Jeff Hates Pigs, Moose, of course, is here with me. Christos, welcome, brother. And for those just tuning in, the link should be pinned in the comments in the chat. Feel free to come on up and join the conversation. But where I was going, talking about me, was understanding both sides of this topic, living without a purpose, or at least being unclear on my purpose. Because I'm not a foolish man. I mean, I do think. And I'm kind of proud of what I've grown into today. I've been developing and studying my own mind, my own emotions, my own feelings, because I know that each of us, in our own ways, we share those things together. And so learning about me, I discovered more about you. And in discovering more of you, those around, I said this earlier or last night, man, there are some inspiring stories being created through humanity. Some of the human stories that people have survived, or the accomplishments that they're doing. Man, when I realized what others were doing, I was kind of proud of myself after getting my act together a little bit, breaking the habits of the old ways. Because I'd already achieved, a beautiful, comfortable home in a lovely, just wonderful neighborhood, in a great town, in a great community, in a great town, in a pretty decently safe part of the nation in the U.S. So it's like, dude, I was a good jackass. I was a good mule, I obeyed the bosses and all the rules. I enforced a lot of rules on the customers, because that's what I was paid to do. Well, after my addiction and I started my steps in recovery, and I looked around and really saw where I was. I used to be proud, but now today I know that I was an arrogant fool. I was prideful, and frankly, I was kind of selfish. I was selfish about many things, but in other ways I've always been kind of generous too. So the contradictions, I guess, confuse people. Let's not do that, please. Thanks, Moose. I love you. Hey, and here's where I'm at. You're welcome to join at any time. But here's where we're at. I can't believe this is my life. And yet it just keeps continuing. The blessings, the growth and the changes. And for those who are new or newly discovering what is happening here with Jack Talcott, the Live Without Fear, and this channel, however you discover. If you're new, please do the subscribe thing and share the opportunity, the education, or the information with those who you think might appreciate it. My purpose and my intention is to share some hope, share some encouragement, some inspiration. Every one of us, we're all on our own paths together. It's so easy to forget that there's other people out there facing similar struggles, facing similar problems, right? There's so many people that are welcome.
Thank you. The crowd is loving it. The people are enjoying your monologue. I had to come up here. Oftentimes it's seen as an interruption, but I let you go 10 minutes. I wanted to say we have Quantum Epic down here in the chat. I just want to say hi to a couple people out here for you, Jack. Give you a second to rest, grab some water if you need. Thank you. We got Austin Murphy down here. We got Quantum Epic, Goatfoot, Jeff Hates Pigs. Mr. Smith is down there. Mr. Smith, can you come up and tell us something interesting today, if you don't mind? Ben Ja, man, you're a blessing, brother. If you can come up, we'd love that. Queen of Swords, not really familiar with that name. I'm bad with names. We'd love to have you up here too. So if anybody is out there in the crowd, if you're feeling like it, there's something on your heart, your mind, or you just want to share something, funny, like, today is a celebratory day, right?
That's right.
Some people like to have a little fun. Some people like to partake in the herb. It's a beautiful blessing of God. So I invited some friends here. Hopefully they come out, and hopefully somebody comes up. All right, Jack, I'm giving it back to you, sir. Take it away.
Thank you, brother. I think where I was the intentions and purpose, sharing some light, encouragement, some lessons I've learned, things that I found to be helpful. A couple of the notes I made earlier: living without fear, living with purpose. You've got to become comfortable venturing into the unknown. While you take care of that, please drive safely. Praise God, man. Praise God. So you got to become comfortable venturing into the unknown, right? You got to push past the limits of what you know, what you remember, so you can get into the new ideas, into the imaginations. Brother Unslavius, welcome.
So where'd the moose slave go? I must have been back further, because I was at the part where he was up here. He ran off.
Okay, he's in the back.
I noticed. I could see he's at the helm there. All the constant fidgeting and twitching and moving around, and that's his trademark. He's like one of those avant-garde directors who, cuts real fast and does close-ups and does the blur.
It helps with all the kids that don't have an attention span. Sorry, Jack.
For those who missed what happened, he was putting both of our heads on an image of a Christed image is what it was. There you go. And move it aside. There you go. So you can see the...
Well, as they say in that one movie, are you not entertained? And obviously Paul Enslaved is not entertained. He's not here in this life to be entertained. He's here for rights and freedom. And Jack, if you and I don't stand for rights and freedom, we don't stand with him. So we have to make a choice today. Are we going to unite with the enslaved nation?
Paul, that was me. I was getting a different feed coming through, and if that came through, my apologies. And I apologize for muting and not paying attention to you, Moose, but I had issues on my end. Sorry about that. There's been many factors, and so I don't know. I don't really care. I'm just excited.
Moose, you bought the subscribers, right? Just let's come clean here, right? You did some advertising.
I did not. We did advertise. Moose and I talked about that. And we paid for advertising for the channel.
Yes, we did some advertising, some Facebook posts, and there's a Minds.com, and we've been promoting Jack's new Minds account. So.
And we're Brett. I don't know.
And we had Jesse Hall on, and we had Paul Enslaved on, and we had Freedom Grower on, and we had OTW News on, and we've had almost everybody we can possibly get on the show, because that's, you know, how you grow the show. So yes, the 800 subscribers in a day is actually really insane, especially.
Hey, why is everyone?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's got Starlink as well. That's why
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the whole Sino family. That's what they do. They run off. Just agents of chaos, you know, the whole lineage.
That wasn't anybody related to me. That was actually.
Yeah, no, I know who
she was
that is.
coming up here to add some feminine energy. Vince was coming up here to add something. We just got rid of.
Come on, that's why I'm here. Act. Okay.
Paul, you are so fucking. I mean, I don't want to inflate your ego, but Moose.
Oh, that's not possible.
Moose can confirm the accuracy of this, but right before this, I said what I would love to see is Moose learn from you as far as how you do all this shit, and not shit, how you do all this and the timing and stuff like that. I'd love for him to learn from you and I.
And I had the same hopes, Jack, but then I realized that you just have to be an interesting person, and you can't learn that. So, no, I said him. You said you wanted him to learn from me, and I said, I don't think he can learn how to be interesting. We could try.
Hello, Vince. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Jack. Hey, everyone. How you doing?
We're blessed.
Hey.
Go ahead.
This is my first time up here, so mostly wanted to say hi to Paul because he's my favorite.
Well, that's good to hear, sir. I'm not hated and reviled by everyone quite yet, but we're still.
No, my wife hates you. Okay, I got you. Anyways, Paul, you're like one of the best guys. I love fucking coming on here because, you know, I've been watching you for over like 2 months now. I don't say a whole lot, but I've been watching you, and you do what you're supposed to be doing. I love Jack because he talks about Christian. I don't agree with Jack, and that's why I came on here, because his Christianity and my Christianity are two different perspectives.
And now, see, here I have Michael Sino's brother, who also I wanted him to learn the art of production and comedy, and this is what he came up with. He got into Mrs. Sino's makeup bag, and he's doing this again. I've seen this. That's why he's laughing. He knows. He'd seen his brother do this bit many times, and I tell him, listen, Marvin Sino, it's not funny, okay? It's just bizarre, the whole makeup bit. Moose, can you get your brother out of here, please? So Moose has got his whole family here today. This is why I can't let him be.
Wait. This is our society today. Like, right? We're supposed to love one another. Holy shit, man. That's challenging. It's fascinating, dude. Holy shit. What is evolving and emerging through humanity on this virtual platform? These, wow. Golly geez, I love people, man. People fascinate me.
StreamYard takes the fucking battery.
Oh, but I wanted to also point out another obvious. I found it, Vince, welcome to joining. I find it quite fascinating. You made the efforts to join to share praise to Paul on my platform. So there you go, Paul.
Yeah, so.
Well, I mean, that says that.
Thank
There's
you,
10 loudest voice and most important at this time. I have a huge ego. 6079 now saying I'm garbage and should be deleted, yet he's here every day watching me, everywhere I go. Go ahead, gentlemen, please. I didn't mean to interrupt Mr. Sino, but I did, so I must have.
All right, so I just got to let you guys know, when you come to Jack's platform, you're supposed to praise Jack. I mean, the reason we're all here, we come together to praise Jack. We're all here to give thanks to Jack. And
I just want to say that made me really uncomfortable when he started praising me in front of Jack, because I know that the reason we come here is to praise Jack. So I was going to say something. I'm glad that you piped up there, Skinny Slave, because we can't have that. Okay, sir. If you want to praise me, you bootlick on my platform. You don't do it here. This is all Jack, all the time, 24/7, 365.
Everybody.
This is 420. This isn't like yesterday. It's not 2 days ago. It's not 3 weeks ago. Not 7 months ago. You guys get this shit. If you can't get it by
this
now,
is 420, people. 11. You're not going to come here and reduce this broadcast to rubble.
That's right.
Think round
That's
zero.
right.
I think that might have been a warning. Welcome, Sean. Good to see you, Peniel. And Smith. Welcome, brothers.
Yeah, I called somebody earlier when I was driving. They didn't have an issue with it, so I didn't know. I didn't need the stern warning, though. I'm not a child.
You act like one, though, so we might have to treat you like one sometimes, like you're constantly with my name.
Am I the one whining about my dad at 30 years old? I'm not 30 years old whining about my daddy.
You must have mistaken. That wasn't me whining. That was me going off on him like I'd go off on you, and you wouldn't talk to me the way you do here constantly. So just keep your mouth shut. Keep typing. Come up. Keep hating. Keep my dick and name in your mouth and stay in your position, ho.
No, I just come to fuck with you because you're a tool. And you were saying yesterday.
Well, and this is not the place to come and admittedly fuck with people, Mr. Smith, right? I'm sorry you felt my stern warning, my suggestion, drive safe. I think that's what you were implying. Maybe I misunderstood. But we don't need to be up here attacking each other, man. Today's 420, right?
Hitler's birthday, and that's exactly why I want this tyrant to come back here so I can put him in his fucking place.
Hey, Moose, please bring some folks back. Yeah, I'll bring back. I started that, putting people back.
Go ahead, slave.
Oh, yeah, Cousin It. That fascinated me. I was curious.
Can we get someone down there for a wellness check, please?
Well,
yeah, I'm gonna call the agency.
Hey, actually, Paul, here, the topic. Living with purpose.
Here's another topic, living with mental illness, huh?
Well,
I mean, that might apply to a lot of folks here, 6079, Cousin It, others.
Well,
again, I'm not the one talking about my daddy.
Trump?
Yes, Donald Trump, his presidency, and the continuing presidency of Joe Biden, they are evidence of collective insanity in the United States of America.
But they're white people.
You're joking, right? I mean, that's the thing. I don't try to guess anymore.
Let's keep going.
Let's talk to I'm whining to my daddy. I want to hear more from him.
Yeah. I want to
was just saying only the topic. Does anyone have a purpose? I mean,
yeah. Okay, here's a good.
I have no purpose.
Here's a good topic. I'm currently streaming officially now to 3 channels. So I'm restreaming your stream to.
Here's a good topic.
So
I'm
restreaming the Shaun of Source on Paul's channel, and I'm streaming regular style on Pineal Power, and I'm sharing.
Paul, I'm pretty open and vocal about. I've said it very clearly that the purpose of this is to share conversations, but what purpose brought you guys here? Caveman? Homestead? Okay, so what is your purpose with me? That's a great question.
I like to have debates with you.
Okay, so do you have anything to offer?
Well, we haven't talked about anything yet.
Why don't you try starting?
Well, because you're in the conversation with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other guys.
Okay, here's your opportunity.
Have a conversation with me.
Here's your opportunity to speak to me privately then?
No. And I want to have a good conversation about Christian
You're
values.
the only one preventing me. Like to discuss. I'm prepared right now. Can we please do as you claim to wish?
Okay.
The floor is yours, Homestead. What did you want to talk to me about? I don't know how to be more clear. Vince? You said you had disagreements with what you believe I believe earlier. So was your issue religious in nature? You want to discuss Christianity? I don't know your definitions, but I'll play along. Does yes move the conversation forward?
Religious organization. Can you answer that?
I belong with no others. I represent. What is your
nothing.
point?
You no one.
Okay, is that your point?
No, I'm trying to ask you a simple question. You don't want to answer it because you are a non-believer of Christ.
Is anyone else witnessing this?
Forward.
Well, Moose, no, let's fucking resolve this.
What are you? Because you.
What don't you what would resolve your disagreement? I'm not going to believe what you're saying.
Of course you
just
won't.
because you fucking say it. And I suggest you start doing the same with yourself. Stop believing things just because you fucking think them.
Actually, hold on a second. Yeah, my husband was asking for clarification from where you're coming from with he's listened to a few of the things you've said, but he was merely asking for clarification from where you're coming from in your beliefs. So he's asking whether you're Catholic.
Here, let's do a fun game. Let's do a fun game, Jack. Can we ask?
Excuse me, Paul. I was just clarifying for Jack. So,
You're right.
Jack, if
well,
you could
you're
actually...
right. I'm not the one who's confused. I was being pressured to restrict myself to a definition for someone else. They want me to conform to their narrow fucking views on who and what I'm sharing. Now, I don't know what the confusion is. I don't know why though that couple believes they need to challenge me and interrogate me. But
Jack, they admitted indirectly they're living a damn nightmare.
Well,
right?
Amen.
They don't agree with each other. They don't see the same vision. They don't have the same purpose. And you know it's because that woman's angry. She hates me. And mostly, you're still yapping, lady. This is part of the problem with a lot of these women. They're angry and hateful. They say, I'm angry and hateful. They'll come here for Jack because he talks love, then say they hate me, and then yap over him.
Right.
Where's the disconnect?
Here. He's saying this is the way to God. Please. I'm telling you, my relationship with the all that is, it's quite simple. It is the now. So chill out into the now. It's 420 day, man.
Okay.
We don't need interrogation.
Can I speak? First of all, I want to say, hold on. Paul, I was wrong, but you're still my friend. Jack, I'm not trying to get you to go against your religion. I only wanted to know where you were coming from. Was it a Catholic or a non-denomination? Because they're two different things. Catholic has more traditions. Non-denomination don't. Catholic will have saints and idols and stuff.
Idol worshippers.
Well, you want to keep talking
Not that I
and
wanted to
repeating
make
your
fun of
confusion.
you. None of that.
Okay, do you want an answer? The answer is available when you establish self-control and stop speaking. The answer is right here.
Right,
Easy.
I understand that. Speaking for almost 5 minutes. What about you guys?
I'm sorry, Vince. You got to understand that Jack Talcott knows what he's talking about, and if you
know
can't
that.
resonate with that, then
Well,
I don't know,
here,
man.
let me surrender to now. So you brought up some questions that I'm trying to answer, right? And you brought up some good things that I've been learning about. You asked if I fall under the Catholic practices. No. And history shows that there have been many deceptions used and probably still continuing based upon the traditions that have been passed down to us. Okay. But there's also some value in, thinking of the saints, thinking of divine examples of others. There is value in some of the traditions, but we can't get caught up in the traditions, and we got to get past the fucking names, right? The labels of each other.
Right. So listen. Okay. So there's what? So you guys, but for half an hour we've been talking about nothing, and you guys still trying to convince me that I need saving. I guess. Thank you, Jesus.
Nobody
Hey,
tried to convince you anything.
if you heard that, you should probably pursue that thought. I don't think anyone said anything like that. But
Yeah, I don't think anybody said anything like that
nobody
either,
here's trying
Jack.
to save
So
anybody.
I just want to say thank you to our guests tonight. We got Mr. Unslavious himself, the great. We got Cousin It. We've got Caveman, OTW News, and Mr. Smith up here. And Creating a Homestead was just up here. So thank you for spending your time, your energy, and your participation today. It's very valued. Jack, where do you want to take this panel tonight, brother? Because you said you wanted to keep it kind of early. You have some shit to do tonight. You want to be a doer. You want to get some shit done. So what do we want to do for the last 30 minutes?
You see, hold on a second. I would like to intervene real quick, Moose, if you don't mind, Jack. I'd like to say something.
Please.
Because what's happening here is I think that the people that are watching and are doubting what you're saying, Jack, is because they're not familiar with the fact that the Christ consciousness, and they still believe in some dude coming in the cloud on a flying horse with a bunch of angels coming to save their asses. You understand? And they don't understand the real perspective of where you're coming from, and you're coming from the perspective of the Christ consciousness. So you are the reborn Christian, and the Christians that claim to be Christians are actually the ones that are deceived and are the Antichrist, in fact. So you heard it here, and it comes from OTW News. I believe that the Christians of today are the Antichrist. Thank you very much.
It's not just the Christians. It is literally the conditioned ego. What I think history will show is that in some cases it does. I mean,
it's because
that
there's a
happened on
difference
my
between people believing that man walked the earth and people believing that he didn't, and believed in these allegorical stories and not the literal stories of the Bible, okay? Because the Bible is not a literal book. It is an allegorical book, completely, 100%. There's no if what's about it. It's just allegory. 33 Jacob's ladder, 33 steps. It's connected directly to your vertebrae. You have 33 vertebrae in your spinal column. It's also connected to Jack and the Beanstalk, who has 33 leaves. It's all talking about the spinal column and the spinal cord and how that sacred secretion flows through those canals and go up and down the spinal column and the spinal cord, and does all that fucking stuff. Feeds your brain with the proper nutrients, so you can actually live a longer life.
Boy, this guy's a real dumbass.
No,
so there you go.
I just think he's drinking the Kool-Aid. No one gets to heaven except through the Father.
Well, the heaven is now. It is to be received.
Yeah, and the Father sits at the throne, and the throne is the pineal gland or the optic thalamus. That's where the throne of the soul of man is.
That's what we can all practice. We can all practice sharing what is true, what is encouraging, what is inspiring with each other. I don't remember who said what, but OTW. OTW speaking the truth, man.
Of course I am, and I know this. Jesus was crucified at 33 years of age, which is the 33rd vertebrae, which is the colostrum right here. You guys got to go study and do some research, figure it out. I mean, I'm not going to be the theologist here and trying to freaking educate people on the Bible when they obviously these Christians don't even fucking read it.
Santos Bonacci.
That's a great resource I learned from. I can't remember the name you just said. Bonacci. Wizard
yes, a good friend of mine, by the way.
Is he really?
Yes, I know him personally. I'm friends with
that guy. Is amazing. If you know him personally,
he shares my content.
Dude, I would love to. I learned of him and I saw a little bit of his work. I'd love to meet that guy, learn from
next level.
Well, I might get an exclusive. He might be showing up on my show soon. So if you're lucky, I'll send you an email and you can show up on that day and come and have a nice little conversation with Mr. Santos Bonacci. Hopefully, he's going to be able to liberate himself soon. He confirmed that he will come, but he's not sure which day yet. So I'm still waiting.
Talking about crystal oil. Is that what it's called? Crystal oil?
It's called the sacred secretion, the Christ consciousness. There's many different words for it. Kundalini. There's different terms in different cultures about the same story. My videos on my channel, I have a bunch of videos about this topic. I bring it up many times because it is one of the truths that's out there that nobody talks about.
Hey,
could I mention something real quick?
Let me interrupt for just a moment. Moose, do us a favor, please. Will you drop OTW's link in the chat? And that way, for those who are hearing this and want to check this out, subscribe up and pay attention for when it happens. So, thank you, Moose.
Of course, and anybody out there who wants to buy OTW 10,000 subscribers, he said he'll take them all.
There you go.
But I'd rather have donations. I'd rather have money than subscribers. Just saying.
Well, I wanted to simply add that to reinforce what you were saying, the Bible contains many mystical teachings, many hidden messages, and right now, alive today, there are many scholars and many messengers who are sharing what is true. And with that, Freedom Grower, Dick, I saw you show. Welcome, brother. And Scott.
Howdy, how's it going?
That was me. That was Smith. I'm not going to listen to the New Age bullshit. Go ahead.
You got your King
Yeah,
James,
you'll listen to
Constantine,
old
Council of
New Age.
Nicaea.
Ancient knowledge that predates.
You ready to read from the good book?
What a dumbass.
If you actually did any of actual historical research, you would actually know what I'm telling you. And that the letter J 500 years ago wasn't even part of the English alphabet or the French alphabet. They integrated that letter, all right, so to
Yeah,
fashion the
OTW,
Bible
we
to their
appreciate you.
fashion, and also who
Show. And so if there's a couple people on the panel that you don't want, now would be a good time to kick them out.
Well,
Or I mean, not kick them out, not
President,
throw them out. I'm not saying tyrant to
no.
people. I'm saying, if somebody doesn't have anything to offer and they want to go or whatever,
Yeah,
to let
this
someone else come up, just know that.
6079 is pretty much valueless and purposeless,
Well,
so he could go first.
actually, Cousin It has been more of an interruption and disruption, a distraction. Let's start there. Thank you for bringing that up. If anyone else,
Hey, Dick.
very good
Yeah.
to get rid of the disruptive thing there.
Here, go ahead, Scott, please.
Just wondering now that Dick's front and center, what's your problem with the Bible? And I know it's put together by fucking 1,000 people over 1,000 years, but do you think that if God could create you with a tornado-like fucking scenario out of a junkyard, okay? Well, I don't know. You don't think he could put together the Bible by pushing, influencing, maybe creating the hands that implemented it?
No, sir. I love the good book, and I wanted to read from it with you and read Galatians 4:20 if you're available. It's a perfect, timely scripture, if you will, for the day and time that we're in. A little bit of synchronicity, possibly, in this moment.
Go ahead, sir.
With the
please.
blowing up.
Go ahead, Freedom, please.
I don't have the
Galatians 4:20 says, I just thought it was ironic because you said prove it.
Moose.
And I was like,
Please
I know
take the
that
music
because I was
off,
a good
man.
old independent fundamental Baptist at one point. So I know my King James Bible well, sir. And my dogs are getting ready to go out here for a walk. So they're getting all excited. But it says, tell me ye that ye desire to be under the law. Do ye not hear the law? For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman. But he of the free woman was by the promise. Which things are an allegory? For these are the two covenants, the one from the Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Agar.
Thank you, Dick,
That means
for
you got the
supporting.
spirit of your mama, that bondwoman that you came from.
It's possible.
Well, I'm not sure where the conversation went, but here's what I do know.
He said that proof was an allegory, and that just said that everything Abraham and Sarah.
What I was trying to say is humans through religion and government, we have overcomplicated our lives. Okay, the story of the Bible is a beautiful source of information.
Agreed.
And it's one of many sources to go to in order to learn. But the greatest source, it's your time here on
It's
earth.
a book to enslave people for those who do not have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. Okay, but it'll free you from bondage if you have the eyes to hear, the eyes to see and the ears to hear. So that means that if you understand the book spiritually and non-literally, all right, you'll actually free yourself from bondage.
I really want to know what Paulie thinks what he thinks this fundamentally is all about. What is the Bible, King James Version? If you want to go to New Testament, I want your opinion.
Wait a minute. So nobody heard that the book itself says that it is an allegory. That's
I did.
I heard
I knew
that.
that.
It just happens to be 420.
You realize
what is an allegory? Hey,
that's
Jack,
hidden beneath
that spiritual meaning.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Okay, so
Hey, Jack.
yes.
Like, I'll give you an example of an allegory, Jack, just so you understand real quickly, okay? Snow White and the Seven Dwarves is an allegory for Snow White being you as an individual, okay? And the seven dwarves are the seven chakra. And the whole story is an allegory from the journey from the bottom chakra, the top chakra, to a spiritual ascension. So this is an allegory for the chakras and, the crown. The whole fucking story is embedded in the story of Snow White.
I know, I get this. But this is why we grew 800 subscribers in 2 days, and you didn't, OTW. You're putting the people to sleep out there. We dropped, the numbers dropped like 10, 15 people left when you started talking about God. Maybe we could find a topic that people actually want to hear about today. Like, Talcott, can you take over, man?
Well, thank you. Actually, let's bring all of this back into topic, right? Living without fear, living with a purpose. There's many people, they spend their whole lives, spend days and days arguing over what a book says. what a book means. And thankfully, there are many people like that because they've been sharing what they've learned. And so there's a lot of places to go to in order to learn different perspectives and explanations of what the book means. But what it comes down to, really, simplify it. Pretend Jesus was a man just like us who had a different life, different than yours and different than the lives of people who you know. And he was perfectly raised with all the signs, all the education, all the support he needed throughout his life to accomplish that which he did. And he made the choices, seeing the signs that his end was coming. He prayed for, it's his story. But we all go through these stories. Every one of us is on our own hero's journey. And when we go off in the wilderness on our own, life can get challenging, but it really is better than staying small and a hobbit, right? In the village. My mind drifted to whatever that movie was, but the point of the Bible was to teach us to live with faith that there is a loving creator that somehow designed all of us and all of this. This world was gifted to us. And many of the comforts we all share today, they were gifted to us by the work of people before us or other people at this time. So living without fear, it's an important trait in the Bible. The thought of God, the belief of God helps many. But the thought of God, the belief of God causes fear in many as well.
Maybe sinners.
Well, if we can humble ourselves to the truth, as Jesus was, I am. Okay, think that thought.
I know that thought. I'm just saying that you're saying that's allegory. So why are you quoting it then? It's whatever. I can jump off the stream, but you gave OTW a couple minutes. He rattled off numbers. When I do it, it's like, oh my God, there goes Smith again, bro. My numbers prove the exact opposite of what he's proving with his. So,
hey, Jack,
what you're doing, and
it doesn't matter that you say that you're not a slave and everyone else is. You don't prove anything. You live in a trailer.
Right.
Don't lose your
keep
point.
going to me living in a trailer when that was a choice because I'm perfectly happy here. You're not.
Well, like you're a life coach, but you haven't made it that far in life, bro.
Stop.
Right. So because I don't have like a mansion and a yacht, I haven't succeeded on any level in my life and whatever I do. Right. A great attitude from a supposed spiritual being who sounds like a worldly slave.
Stop, please stop. Okay,
I'm happier than ever, living within my means, debt free, and being able to do whatever I want whenever I want. You're a dumb slave.
It is. Hey, we are blessed. We're all blessed together. Now, let's not jump into other. Please share, Mr. Smith. The floor is yours. You cool? You want to share something? I tried unmuting you, but I don't know how to unmute you. Okay. And we agreed we're going to roll with the flow. And as this is deteriorating to me, that's a sign the Spirit wants me to move on to the other opportunities.
Yeah, man. I think it'll be more fruitful. These guys are just fucking around. They don't take you seriously. They don't take what we're doing seriously. So we'll have to come back and see if they do tomorrow.
But yes, not
You just
not
put a
to
Simpsons
include
car dance music off with alarms, and we're not taking Jack seriously.
Do something to break it up. He said it's 420. Have a little bit of fun today, and so I was trying to do that. But everybody's a goddamn critic.
What's more fun than Paulie?
Well, you're right. Paul's a lot of fun, but not with the bickering.
When you're getting yelled at all the time for being a dumb slave, how's that fun?
We won't have that problem.
Can you come up with a new word for slave? New word for slave.
That's my other one, a dumb chimpanzee.
Pansy. How about not chimpanzee, not slave? How about just fucking pansies? You bunch of pansy asses.
Right.
Well,
that's
on
fair.
top of that, hey, Scott, on top of this, I've got Mr. Smith here criticizing me and Paul and OTW. And it's
why, Smith?
Give Smith the opportunity to say what he wants.
He doesn't have anything to say.
That's what
peaceful silence is an evident. Well, let's go back to allegory. Fuck, let's talk about something else. The Wizard of Oz is a fucking federal bank allegory. We're sitting here. Smith, are you back? No, he's gone. No. Bring somebody else up if there's anybody in back. But Paulie is the fucking riot. Paulie, and not for nothing. I won't say that Paulie made you because if he doesn't wipe your ass, he ain't making nothing. But if he's leading people to you, then you should appreciate it, because he's going to draw more people to him for a number of reasons. Good, bad, or indifferent. Good press, bad press. Any fucking press is good press. So
Hey,
Paulie's mastered.
Scott, you're preaching to the choir with the choir, man. Okay.
Yeah, we know that this train is moving. It's been steaming, man. You're kind of like 7 months late, a year or two late. Like you should have been managing us before the fallout, not like after the fallout.
I mean, this platform, this channel is growing in great part and influence due to Paul Enslaved, and proper instruction motivates people.
You're going to end up with the viral moment on your fucking channel if you just stop cutting this fucking asshole off.
Well, Scott,
I'm an asshole, but I'm just saying, you guys want the fucking meat and potatoes. You better let it happen organically. Stop fucking around, or you're going to miss it.
For the love of Pete, I agree.
Yeah, put him down. Put him down, Jack. Let me handle this, right? You're not going to embarrass me and Jack here. This place, again.
It is partly more about me over here, right? I got introduced and
you'll never make it to the United Nations then.
Say again?
No offense. I said then the chances of you making it to the United Nations on a fucking Goodwill Ambassador trip is going to be slim to none, because you're not trying to make that moment that it happened.
Hey, Scott, here's what you're missing, all right? If when given the opportunity, maybe I don't have the flair and the timing and the entertainment of Paul, but I do have some wisdom to offer. And I actually do offer quite a bit on my own, with or without the participation of Paul and others. So respectfully, Scott, I love you, and I love what I've seen.
He wants to work
don't
with you,
know
Scott,
everything,
but you
do
got to
you?
understand, Jack is the goddamn man. That's why we're here. That's why we're in his fucking.
Hey, it's a version of several people out there that I know in the past that have made it, and some people current, and has a
Scott, hold on. I could sum it up for you in like 3 words. Basically, you either need a daddy or you want to fuck him. And I'm not sure which one, but
it's like
speaking the word of God. That's as simple as it gets.
Well, I don't have the same.
He works 80 hours a week to pay the slave tax and live in a hovel. Doesn't he have to get back to work?
Hey, Paul, hold on just a moment. Golly, jeez, man. Scott, what I was trying to say is, what in the fuck is the problem with each and every one of you? What in the fuck is your problem?
Jack, you're not fucking tough. You're a bitch. You're a fucking bitch.
Wow.
You can, hey, Moose, he can stay gone for the rest of the evening.
Hey, Jack, that wasn't your tough act, was it?
No, I was pointing out the facts, and since the facts affected him, he got triggered and felt he had to flap his fucking gums again. But that's all he's been doing up here. Just flapping his gums, throwing insults and accusations at Paul, and then me, and then Paul, and then I'm sure it was others. So
a lot of times when somebody doesn't understand something, then they'll fucking retort like that because they're just miffed or they're fucking disenfranchised. Well, he's probably a little of both, and no offense to him. I hope he catches up, but either catch up, catch on, or, well, fucking stay where the hell you are.
see this man with the plan right here, Jack. Sorry, Mr. Enslavius.
Talk, Paulie. Paulie, I'm here for you, brother. Hey, I'm here for you too, but I was looking for Paulie earlier.
For the love of God, I've just been trying to say one thing. Hey,
use your words.
Well, this is the thing. People, I can't control what people allow me to offer. But what I was trying to say to you, Scott, is I haven't had the same background as you with the same celebrity contact and stuff like that. But I see the stardom. I see this stardom that you're describing. Okay.
I was trying to remember because I wasn't watching. I was listening while I was working. But you're the 2 Live Crew guy. It sounds like the same.
I'm nobody that would put a common denominator down on the floor.
Have you ever met Tony Robbins?
I have.
Sweet. Look, see, all you got to do is ask sometimes, Jack. Asking you shall receive.
Daddy.
No, I don't have a connection to Tony, but I met him, his wife. I met his manager. A girlfriend of mine was working with them. She was actually permanent makeup esthetician, skincare girl, and was taking care of the girls on the staff. Those girls were made up. This is a production. Fucking
so Jack has huge aspirations to meet up with Tony? Something you
Pay
think?
five or try and catch him over. And I mean, look, I don't have any egg in this. I don't have any fucking stake in this. I was just looking to tell you what I would do if I were you. And bottom line, everything you need is right there in front of you. You have it
I
all.
don't want to be in a room with a bunch of monetarily successful, but still.
It's not about that. It's not about being a monetary.
Yeah, no, I'm not into in the trailer at the trailer park with all the real American.
Living with purpose. This is part of my purpose. Okay, please.
No.
Purpose.
Just
Don't
blame
mean
it
to
on
interrupt you, but
guys.
my thought with Paulie to begin with was he had the content, he has the personality, he has the ability to do things. Somebody that has a few ideas might be able to open a door or two for him. He says, I want to stay in the trailer, then nobody's going to be able to open that door. My only suggestion was get to film festivals, not where anybody's going to give you a fucking thing to do anything. You're going to have to put in the work. You're going to have to go talk to people, get them to like you, and find your way to a fucking distributor or a buyer. All right? Somebody's going to take your ass and if you don't want, look, you can make your decision of whether you want money, you want a goat, you want a fucking Ferrari. You don't have to take money. Listen, these people, all right, well, it's not the gatekeepers of the world that you're looking for. It's what? I mean, Jack has a different idea. I think you guys are channeling or on parallel paths a little bit. So what is it you're looking for? I don't know. I'm not looking to help you on this at all.
Give it to him in tandem. Amazing grace.
Oh, sweet.
Now I see.
Wait.
For nothing, motherfucker. You're still lost and looking. I'm found, bitch.
What?
I enjoy living my life with purpose. I enjoy trying to move something forward. I have a lot of problems. I don't think you have any idea how many problems I have. I'm not suggesting I have any answers or I can lead you. I'm not a leader. I just know that I've done some things and I've seen people do a lot of other things. And success leaves clues.
Hey, Scott and Paul, can I help try to communicate?
Can we play Bust a Nut first? Did you know this guy wrote Bust a Nut? Let's play that.
I didn't write it at all. Biggie Smalls wrote that.
What was the connection? I missed some of that. I know you had a connection to Luke.
I've had a couple different studios over the years, and we were down in, well, actually my crew of musicians, production team that I worked with, was down working on Lorenzo's album for Luther Campbell, Uncle Luke at Pack Jams. This is nobody you would know. It's a hip hop little black kid. And then while they were in there doing that, a spit tape from Christopher Wallace, Biggie Smalls, which if you go, it's a Tupac or is it Biggie? Is it Tupac or is it Biggie? People ask, who do you like most? Well,
are you familiar with the Fudge Packing Conference? Where
I'm sure you are. Have you been down there all the way on your knees?
I'm saying festival.
You too.
Brother. It's a little bit.
Hey, there was a bunch of crazy shit. I'm familiar with a couple times in club.
You were on a story though. Please come back. Where you
had studios worked. I just worked with Luke. That came in, and my boys put the track to it. It's been cut up and sampled through club songs for God. You couldn't find the original unless you go back to the album. Never forget from whence you came. It's pretty hard to find that original track, which sucked. The guy's got a spit tape, put the music to it. Biggie never came back and actually did the track over it. So it was released as good as it could be. Never, as far as I could have been a lot better.
Now let me ask you a question, sir. How long did you study this man's release?
Release right now. I hear you're still into that book.
Dude,
discharge. When you get the discharge, let me know if it comes over you.
Right, the DD-214. I'll look for
Holy shit. Paul, you two actually have some timing and chemistry together. Holy shit.
Well, I don't think he knows what timing's about.
No, well, bullshit.
He's actually pretty good on it. He's pretty good on it. I was hoping he'd come up with something.
Yeah, Scott's a quick draw. I could see that.
No,
silence was even better.
The reason he's not dropping gold right now is because you guys won't shut the fuck up.
Right.
It's like I'm like the ringleader of a goddamn circus.
Moose, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I mean, Scott's been talking for an hour, man. Are you serious? Look at fucking Freedom's about to die there in front of the camera. Fuck, boredom.
Hold on. Moose, it kind of is, and I don't know if Dick is suffering or not, but I'm enjoying this enough. I don't care.
A good purpose and meaning in life, and then Moose, the world's worst producer. Fucking guy can't get internet.
So guys, keep the trailer.
No, it's
out
not
of this,
about the
'cause I would
trailer.
love
It's
to have
about
that trailer.
It's about
honestly,
every
Are we
single
gonna-
guy. We're all right.
Man, I
You're
just can't.
Go ahead.
One of these slave bozos all day, every day. Let's not
What was
forget
his
that.
name?
Right.
no comment.
The 5 of them. I had a girl on the phone that tuned
I mean,
in
it's
last
easy
night.
when you pay them, brother. It's easy.
Wait,
Never
Easy for
paid
them to
my
watch you
Obviously,
more.
Spontaneous, crazy events in life, they unfurl and reveal some amazing things. And I think I heard you share that message the other day that
The point is you're not here to hurt anybody. If you are, then you're here for the wrong reasons. All right. And I think Paul kind of knows that, but at the same time, he attracts an element that everybody's trying to hurt everybody. 609, whatever his name, Smith over here. I mean, once you get that, and Paul, I'm all about the hazing effect and getting to know somebody, especially the way I came at you. But I'm literally throwing like one of the oldest connections that I have on the board that I haven't dealt with in years. I mean, Luke is nothing compared to the 28 years after that.
Oh, what the fuck, man? Are you going to get this fucking Uncle Luke guy on here? You're just going to keep talking about him. Get him on.
I haven't talked to him in 28 years. I mean, I just said that.
Well, I mean, you don't even know this guy. This is Sunday.
I brought it up because of the First Amendment. You can't remember that? I mean, the guy that took the fuck. He brought it to the fucking Supreme Court. This black brother, he ran up against the justices and said, I'll say whatever I want on my albums because the First Amendment says I can. And they
well, that's part of the problem, sir. See, we don't align. I look forward to the old days where the African Americans were kept in line, wouldn't speak to a white man. See, they're a little too uppity now.
I give up. You're Archie Bunker reincarnated. Fuck me. There's no help. We just got to get you an old shitty chair and
Sorry,
beat it.
man. I'll pass on the fucking you part though.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's going to be hard. You couldn't get a 10-penny nail up my ass with a sledgehammer.
Hey, Scott, hold on, man. I forgot about that part of the story too. I mean, that really was something when NWA came out, and there was a few other artists too that were just fucking attacked with censorship, and there was some what I thought at the time unlikely people coming forward and standing up, spending time with the courts and standing up for freedom of speech, the artist industry. I mean, for the artists within the music industry actually standing up for rights and freedoms of others. I think that's what Scott's saying with that connection with Luke. That's pretty cool, man. And that's the point. Go ahead.
The whole point behind it was I know that Paulie was standing up for himself. So I've stood up for myself, have evidence of it. I'm in the middle of it right now. I'm communicating, via email with the state's attorney, assistant state attorney. And a lot of times they won't talk to you at all. But, when you step to them, then, I have a district judge that's told her you're going to talk to them or they're going to move it up further somehow, I guess. So I'll see what happens. It's a suck situation because we are slaves, Paul. Trying to free them is my idea. I don't have any grand idea that I'm the one that can do it. I'm not even, sure I know where to begin. Fuck.
Hey, Scott,
yeah.
You're in the perfect place because I'm foolish enough to believe that we can change it, that we can totally.
You know why? Your fellow man is corrupt, brother. Okay. And it's on such a level. It's on such a level that it's unfettered, it's unbelievable, and it's ubiquitous. Now, here's the problem. It's contract after contract. So every time you cross a line, a state line, a municipal line, everything, it's a new contract. They can't even cross the contract. So if you don't know what you're getting into, it's almost sometimes impossible to get out of it. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're Paulie Unslaved going to tell him everything in the book and try and talk your way out of it. He's smart to say, I'm not going to stand up against him because that's the fucking last thing you want to do. These are trigger happy fucking, people these days. And if you don't realize that, it's a fucking mistake walking out the front door today, right now.
Well, brother,
where you are.
The first casualty of war is truth. The rest are mostly civilians.
I'm sorry.
I'm tired of learning of civilians dying, and I see that many people are dying not only in foreign lands, but within the lands that we share because of corruption, what you just said. Man has been corrupted by corrupted systems that have been passed down generation after generation.
Money's the root. Money is what's corrupted man. Money. Banks,
see,
all
brother,
wars.
amen. That's the point. I learned this recently. It's just pointed out. It's obvious. The Bar Association was apparently formed to protect the government. The government is formed to protect the bankers, and it's all a bunch of lies. People are literally dying for money, fiat currency, and it's debt.
Let me ask you what you would propose as an alternative, okay? And now hear me out for a second, because there's some people out there that now, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, no matter how much you try, you're not gonna be able to help them figure things out where they can manage themselves. They're violent, they're unfucking chained, and we have to have a society that keeps that in check. Now, the society that we built that is called the law enforcement in the government body has run amok. I mean,
here the way we reduce government and censorship and oppression is by citizens learning to govern themselves, treating each other as though we care about.
I agree with that.
What's happening with each other.
Hey,
It is that simple.
Paulie, feel that one? Because I got my opinion on that, but I don't want to be hogging all the air.
Well,
what is that?
How does he said citizens need to learn to govern themselves, and you're fucking.
Yeah, don't mind me. I don't have an opinion that matters. Representative to be in sound weights and measures. Is that what you're getting at?
They already have other countries that are going to dollars that they've figured out how to put a film on the fiat currency looking dollars, so it's paper, but it's not paper. It actually has gold and silver put right into the paper, so they can use smaller.
That's wild. Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah,
that.
And so you don't have an issue there. We just have to fucking make sure that the assholes that are putting the gold into the paper aren't fucking steal it, and the people that are passing the paper around aren't. So it'll be weights and measures on the end of this.
Well, but here's the thing: money has been used as a distraction. It breaks the connection between those who produce the goods, those who consume the goods. It's kept us completely separated and divided, not only in that way, but wealth has always been the divider between us. It was never gender or race.
There's no way to get around. One guy's going to go out and plow the fields.
Scott, hold on, Scott. There is ways. All we have to do. Here's where we're at. The deceived raise the confused. The confused adults today that have never overcome their unhealed childhood trauma.
Answers: the secrets have been found, but how could one fool make another wise? Nothing's different than it used to be to live and die. That's just the mystery. We take it all and give nothing back, and then we consume it all until we lack. Because no one's together, no one's touching ground. Look at each other. It's chaos all around. Same situation. Nothing's really new. No one's together. It's me and you. Now.
Well, that's why if you have a farm that produces food, if you have connections with like-minded neighbors, where you have defensible space, you have the ability to get clean water, regardless of electricity or not. You just have watershed or even, shallow wells. When you have these type of skills that go along with owning land like that and maybe handling animals, horses, and livestock, you're just a skilled, resourceful fabricator that can deal with a multitude of different problems and situations that you'll face. And so the sooner you get into that mindset, that type of lifestyle, the quicker you realize how much you have to learn, but how much there are old timers that have been doing it for quite a while that are glad to lend a hand and, help impart some of their knowledge to you. As a matter of fact, they love seeing a young whippersnapper, which it's amazing you think I'm a young whippersnapper, but that's in some cases what I am when I'm coming in there asking questions or whatever. And I wonder what happens with some of these farms. It's with the way everything's set up, they're all going to be bought out by this BlackRock. So if you get one, somehow you're going to have to fight tooth and nail to keep it, because of course they want to get people off their land.
They're going to have
to always got that element too. You're going to have to contend with.
Damn. They have to kill these corporations for real.
Not they, we. We are here. We can. We're going to unite. I've been saying this a lot, and eventually people will start accepting the idea. We're going to unite together as community, and the community through collective ideas, collective connections, collected efforts. We're going to confront and overcome the divisions of poverty and wealth that kept everyone apart in the past. I'm confident we can. And I'm confident that, you know what? This is our lifetime. What you just shared with us, Scott, well, the patterns of time will continue individually in our lives. We'll keep recreating the same relationships, the same problems, the same headaches. We'll keep recreating these things in our lives until we identify the problem and we say, nope, no more. And then we change. And I think that's what I did individually in my life. And the method of my life has always been starting over from where you're at with nothing, with what you've got, just move forward. And, you know, we're all here to share ourselves, our love, our hope, and our forgiveness with each other. That's what I'm learning more about. Forgiveness feels good, love feels better, and we feel love through gratitude. I'm grateful for all of you here now and those who tune in the future. Please do the subscribe thing and let's build something. I seriously think if we use our connections and if we connect the right ideas and the right people, the world will transform. We can share connections and resources to make this happen some way. Because this is our lifetime to try, right? I wasted over 40 years fucking obeying this society.
Can I be candid? Can I be candid? I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say anything, but if this is what our country's come to, I wonder how the rest of the world's really looking at us, because what the fuck?
Exactly. The rest of the world has been looking at the U.S., I think, for a long time saying, what in the fuck? What the fuck is going on? And you know what? Hey, Scott, what you said, I don't even need to see it to believe I understand what you're talking about. And the fact is, we're living through a time like no others. We've got the connections and ability to communicate and for information to be shared, and the darkness is coming to surface.
They're going to shut this down. They're going to shut the whole system down. You're going to have a fucking dark days. I've heard people talking about this coming sooner than later too.
Well, I'm going to use this fear you're bringing as
I don't believe it.
We need to do something. Hey, we have the opportunity to do something to interrupt the plans that people are sharing what's going on. For those who don't know, it's time to start open your eyes and asking questions.
Okay, you know what ChatGPT is, right? So it's AI, right? You know what AGI is?
Yes, I think so. That's the new graphics AI where they can put a different face on.
No, all the AI people are trying to run together to see who can get to artificial God intelligence first.
Oh, well, here, this is part of the point too. There are so many signs. We need to friggin' change. We need oversight in the advancements of this AI stuff and the technologies that are there. We need the technologies that have been hidden by those who have wealth and freaking lawyers. Those technologies that can help heal need to be shared. And it's time for humans, to stop being ignorant. I mean, there's so much knowledge that's been gathered throughout the centuries regarding what is true, and we're living in a world and a time of lies.
Voice of God technology, if you want to know a little bit about it, they had it back in the first Gulf War, okay? If you wonder how we walked into Iraq and took Saddam Hussein's fucking royal guard apart, it was because they were able to speak into their inner earlobe, into their brain, as if they were right there. Well, what was that but 5G millimeter technology?
Well, this is the thing though. Part of human development is learning which voices to pay attention to and which ones to ignore. Okay, think about that within and outside. We got to learn knowing what to ignore so you can know what is true. And what is true, brothers and sisters, is that we are We are the saviors that we've been praying for. We're the ones that.
Not saying that wasn't used as friend see Saddam's palace and whatnot. That you're talking about. What was it? Desert. There was Desert Storm. Was the first one with Schwarzkopf, is where I'm talking about them using that. The second one was Desert Freedom, and no, that was completely different setup. It's when they went into the Royal Guard, the guys were walking straight up to the Americans with their guns over their heads, going, "Oh, praise Allah, we give up, we're sorry here," and setting down their guns. They were taking big mobile gas units forward, and the empty Chinooks, they had to bring prisoners back. That's how we went into Iraq and into Kuwait. Just taking willing prisoners that were walking in and saying, "Please take us, make us free."
I'm slow to the take, and I don't mean to interrupt, but did Paul say goodbye, or did he get offended or anything? I don't think so. He just flipped out, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Jack.
No idea.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah, brother.
I came on to ask you just a quick question. I was wondering why I was randomly put on timeout for 5 minutes for no reason by Moose.
I don't know.
Nobody does. He never answers questions like that.
Okay.
Hey Moose. Hey Moose. Why is he hiding? Hey Moose. Moosey boy.
Hey Austin.
Hey, you're welcome, dude.
I know. It's fucking annoying. It's annoying because all I do is drop a comment every now and then. And then Moose with his fucking his little power stick, he likes to just fucking
Okay, well, hey Austin.
Yeah, I don't want the cop. I don't want the
Austin. Yeah. Okay, you little child wanted to come up and complain about a reaction, so I was curious what was the nature of the comments. Maybe your ignorant ass should properly be blocked, but I don't know. So the ignorant ass comes from the way you presented yourself to me. So anyway, God bless. Patrick, OTW, what do you think, brother?
About what exactly? Because, there's been a couple of topics that's flown by, so I'm not too sure where we're at.
Oh, hey,
I was actually busy texting with Santos, to be truthful. Yeah, I was. I have the, I can prove it. I can bring up the, see?
Austin, I brought you back. But was there a purpose for your return?
Has that dumb fucking thing on my screen there, that blur thing. Hold on a second.
It's not necessary. I don't need evidence.
Very well, though.
I don't know what we're doing.
I was showing you the text that I was getting from Santos.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
I was trying to, but anyway, Moose was putting up something, so I guess it didn't want me to show that.
Well, okay. No, I think it was shown, but I don't know. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, because you asked me what I thought about it, and I was told you I was preoccupied because I was texting with Santos, and just to bring you back into where we were, and I'm going to tell you that that's where I was during while you were asking me my thoughts.
And no worries, brother.
So right back over to you, brother. So
thank you, and you know what? Good work, taking actions, inspired thought, pursued with actions, create the results we want. So, amen. Hey, Austin.
It's all good, man. I don't have the energy to argue. I really don't. So
good.
Yeah,
we don't have to argue.
I really don't. Yeah, I don't have the energy for it. I was just wondering why I was randomly fucking blocked from the chat.
Yeah, no worries. Do you have any interest in the topic that's being discussed?
The topic changes every 5 minutes, so it's really
well. The topic described. How about that topic described? Living without fear or living with purpose?
Do I have thoughts on living with purpose? That's a very open-ended question. No, I don't.
Do you have a purpose? Like when you get up each day, do you know what your purpose will be? Do you know what you hope to achieve? How do you pursue fulfillment in your life? What do you do?
It's a good question. Yeah.
Yourself?
It's a good question.
I can answer that.
Seek the truth, I guess. Seek the truth in every which way, and stop fucking listening to all the lies and bullshit that we're being told every day, and try and filter out all the bullshit, basically. That's what I've been doing for the past fucking 7 years.
All right. Well, hey, Austin, it's important for us. The reason I ask, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I encourage you later, if that is a question that maybe you hadn't considered clearly, spend some time, get some clarity. And if I had control, if I was to choose my purpose for the rest of my life, what would I want to be doing. And I agree with you, Austin. I fucking love that. Searching for the truth, trying to find the answers, trying to break free from the lies that have held us back, right? But here, the clarity on purpose, it really is an important question to answer. And only every one of us can choose what we do and what we allow ourselves to do. So the purpose, when you know your purpose, I know my purpose. Others haven't quite wrapped their heads around what I believe is possible yet. But either way, despite the opinions of others, I know what's in my heart of what I want to do, and I know that I can grow into many different directions as I do. So I get up every day, kind of like those Wes Watson videos. I won't say every day. I get up every day, many days, most days with that. Fuck yeah. Part of it is intentional brainwashing. Okay? Brainwash yourself into believing you are whatever it is you're going to become. Courageous, healthy, wealthy, significant, whatever.
I hear you. Yeah, you have to speak it into existence. I got you. I know the
Amen.
program. I know how this shit works. I lost sight of it years ago.
We all need reminders, brother, and we're all here to help each other figure it out. And OTW, you said you had an answer. Please, if you got an answer.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm answering my chat on my side here.
Praise be. Sean or Scott?
Right, Jack, no, you're right, man. You're right. You're right, man. Fucking speak it into existence. Wake up with a purpose. You know, I kind of lost sight of that a long time ago. You know,
brother, it's easy to do.
I did lose sight of that a long time ago.
What did I say earlier, Jack? Success leaves clues. If you want what someone else got, you got to do what someone else does.
That's a great advice, man. A great reminder.
Don't think that this shit just comes to you on a silver plate because you wish for it, want for it, and need to have it. This is all fucking real life here we're playing. It's not a game like everybody thinks. There's people out to cut your throat to get what they want. Okay? So, not for nothing. If you make it happen, it starts really cerebral. You have to go, well, I can see myself doing this. I can actually see. So focus on doing it and then put the pedal to the metal. If you can't understand what it is you need to do, then the best advice is find somebody that's already doing it. If somebody, success leaves clues. And if you pattern yourself after, say, a pilot, if you got a pilot that's willing to let you sit near him, and he's going to let you befriend a pilot. He'll take you up in a plane. Next thing you know, you'll be learning how to fly a plane.
That's it. Create the experiences you want and see if you can learn from those who already do. And hey,
I'm ready to spew out my perspective on it.
Please.
So I think that the best way to live with purpose, in my opinion, is to be the king and master of your day each and every day, and try to conquer your day the best way that you're capable in every aspect of your life, and be the king, master, ruler of every single aspect of your day. And that's how I see that you can live with purpose, because if you live in that mind state and mind frame, you'll be there to support others and be, the ruler of that day. So that means that you will be ruling every single aspect, every single moment, every hour, every feeling, every person. But I mean, master of yourself, not over others. I'm talking about
there you go.
Personally.
Plan for that, but remember, it's going to kick your ass if you're not careful. This world's full of fucking bad people, good people, people that need you, people that are desperate for a savior.
Scott, you're right. And I'm interrupting for a couple of reasons. One of the lessons I've learned, despite the truth, and I absolutely agree with what you shared about mastering you and your time, my path has taught me the benefits of surrender, a strong surrender to the moment. And then the other notes is exception to policy, right? Oh, what Scott was saying too. Find those who have achieved that which you want. For me, it was like Tony Robbins and many other examples. And so I see what they did. I learned their stories, kind of the path they took. I've tried many different things that I've learned, and I've let go of many other things, but we stand on the giants of those who came before us intellectually, so we can see what they couldn't. And there's always an exception. Maybe you're trying to do something no one else has. Maybe your way is the way, and that's the exception to what others have done. That's what I'm trying to do. That's kind of what I've been. I've been underestimated, misunderstood for a long time, man. But I think I am the exception to the policy, and I think we're going to break some rules. We're going to rewrite some rules.
You want to hear something I wrote when I was probably 15 or 16 years old?
Please.
Actually, this is very old, but it's called rock and roll. And if you're gonna title something called rock and roll, call it rock and roll. I do think that it's got to measure up, and I don't think I did a bad job for a kid. All right. In fact, I've been told quite honestly that we should put this down. This is copywritten. Don't anybody take it if you want to use it and try and put it together. It's never been tracked, so I don't necessarily want my voice on it, but if somebody works with me and wants some rights to this, hey, everything's worth something, but I don't think I want fiat currency, gold, silver, you name it. Let it rock and roll. You see, on and on and on and on and on. This lasts forever. So life goes on. This time it rolls. Some people pass you. Let them go. Let it roll, brother. Always let it roll. Let it rock and roll.
Hey, that was beautiful, brother. And you know what? Sometimes there is divinity in the timing. And that might be a beautiful place for us to wrap this up. Close it out with that. Unless you got something more to add, Scott or Austin.
Oh no. Peace and good cheer to all. I mean, the whole world needs a better outlook on things, a better perspective. And, fight, fuck, or flee. I mean, let's not all try and fuck. Let's not all try and fight. Let's not all run away from each other. That's a fucking bunch of bullshit. Follow friends and, fundamentals. Let's get back to the fundamentals where I help you, you help me. I don't hurt you, you don't hurt me. Let's get back to the simple fucking stupid shit that they don't want us to be a part of, But if we go and we do what they want, they're going to mow us over like fucking cattle because that's what they think they are. Or we are.
And that's just it. We know we are not. We know who we are. And we're going to bring some great things forward. Scott, I'm going to throw you in the back. Say goodbye to Austin.
Good night.
Hey, thank you for joining. God bless you. Thank you.
Good night.
You too, brother. Thank you for joining. And brothers and sisters, those who tuned in tonight, joined in the chat, joined on the panel, Paul Enslaved, and many others. All of you, thank you. I hope you found connection, a lot of drama, a lot of conversations, a lot of discussions being shared. And thank you for joining this growth and this discovery of who we are and what we're doing. And, do the social media stuff, help with the algorithms, help with your friends. If you found value and entertainment in tonight, join us again tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. Pacific Coast time, same time, and we will see what develops then. Until then, discover your purpose, choose love, and peace for everyone. Live without.
Good evening, folks. I'd like to welcome you all to Mr. Talcott's presentation on this Friday evening. We would like to bless you with our forgiveness. We forgive you, for you know not what you do. And we believe that you still love us and you have a lot of love for us in our heart, in your heart. And we're going to bring Mr. Talcott up here. And he has said today that he would like to talk to each and every one of you personally. Come up and he will give you forgiveness just as I will. And maybe we can work together to create a better tomorrow. Mr. Talcott, here we go.
Well, good evening, brothers and sisters. God bless, and thank you for the intro. Tonight, what we're going to do, Friday night, we're going to have discussions on forgiveness. And all I am is a man who cares about peace. I care about changing this world, creating a better world for all of us. For our world to change, I think forgiveness is a must, right? The world we all want, the world I think we all desire deep down is a world without wars and a world without debts, one without conflicts and chaos. But the truth is that world, it's waiting for us. I remember the past. Let me get back to where I started. I remember my past and some of the brainwashing I've heard in this world we were born into. You know, it profits from deaths and chaos and sickness. And so I remember, you know, there's stories, life happens. Life brings a lot of surprises to each of us. There's betrayals, there's disappointments, there's dangers, and there's harms, and those are all part of this human experience that we're all sharing. But I remember thoughts of this, you know, oh, that's so bad, you should never forget that, you should never forgive that. Oh man, you should carry that forever, that guilt, that resentment, oh man, that must have hurt 40 years later. Fucking A, man. Oh, and then the revenge. Oh yeah, you should go torture them, burn their village. You should get their neighbors, get every single person they ever met. What? Holy cows, man. Our conflicts, our arguments, our expectations literally drive each other nuts.
Jack, speaking of that, we have somebody here today who has tried to drive you nuts. Somebody who has tried to push every button that you have in your soul. I'm going to bring him up here today, and we're going to show him forgiveness.
Amen, brother. Hey, Moose, we are getting another echo on you again, so I don't know what you can do on the fly, but Nubs, how you doing, brother? Good to see you this evening. What are your thoughts on forgiveness, judgment, mercy?
Sorry, I was not available to hear you. I missed what you had said other than the last part.
Well, in the beginning, I was talking about, well, my intentions for the evening and what we were doing here with our time. But the topic this evening is forgiveness, and I was curious of your thoughts on forgiveness. And I expanded the question. What are your thoughts on forgiveness, judgment, mercy? Those seem inseparable.
I think all three. Go ahead. Oh, I think all three are very important. I think that when others are able to forgive us, it shows our growth because we have moved from a place of unforgiveness to a place of forgiveness and changed our actions. As far as grace, I think grace is definitely a very important part of life, but grace is much like respect. It's one of those things that's not quite earned, but along those same lines. You have to see change in somebody before you should give them grace with discernment, if that makes sense.
It doesn't.
Please explain how it does not.
Well, I mean, are you willing to discuss, and because the things you said actually did not make a lot of sense, and I kind of disagree with some of what I understood.
I'm here.
All right. Let's start with what you said about forgiveness. You said, I agreed with the first part about the self, but then you said forgiveness of others is important because it shows your growth.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying you can't grow without the forgiveness of others?
No, I'm saying the evidence, somebody willing to forgive you for your transgressions, most likely what that means is either they have grown past those transgressions or you have grown past those transgressions and no longer commit those transgressions and have changed your ways. So therefore, it would be evidence that you have changed.
Okay. Opinions are factors, but you and I have had some disagreements, and I think you say a lot of things that either contradict I see contradiction. I've seen contradictions, and I see you say things that I don't know if you actually know what you mean.
No, I'm very clear, and I'm very...
Well, let's come around then to please explain your version of respect again.
My version of respect.
Well, about respect. Actually, I'm sorry. Phil, here's where we're at.
I think I know what the problem is, Jack. He doesn't want our forgiveness. Well, specifically yours. Me and Nubs are fine. But maybe that's what it is. He's making it hard to forgive.
No, actually, you know what? Maybe this is
There's a teaching on this, right?
Yeah, I was trying to just avoid the topic, but you know what, Nubs? Maybe this is the best thing to deal with. I don't think Nubs is in denial about his belief. He believes he's done nothing that would be worthy of apologizing for. He believes he's been flawless in what he said about me. But I mean, I'm a man who practices what I preach. I don't judge, and each day is a new day. I allow each person to become new.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at what you're saying. I just was listening to my son and what he said. My apologies. I thought I was muted.
Well, what do you think? Nubs?
Well, anything that I've ever said, the information, except for one thing, there has been one thing that I heard from a secondary source and then went and fact checked it. And it was something that you, in fact, did say.
Hey, Nub, regardless of what you think right or wrong, what was your intentions? I mean, are you trying to help promote me, or you seem to be wanting to convince others not to listen to me? You seem to want to get me in my name, Nubs, and here I am.
Jack, let me take this over for a second. So, Nubs, I think what he's trying to say is you're trying to defame him, cause him loss, injury, or harm, because now that he's a celebrity status, that's just not cool. It's not cool.
Well,
and so we're here today, Nubs, to offer you forgiveness. Jack's gonna forgive you. He's got a heavy heart right now. He's got some emotions going through him. He's got some anger for you, Nubs, and he's trying to release it. So if you would help me get Jack through this problem, so we can move forward with this, man, because we want to love you, we want to care for you, and we want to bring you into the fold.
Love is a choice. Right? Love is, if you look at, let's say you look at a biblical aspect of love. Love is patient, love is kind, love is gentle. It is not self-loathing, it is not envious, and in turn, it never fails.
And so now let's compare those words to you, Nubs.
Why would you mute me in the middle of what I'm saying? That's so...
Because this is my platform. Because this is my platform, and I've actually studied love, committed myself to love, and I believe I actually do demonstrate a man who loves. Now, the reason you're in the back, Nubs, is because you don't understand what it means to show respect. And you think you can establish superiority over a man like me, and that's why you've been disrespecting. You think you've been disrespecting me with your foolish comments about me, Nubs, and Paul Unslaved, and Wizard, and many others. Many of you have chosen to gamble both of our reputations on your opinions of me. But, you know, the funny thing is when you don't judge, you don't have to forgive. And see, I'm a man who understands mercy. I have mercy on you, Nubs. I feel bad for your confusion. That you want to, like I said, disrespect someone such as me with the goals that I have, doing what I'm doing.
Hey, Jack, I'm going to clarify it for the people out there. Just because you offer forgiveness and you have love in your heart for someone doesn't mean you have to let them continually disrespect you. This is your platform. You're the star of the show. We have a message to send out to the people, and you have a message. And so we're working together here to make a cohesive broadcast. The people in the audience need to laugh. They need to be inspired. They need to get some wisdom from this thing. So Nubs, drop it on us.
Interesting. You talk of respect, but give none. You must have something in order to give it, because you sure don't give it. And as I've said so many times, the words that I speak are from your mouth, Jack. They're your words. When you were up on panel talking about how you were a failure as a father, I was paying attention.
Oh, I know. You're so attentive. You should figure out what you've been ignoring. I'm not gonna, you know what, Moose? I'm asking for some advice here, and maybe, you know, actually, hey, Moose, you want to recognize that? Let's take a moment and recognize the chat. Would you mind? Are you feeling that energy?
So we've got here. Let's say hello to everybody in the audience. We've got some of my favorite fans out there. Let's start at the beginning, Jack. Let's see. We've got. Thank you for forgiving. That is the way of the Tao. So I think I am the Tao is starting to come over to our, we'll offer you another seat at the table if you'd like. Here we go. We got Jeff Hates Pigs. He's saying some weird stuff down there about cops are your friends. If that's true, then that's fine. He says, Moose, good to see you. We got the Tricknology Rising. Then we got Christos saying Moose is deleting comments. We got some dude says, yeah. He says Moose loves communism. No, that's not true. We got some wild shit down here.
Friday night.
He's one of the Friday night freaks. Why don't you come on up, brother? We would love to have you up here. We got Austin Murphy. Austin Murphy's our dude. I've been on panels with Austin Murphy all around. Sometimes he gets a little too drunk, says some stupid shit. But Austin, you know what
Done
it's
that.
like to be Austin, right, brother? I forgive you. Let's see. We got Venus Starshine. She says, grace is a gift for all. She is one who's here for the truth. She's here for the message. We got Ginger Jimmy. He's laughing. Okay, so we're doing a good job there, making Ginger Jimmy laugh. His brain cells are small, you know, his intelligence is not very
Hey.
much. So if we can make him laugh, more power
Moose.
to him, right, Jack? What, you want me to finish? I got a few other people down
No.
here. We got Rebecca, we got Smith. Smith's down there, our brother Smith. I mean, tell me when to stop. We still got the world unreal.
Here, thank you, Moose. Thank you, brother. That was exactly what I needed. A little more, a break, right? A change in energy. And so now here's the question, right? So for those who are new, please do the subscribe thing. Stay tuned every night or every night about this time. But Moose, my patience with the man has been tested. And I'm referring to Mr. Nubs in the back.
Hey, at least he's not saying the stuff that Ginger Jimmy's down there saying. He says, Jack always uses Moose to degrade people, and Moose has a little wiener. So,
Well,
I mean, that's even more childish than Nubs. I mean, Nubs is having a little bit of fun. He's probably like got his ego up, so he doesn't want to feel that forgiveness and that love. But Ginger Jimmy's down there, and
you know what? In all forgiveness, I dropped the fun too. I came at this more serious and more, I didn't have to do that.
you started it off great, dude. When you replay the start, I mean, that was a golden fucking start.
Wow.
We're gonna turn that into a short. So Nubs, we're gonna bring you back up. We're gonna give you another chance. Jack he just apologized to you. He just apologized to you. Welcome, Nubs.
Oh my God, it stinks in there. It's like you put animals back there, buddy. I was looking for the cheese plate, but it just smelled like cheese.
Well, I know. By the time people get put into the back to wait, I'm like a little less gracious of a host than believe it or not, I'm less gracious in the back than I am up here.
Wow. I didn't know if that was possible. Your anger is exceeding. I almost feel like you're trying to abuse me in some way or shape or form. It's kind of weird.
Those with habits of feeling like victims, or those who regularly
No, just when you
victims,
attempt to. If you listen to what I said, I almost feel that way. Almost.
All right. Well, good. What would allow you to feel better?
Honesty, integrity, just being a man would really start if you were just a man about things.
No, we're talking about you. We're talking about you. What would help
that
you
would make me feel better,
and
then I wouldn't need to come hang out with you, Jack.
Oh, you want to feel better about yourself? Yes, you're in the right place, Nubs.
No, that's not what I said.
Exactly what I'm offering.
That's what you're hearing. Your delusional ears,
Jack.
Your delusional ears are hearing things again.
You're losing the fun,
and the fun goes away because forgiveness and fun and don't. You know
what it is, Nubs? It's because you're like chalks to a
I think I remind
no.
I think I remind him of his son.
Maybe you are his son.
No.
Maybe I could be.
How about tell you what? Let's
No, I know my dad. My dad was a good dad.
All right, this is turning into Freaky Friday again. Let's
You brought it up.
See,
Don't set me up, buddy. Yeah, I see that little smile. I know you well enough. Don't be setting me up for some shenanigans. Yeah, you know exactly where I'm coming from and what I'm talking about.
Hey, Nubs, I know I'm not
Anyways, so
in this conversation on my show.
If you're gonna sit there and smile and chuckle like a smiley moose, remember who you're talking to, buddy. Your secret is safe with me.
Why the fuck are you ignoring me on my
platform? I was talking.
Holy shit, oh dear. May please anyone else who might be down willing to come up and have different conversations. I'd love to have productive conversations about the importance of, praise God. Well, Moose, I just saw someone in the back, so let's run with that. Praise God. Thank you, Jesse. How are you, brother?
I'm okay. How you doing?
Oh, blessed. Well, do you know Moose? yet?
Well, I've known him from you and your chats and stuff like that. I've
Okay.
listened to him and we've chatted a little bit. How's it going, Moose?
Good to see you again, Jesse. It's a beautiful day. Things went off to a rough start, but now that you're here, I think things will start turning around a little bit.
Well, I can't stay long. I'm going to be interviewing someone in 5 minutes, so
geez.
I did put some links into the description. I hope you don't mind, just so that way people kind of know, my work and stuff like that if they don't have the links. So I just it's under Forbidden History Chronicles. So that's another. My missing link YouTube channel got deleted, so that's a different channel that I have with another guy, another show that we've been doing. Some of his work comes from a lot of Bible teachings and stuff from the Forbidden History Chronicles. So we haven't done a show there for a while, but that's the YouTube channel that I use. So I just thought I would just come in and say hi. I know I heard a little bit of that, thing going on. So I just quickly come by and hopefully lift some energy up here for you guys.
Thank you, brother. And you said you're going to drop those links for us?
I did. I don't know if YouTube didn't pick it up, but it's called Forbidden History Chronicles.
Jesse, can you drop the link up here in the private chat? Drop it in our chat.
Yeah, I can email it to myself.
For those who don't know, who haven't discovered Jesse Howell, the missing link, he's created a space and a platform to allow many different voices, and he's connected to and introduced a lot of amazing people. It was actually through Jesse Howell that I discovered Paul Unslaved. The proper instruction motivates people. That's how I ended up meeting Moose. And this platform, this model of broadcasting emerged from a combination of all of you guys. So blessings, Jesse. And for those who are available, looks like the link is there in the chat. Tune in and check out what Jesse's doing over there, please.
Today we're interviewing a friend of mine, Anthony Rogers. He's a musician. He's going to play some music. And we've interviewed some musicians. Like you said, we did interview Paul Unslaved. He's actually going to be coming back up, on, I believe, June 12th or June 17th or something like that. So he's going to be coming on a second time. I seen the work that you guys were doing and back and forth, and I just thought it'd be great to get an update from him, because I found him when I seen a video of him talking to the police about not having any insurance and registration. And I'm like, wow, I like the way this guy is talking. And that's why I reached out to him. And then we had a really good show on the missing link. This was maybe over a year ago. Yeah, I don't exactly know how long ago. But again, like I said, he will be coming back on to the missing link on, let me see, May 17th is when he's going to be back.
Fabulous. All right. Hey, Jesse.
Okay, I got to go.
Thank you for stopping by.
God bless you guys. And, we will see you guys later. If you're still up, maybe I'll come by after I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Have a great interview.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome, Flow State. Good to see you tonight, brother. Even Flow.
What's up, fellas?
Oh, I'm glad to see you here, brother. I really do.
I'm glad to be here. I don't know what's going on, but I heard that you were tired of fighting, and I'm just driving home from work. So how's my background noise? If it's too obnoxious, let me know.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It sounds like you're muting yourself, though. Here, if you want. Yeah. Well, yeah. Please.
Well, I'm trying not to. I'm just trying to minimize the road noise. I know that the truck is loud, and I got the mud tires on. It's
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Drive safe, and thanks for sharing the ride with us tonight. Tonight for Friday night, the idea for the topic was forgiveness. How do you
Who are we
do
forgiving?
that? Well, just the concept in nature is initially where I wanted to start, was the benefits of it and maybe some steps. But
I actually, when I was in jail, I spent quite a bit of 2017 in jail. And the last time I got arrested, when my bonds finally got revoked, and I realized I was just stuck there until the judge sentenced me. Making that phone call to my mom, it's not fun. That, sorry, I'm a shitty son, and now I'm back in jail again. But the thing I had to offer her was, she had been trying to basically save my soul. She's she's kind of Christian, but also kind of New Agey, but she was sending me all these books in jail, and I wasn't reading them. And so I told her, I said, Mom, I'm in jail again, and I'm sorry, and whatever books you want to send me, I'll read them. One of the books, actually, she sent, one was called Radical Forgiveness, and the other was the follow-up to it. I don't remember what it's called, but nothing I ever would have voluntarily read, but really great books, honestly. A very good perspective on things, and that basically there's nothing to forgive. Everything is the way it should be in the bigger scheme of things, and so there's not really anything to forgive. And anybody who's wronged you, it's part of their role to play in your life. Is sort of the gist.
What was the name of that book again, please?
Radical Forgiveness.
Do you remember the author by chance?
I don't. It's if you look at it, it's a paperback book. It's got it's like a pinkish purplish cover, and it says Radical Forgiveness and sort of cursive writing on the cover. Probably in the New Age section.
Dude, when I started my path of learning, one of the things I realized is you can learn a lot just from the book title, right? Because the author they put the gist of their message into that title. And Radical Forgiveness, fuck, that's a strong concept.
It is, but yeah, it is. I guess it seemed deceptive to me because it was very unappealing, and it was just a different take on forgiveness. I'd never thought about forgiveness in any way other than, I'd always thought of, people who believe in karma. This is what I used to say. Now I believe in karma. But I used to say that people who believe in karma are just making excuses to themselves for not being able to get revenge. I guess that was sort of the headspace I was in back then. And I no longer view things that way, but.
Good for you. Holy shit. Not to keep you out of this, Nubs, but to continue just for a moment more. That radical forgiveness, I mean, the way you explained it is what I've learned. And have you heard of the Course in Miracles by chance?
Yeah, who is that?
Goodness, I can't remember. I got a copy.
I have heard of it. I don't know if I've read it, or maybe I just own a copy of it. And I had time to read.
Oh, dude, me too. I discovered my path was interesting. I found a book study, a weekly book study for a book called How to Become a Christ. And it was right around that time that I also discovered A Course in Miracles. And dude, there's so much literature and so much information out there about, quote unquote, the way of the spiritual masters and the spiritual beings that were there before us and that are now.
There's almost too much. It's hard to sift through.
Great segue, brother.
One must have discernment.
Actually, one must have discernment, but I shared this recently on Facebook, is wisdom is the discernment of what to ignore. It's learning how to ignore, strengthening your ignorance. What do you ignore? What factors are relevant? What do you consider? And part of forgiveness is if you can find gratitude. Like most people, I think for myself, most times I went through issues of, resentment. It was mostly resentment, not as much guilt, but I'd lost sight of the gratitude. I was ungrateful of what those people had offered me. And it wasn't until I accepted responsibility that my disappointment, my pain, my anger, it was all because of my expectations.
Yeah, that was another thing that this book went into. Actually, it was how forgiving other people, right? Not only are they not doing things wrong if you view the world in this perspective, but that when you have a grudge or resentment, a bone to pick from the past with somebody, you should not be trying to change them or make them conform to how you think they should be or should have been, or, my mom shouldn't be such a drunk, or my dad should have been there more, whatever your bone to pick is, just accept them as they are with all their flaws and baggage, and recognize that by trying to force them to change to what you think they should be, that's you being controlling in a way. And I don't know, it goes into it way better than I just recapped it, but it was also another new perspective for me.
Hey, Flo, hold on to that thought, but pause for just a moment, please.
Hey, so check this out, guys. Jack, we have a special guest tonight, Mr. Truthfinder UK. He said he found you on Lauren De Laguna's channel, and he'd like to come up. And we also have Mr. Provo Kid, the man, the myth, the legend, a very fucking respectable dude. Provo Kid. Come on up, brother.
Thanks for having
Hey
me
man,
on.
what's going on?
Not much, Truth Finder.
Yeah, I just want to ask Jack Sank. Yeah, I saw you on Lawrence, innit? I think Lawrence is a great woman that does entertaining shows, innit? So every time Lauren does, what's that called, interview or something like that, I go on investigate the person that she interviewed. So when I investigated you, sir, I have discovered back in 1998. You accidentally stabbed your friend and killed him by accident, and you done jail sentence for that. And apparently, you handed yourself in. You was emotional. You was crying in court, saying, "I didn't mean to kill my friend. He was my best friend. I feel like an idiot and everything." And you had remorse and everything. And I just want to know.
But mistaken facts. I've been actually pretty clear in the stuff that I've shared, honestly and openly, and I'm sure there's plenty of evidence and records that support what I'm saying, but I never went to jail. I never stabbed anyone.
Okay, not even by accident.
No.
Oh. Well,
apparently you're not finding truth, so get this detective scrub out of the way. If Truth or Cop wants to come up, let Truth or Cop come on.
Hey,
so I got to tell you, Provo, you pulled the guns out, and I put the boot to his ass. And I'm sorry. If you want to come back next time, come correct. We forgive you, for you know not what you do, even though you're being an asshole and you're trying to ruin someone's broadcast. What can I say? I
We
forgive
just
you.
sucked at it. Like, you got to come with better. If you're gonna be a troll, you got to troll better than that and make it entertaining for everybody, and not just sucky.
Hey,
Moose, I do not appreciate. Oh, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I yield.
Go ahead, Nubs.
I just thought it. No, I'm good. Never mind. It's not even worth interrupting. My apologies. Provo Kid,
Right. Well, I wanted to address one more thing before we get to Provo, and thank you, brother. Actually, I want to say something before you, brother, please. Moose, forgiveness is the key, but when we're offering forgiveness, we're not in a place. We're at a place of humility, and we're grateful for all who come, all who give us their attention. The forgiveness can be unspoken sometimes. It's at least from us to them. Provo, I fucking love you, man. I caught some of your cooking show this morning. I made sure to dislike and unsubscribe twice. So
Thank you. That means a lot to me. It's always fun cooking content, and I love your theme today, forgiveness, Jack. You inspire me, and I love your content. I love you, Jack. I think you're a content machine, and when I saw your title, forgiveness, I think it's important to forgive other people. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's where your show kind of started. But I think also we need to, most importantly, forgive ourselves sometimes for our transgressions, for our faults, right? I think forgiveness starts on the inside, and then that helps us forgive other people. What are you thinking, Jack?
Brother, I think you're absolutely right. You're a beautiful messenger and a creative talent that, honestly, please, if there is a way we can co-create some stuff, I'd love some guidance and some mentoring. I haven't had time to really get into your streams and follow the tips you're already offering, but if there's a way, please, okay? And not to put you on the spot, but I'd actually like to kind of bring everyone else back up within mind.
Bring him in.
Ahead.
Bring him in.
Within mind that truth seeker or whatever facade profile that was, dude, they're not a quarter of the investigator of this man, cousin it.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean we need to get another, a brand new one on the show. We're kind of stamping that out. Just because we forgive you doesn't mean we're going to let you shit on our floor. You don't walk into Walmart or whatever, take a shit on the floor and break a bunch of shit and then walk out. And
Hey,
I know some people do, but not you.
No, and before we move on, I don't want to run with the assumption that was ill-intended either. I know there is a lot who do that, but there's also, we live in a misinformation age, and dude, there's so many. In a data age, it's very easy to, go down the wrong trail. And I've been accused of so much shit. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a story of me going to jail and murdering people and whatever, man. Life is crazy, dude.
Jack, you did work for the post office. I mean, let's be honest. As did I. So I'm not speaking about it from a place that I cannot speak. Got to be a little bit there.
Part of the job, the custodial labor force, was actually expanded after, I think it was the Vietnam era, might have been Korean era, where those jobs were actually created for veterans to come home and have some employment security after their service. But
To my knowledge, it was a branch of the Navy that they came in and utilized Navy tactics, etc., to use.
And from the Navy, the first thing you have is the Coast Guard. Now, those are the cutters that.
I'll be right back for this lecture.
The cutters, lecture. The cutters are the ones that secure the coastline, and then the Marines are the ones that are operating on both water and land. And then you have the Navy or the Army that operates on land, and then you have the Air Force, which is a go between the land and water via the air.
That's all.
Really great words. Love that.
yeah, thank you. We got someone else in the back, Moose. I'm not sure if you noticed or not, but I'd like to. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even recognize you. Didn't pay attention. Welcome.
Thank you. How's everybody
Hey,
doing?
long time
on
no
this
see.
Friday?
Come visit us.
I know, for real. I haven't seen you in a while.
Well, anyone want to discuss, throw in ideas on the topic forgiveness? I mean, it's Friday night. That was kind of the intention.
Brother Yurt just joined us. Maybe he has some wise words. Brother Yurt, welcome to the panel. Always great to be sharing space with another YouTube legend.
Well, thank you, Provo Kid. I appreciate that. And I was actually going to say to you on the subject that Jack is talking about, I wanted to take this opportunity and come up here and tell you, Provo Kid, I forgive you for earlier today sort of cussing me out a little bit. I just want you to know I forgive you for that.
Thank you,
On
brother.
Friday, so I forgive you, and you're all good in my book, Provo Kid. So
Thank
don't
you.
worry.
I wish I had something to forgive you for, but I try not to take anything personally. So if I do come across something, a grievance, I think I'll do the same as you and forgive quickly. Thank you for your kindness and everlasting patience, Moose. Yurt, you're a beacon to us all.
God bless you. Thank you. Blessings. Feel free to join at another time. And thank you for that. Forgiveness. Well, kind of along the lines of what Flo was and I were discussing, and I don't know what you caught or didn't catch. It's also in what I saw Provo demonstrating. I don't know any details, but when we find gratitude for the others involved, for the past experience, anything like that, there's nothing to forgive. I mean, because there's no judgment other than joy. It's kind of a mind game. You got to trick yourself sometimes. But my own specific stories, man, I spent a life not understanding many things, but believing I knew. And one of the things I didn't know was gratitude. And I didn't know gratitude because I felt insecure all the time. I lived in a survival state.
Don't.
And without gratitude, we become resentful and ungrateful. So my life is filled with resentments. Joe, you're killing me, brother.
Hi there,
Well,
Joe Cool. What's up,
brother?
Let me zoom in. I'm high as always. Homestead. What's up, Yer?
we have an amazing group of minds and hearts here on this panel today, and I can only imagine how many more are in the chat. We're just paying attention. Joe, welcome to. We're kind of doing Friday night chats, but along that, it's Forgiveness Friday. A great topic for all of us to consider.
Yeah, can I talk to you for a second?
Please do.
I don't want to be known as a triggering person. You know, I'm just a curious person, and I want to ask for your forgiveness because it's twice I've asked questions that have seemed to, land on you the wrong way. So I hand it over to you.
I'm grateful for, I don't know, for you're forgiven. I mean, I didn't judge anything. I don't remember here. And you know what? Actually, please forgive any past misunderstandings between us, Homestead. You and, was it Vince?
Yep.
I reviewed the past stream, and I recognize, as hard as I try, sometimes I don't always understand, right? And sometimes I lose track of what's important. So,
and we all do, Jack. So I want to say I don't have no hard feelings. Like, to me, we're all trying to understand this communication through panels and stuff. And if we don't have not a forgiving frame of mind, but an understanding frame of mind, there would not be hurt feelings and stuff.
absolutely agreed, my friend. But here's where my frustration comes in, and what might have been behind the reaction you're
Okay.
remembering
Mm-hmm.
is I've actually, believe it or not, I actually have studied our minds and emotions. I've actually studied communication, but whatever I whatever I have to offer, it's kind of worthless if everyone just wants to keep talking. So,
I understand that. Yes, running over is like should be the new hashtag to.
misunderstandings you see. This is human beings, man. We're documenting
Mhm.
history today. We are all people who care, people who have come together. I know many of the people here are creators themselves. So we're all humans figuring this out together at an amazing fucking time of human history. I think we're like,
Amen.
what's that?
Amen, Jack. Amen. I really want people to let that statement that Jack just said resonate. I was playing a little game with my daughter, like a trivia game. And the question blew me away. It's exactly what you're talking about. The question posed to anyone was, if a person grows up in the wild with no society and no culture, or human, they use the word human, how human are they? And I actually got pretty heated, guys. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, how dare a game insinuate that a person's humanity, the measuring of it is by way of society and by way of culture? Because no matter
I
what
like
you're
shit about that, and there's some things I don't like. Let me hear your argument as to why you see it that way.
Well, actually, can I jump in on this
Yeah, I like
topic?
that.
I mean, the question it is a very interesting question of what makes a human, right? And
Yeah.
what is it that forms us? Have you guys come across Bruce Lipton, or have any others
Yeah.
come across Bruce Lipton?
Vaguely.
His work on epigenetics,
Yep.
and the way the environment actually works with our microbiology and our biology and our neurosystem. We're living at a time right now where it's like a pinnacle. We're experiencing the crumble of the old. I mean, I haven't been paying close attention, but it looks like the banking systems are making their maneuvers, moving it so the US dollar is not the petrodollar anymore. And then it looks like these clowns playing politicians are increasing the aggression with like China and picking sides and becoming allies. This fucking world is nuts, man.
Okay, wait. Don't forget the question. Is it
Yep.
tied to
Yep.
human? And you
Yep.
don't forget the question the way it was presented. If a person were born in the wild, without the cultures and everything we've come to know, are they human? I didn't present it perfectly, I'm sure. I was screen recording your shit, by the way, Jack. That's when I had my mic muted. Your answer to whatever the fuck you said, I screen record. Culture. I wonder we have to define human, right, to figure that one out. They're human by DNA, and we look like human, but what makes us human? Is it our acts? Because now that question, they have an argument. Your 17-year-old has an argument.
Well, humane and human, I think, is what you're talking about. So, right now in modern culture or in modern society, to be cultured, to be, with active in society, kind of has a defining nature to it. Depending, it makes you a more humane person. But whether that takes away from human, I'm not quite sure of.
Well, the thing is,
Wizard just did a definition on the word human according to the federal government. Great piece. That's all I'll say on it.
Well, then
okay.
that brings in a whole different argument, right?
Well, here,
Yes, what human is.
the arguments can become distractions. So the idea of being human, here's something, and to tie it into the forgiveness idea, right? Forgiveness, the best way to have forgiveness and gratitude for others is to find grace, to recognize grace. Grace is the allowance of others to be themselves.
That's what Provost said when he hopped on. He said somebody, he said something like, "You got to forgive yourself. I'm quick to forgive," or something like that. I think that was Provost said that. Forgiving yourself, I guess, in a way, that's grace. Is kind of like what you're talking about.
Beautiful. Actually, that is an important thing. When I went through one night. It was at the end of 2017, right before I chose to change my life. I went through like this shift in consciousness or spiritual awakening, or I received the Holy Spirit or whatever. There was a fundamental shift in my perception of myself and the world. And what it came down to was fucking forgiving myself. Recognize that, yeah, you fucked up sometimes, but you tried hard, and your efforts were good enough, you know?
It's forgivable. People really look upon not just what others have done to them, but what they do themselves, and they deem things unforgivable.
We
I
do
don't
that.
see a lot of my own personal life, but I had to go through a forgiving process when it came to my parents and the family. And to even some folks I've met in church, they've deemed it as unforgivable behavior from a parent to a child. So I had to figure out a way to forgive these grievances done upon me in a way that didn't hurt them or myself. Because it could be a double-edged sword, that, you know what I'm saying? Because when people are victimized, they do think that forgiveness is giving up a part of themselves. I disagree with that.
Well,
I'm unto myself.
okay. I think I see where you're saying.
Okay,
You
so
actually, you reminded me of something I clumsily tried to explain earlier. In this world of punishments, right? We put these lengths of time that, you should be angry, you should carry resentment, you should carry guilt.
Yeah.
For how fucking long? You know what? If you can convince yourself that you're worthy of forgiveness, then, and be honest about it, then fucking forgive yourself. And if your things are lacking, then go take care of what needs to be done.
Hey, Jack, this is why we can't, or it's so difficult to forgive ourselves, especially those church people you were just talking about. They judge others so harshly, and pick apart other people's shit that everything is deemed worthless and sinful and bad action. Now, when you're going by that gauge, how do you forgive yourself? Because if you ever look at yourself, you're a piece of shit too, right? Because you judge everybody for everything they've done.
Like, it wasn't cloaked in niceness. It was, oh my gosh, how did you get through that? First, other people don't look through my eyes.
Yeah, yes.
And then I have to forgive myself, because sometimes my reaction is not what I want it to be, right? Sometimes it is a reaction and not a response, or even a conversation, because that's what these things should be turning into, is conversation.
Of course, and sorry to interrupt you guys. I got to interrupt you for just a sec, Joe. We got Mr. Scott to be insane here. Jack was trying to get a hold of him earlier. He wanted to welcome him onto his channel, see if he'd come back tonight. Thank you, Scott, for coming back. And yeah, go ahead, take it away, Jack.
Hey, man. Hey, thank you. Hey, Moose, I was actually trying to figure out how to get the YouTube link into Facebook. I saw someone comment about that.
Yeah, it looks like some dude from like somewhere
out
out of the country, somebody who possibly could not be a real Facebook account. That's why I didn't drop the link.
Well,
I'll go drop the link. He wants to join us. You know what? You're the man of the hour. I'll drop the link.
what I was gonna do is just because
I don't know what there was blueberry some shit going on. I don't know what
was it a fundraiser?
Blueberries.
you
Yeah,
guys.
that thin blue line in your pancakes, I guess.
It's a
They're trying to
fundraiser. I got
reform
you.
that blue line.
That's
Alright.
it. That's what they're trying to.
So instead of inviting him over for some forgiveness, let's just tell him we forgive you, we forgive
Give us a
you,
3 count
and
so we can all say it.
let's move
No,
on to somebody else because you have more. You have a bunch of people here, man. You got Flow State, you got
amen.
you got Joe
Amen.
Cool, you got Provo Kid, man. Provo Kid's coming up here. He is seriously. These guys, they have shit to do, Jack. So let's talk with these guys.
I
I
want to
got
hear.
it. I
Go
got a
ahead.
question about the question, if I may. When we forgive ourselves, what is the evidence that you guys have found in your life of that forgiveness? It's something we were touching on earlier.
Peace. You
Ooh,
feel
that's a
that
good
that
word.
sense of peace, man. You feel that weight of the other person's shit come off your shoulders because you have forgiven them. You take that shit and you put it in the trash.
Because I do not embrace that angst anymore.
Yes.
I've learned to forgive because I don't know every single word of the Bible, and I do know a lot of it. And the best thing I can do to honor parents such as I've had is to understand, for they know not what they do. And that's at the end. That's a period at the end of that sentence. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. They know not what they do.
And when you really take on that belief, you no longer feel that you have to forgive a person because you don't even take offense to things any longer. People are people, and they just did a people thing, and I don't have to forgive a motherfucker that did something to me.
Exactly.
It's only when you personalize it that it affects you.
Yes, and the more you
Yes.
personalize, perhaps the more it affects you.
Here, I want to
offer some of these people in the crowd some word of advice. If you want to have the ability to chat in Jack's chat, maybe you should
our
stop
chat.
just being our chat. Maybe stop being a little punk ass bitch. Okay, Provo Kid's up here. He does his own show. If you got a problem with him, go over to his show and talk to him over there about it. Don't bring that shit over here. All right?
Amen.
Take your shit somewhere else. You got a problem with me? Email me. My email's down there. All right. The complaints department opens after 9. Okay. Get your shit together. All right.
Amen.
I'm sorry.
It's the best.
Yeah, the security.
Jerry.
Steve Wilkos, right?
Steve. Moose
Yeah.
is turning in. There's some Steve potential there.
But now that you bring up Jerry Springer, I guess society has been falling all along because of that.
Finally starting to be shown. I mean, I think humans have been insane for a long time, but this idea of forgiveness, a logical observation that I came to for myself, right? If we've got guilt and resentment, we're feeling thoughts of anger, imagining arguments and shit like that.
Yes.
It takes up time, right? So replace your time when you notice the angry or unpleasant thoughts. Flip it around. What would be the
I don't know if that's looking at themselves. They're looking for.
That's what it is, guys. Seriously, the external conditions. I don't have the results to point to my bank account or anything else like that yet, but my inner being, fuck, oh dear.
Right on. That's the first thing. You can feel good. You know, you're not stressing and having anxiety and shit. You're ahead of the game. I don't give a fuck if you're living in a tent.
Amen.
And when
I
you
wouldn't
live
either.
the truth, then the angst can't come from outside because you live in that truth. It's only what you allow.
Right. You're responsible for everything suddenly. Yeah.
It's only what you're accountable for, in my opinion.
If I let someone telling me to shut up interfere with who I am, I would not be me ever.
Yes.
Ever.
No. You
Because
let their
truth, you've been told to shut up, right?
Yeah.
So stuff against people like, that use that way of defense mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
Because even what is unfathomable. There are some victims out there that will just never get past, unfortunately, what's done to them. And I hope one day that one person is helped by Jack, by Joe. I can't read everybody's name. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Provo's up there, Moose is up there, but one person makes everything worth it.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Homestead, this is what you're saying is precisely what we are doing here. The purpose of this channel, and for those who are new, please remember to subscribe and share the awareness with those you think would resonate. What we're doing here, what I've come to conclude, and here, my goal, it's no secret. I think a path to the UN is through the Capitol building, to be invited to speak at the United States government. But here's the reality. This economic system and this political system that we have, the only reason it exists is because we keep enabling it. We make
Of course.
excuses and we make blame for ourselves
Of course.
and the economy and the government.
It's convenient to be able to blame politicians for every fucking thing that's wrong in your life. It's worth voting as long as I get to blame them. I'll vote every fucking 2 years.
Bread and circus. And it keeps people distracted and they feel like they're participating, right? Bullshit. It's not hard to do, right? You don't have to try to do it. It doesn't take effort to forgive people if you have awareness and if you understand, right? So once I understood that I was kind of a piece of shit, like I wasn't the saint that I treated myself as, it kind of opened things up. Then like, oh, okay, I am pretty fucking difficult to get along with sometimes. My ex-wife is psycho, but maybe she has some points. You know, you learn some things about yourself. So once you learn that, and then you can sort of, once you understand people's perspective, where they're coming from, you realize almost nobody is acting out of the pure sort of maliciousness we ascribe to them. You don't even have to try. So then if you just apply that to yourself, recognize that you're also a person, just the same as everybody else. It just naturally goes there. And last Nubs asked how you know what's the evidence. I dropped in the chat a link to a chart off of Power versus Force. It's probably my favorite book I've read. Another one of the ones my mom sent me in jail. But he ranks out the emotions from least to most, you know, lowest vibe to highest vibe, basically.
Yeah.
And the lowest of the low, like guilt, shame, shit like that. When you've forgiven yourself, you notice that that's just gone.
Yes, and again, you lift the weight. Yes.
All right, thanks for having me on.
And that's where the inner
Thanks
peace
for that.
comes from.
Yeah, this is what he was talking about. I don't know how. Well,
I might be able to take the conversation somewhere, Jack.
Jack, I have no clue how to decipher that. To do that.
Welcome back, Jack. I'm in the house.
Scott's back. Well, praise God.
Hi, Scott.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
He was watching you. I figured he'd be here.
He's welcome, but he's doing his thing.
I've been
Provo,
running around Geritol Junction.
Before we get into you, Scott, Provo, did you have a direction you were thinking?
I got a piece of conversation that might relate to the topic, but we haven't heard from Brother Yurt in a while. I just want he might freak you today. Well, I was just thinking of I don't know if you're familiar, maybe you've talked about it before, Jack, but internal and external locus of control. Are you familiar with that concept?
Please expand.
All right. So an analogy I might put forth is, you're in school, right? And you take a test and you don't do well. You perform poorly. You get an F. And you have a friend right next to you. They get an F too. You work on internal locus of control. You operate from the idea that the reason I perform poorly on the test is because I didn't study hard enough.
Right.
I didn't get enough sleep. I probably procrastinated in class. Maybe I showed up late. Maybe I didn't take good enough notes, but all the onus comes back to you, right? And you can move forward with an action plan and develop something. And then the person to your right, your friend, has external locus of control. They fail the test. They say the teacher hates me. The person at the coffee shop I went to this morning caused me to be late, so I couldn't study. I didn't take the right notes. The teacher was tricking me in class. The test really wasn't on what it should have been on. The people were finishing the test too early. It distracted me. This goes on, right? So basically, we have two paths.
Locus? What word are you saying? Locus, like the bug?
Yeah, it could be thought of that. Yeah, internal locus of control and external
place. Locus, like place, I believe.
Yeah,
right.
But
location.
Yeah, locus.
Locus. Yeah, that's different. Yeah,
location.
Like place. Greatly, bro.
All right, perfect. So with that, and forgiving things, it's a lot easier when you can operate from the internal locus of control, right? Like I made a mistake. That was my fault. I set that person off. Perhaps they were having a bad day. I wasn't being thoughtful or considerate. Therefore, I can forgive myself. Therefore, maybe forgive them for their perceived transgression. With that,
you're overcomplicating. You're overcomplicating the fact we all click and I agree every time we leave the damn house. You agree you may be hit by a car. You agree you may put up with someone making your coffee named effing Provo Kid that can't just make my coffee right and not give me his metaphysical crap. And then I might go on a panel that's the woman that claims I'm a pedo, and she's being hosted by a man.
What a diversion.
Hold on, I'm going somewhere with this.
Yes, don't penalize us to follow you there, though. You love doing that.
Give the man 2 minutes. Give the man 2 minutes before I boot him.
The producer's telling you this guy, it's his turn. Now, and I was rolling. That was called cooking. And y'all don't smell cooking when it's happening right in front of you. So I'm going to start over. So I come on this panel.
Where's the peanut oil?
And that's one of the ways Tommy presents himself.
Jack,
he's fun.
Hey, I gotta say something here. Provo Kid is a respected person on the panel. He's been repeatedly attacked by the people in our chat. He's been repeatedly attacked by people who want to come up on the panel and just talk shit. It's just rude. It's just rude to host somebody like that. So no, I'm not saying it's your fault, Jack. I'm just saying to the people out there, like, it's just fucking rude and crude. And we're trying to be better than that.
Thank you.
Let him try to pull me down.
No, brother, God bless. I wasn't aware of the other stuff going on in chat. I don't give it as much attention until Moose brings it.
Well, that's a good thing that Moose is here to do it, right? You can concentrate more on what you're talking about and that in the panel.
Amen. And Provo's a good dude. Tommy's another good dude. I mean, he's got a personality and a good heart. Please. Does your daddy know you're not being response able? You are not being honor able right now. What these words mean. We do not create the definitions of these words. We must action these words, and you are not acting them, Moose. We're only women. Wait, who are you? Can we interrupt, please? Welcome, brother. It's Friday night. Okay. I can tone it down, but my words are true nonetheless, Jack. Okay, well, allow...
Provo Kid. Tommy, I think Tommy's operating from an external.
Thank you. Is that a Jackism? Oh, it's relevant to the conversation that we were having. But I was giving you free dinner. Like, I cook, baby. When I come in with sometimes.
All right. Look, I'll speak for you, Jack. This isn't the right fucking cooking network. You brought your Chinese food to cook at a fucking Thai restaurant, okay? We're cooking Chinese here, and you bring in some fucking Korean stuff, all right? You're at the wrong spot, okay? We're keeping it authentic.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, see, here we are. It's a beautiful, this is a real life example. We got, for my opinion, I care about Tommy, and I think many others do too. And
I can give a shit about him.
I think he's onto something. I don't mind hanging.
I'm playing, certainly. I digress.
Here, I'll speak for myself then. I care about Tommy. I believe Tommy has care for many people here and elsewhere. But, you know, some of the patterns of behavior, they're frustrating. They're interruptive. They're not productive for what we're doing. So what do you do? Right? We could be upset and fucking, you know, spend the next hour complaining or whatever. But we can also just forgive and establish.
I told everybody actually out in the open here, so she heard it now.
Internal person, you have no use for excuses. You have no
use. You have no need for all of that shit suddenly, right?
Right.
Well, and when we here, my mind kind of went somewhere with what you were saying, but the idea is when we get rid of our excuses and blame, we have no more guilt or resentment. We've forgiven. We've shown mercy. Mercy is the key. Mercy is the key.
Yes.
Guilt, we can be merciless, right?
And we can be merciless on others, but my job to judge others. You know, I don't, you know, if I understand, let me try to finish this. It's not my job to judge these people. Once I understand that shit, I'm less invested. If they did something that I deem wrong, I'm not doing my job by attacking them and making their job less miserable. I give that shit up.
Did I get kicked or did my phone mess up?
I was hoping you was watching this shit, bro.
I think that was your phone, brother. I don't even know. You didn't even
New
say
phone.
anything.
New phone.
Well, welcome.
What dude just said, Jack just said, girl, when you get rid of blame and excuses, then something. He just said something great. I was trying to remember that to tell you that exact line. Tim, I hope you heard it.
I've been watching. I went back and listened for 20 minutes, like you asked, and then at 2 times speed, and then came up
Earlier today
for
so,
like
man,
8
that's-
hours.
Our four best friends got a little group chat just for ourselves.
All right. I'm sure there's more to the story that I don't.
No, we don't need more, but it's exactly. We were talking about the forgiving and shit for hours today. I hop up here and this is what you're talking about. I was like,
gotcha. Well, Joe, your path, there's a message. Is there something, brother? You don't seem the type. You don't seem like you got a lot of resentments or guilt about you.
I don't got resentments. I may have to forgive myself for some things, but I don't have any problem forgiving others immediately. You do not do me no harm and all of that shit. Like Tommy, I don't have to forgive him for what he's doing. I just, the conversation was where I wanted. I'm just being a baby. I want my way.
Hey, Joe.
And you actually, in all this practice, you guys, you give yourself a gift. And that gift gives other people a gift. And that is the gift of acceptance. And you learn who people are. And even if you don't like specific traits, you can learn to just accept them as a human with very specific traits or personalities. And like I said before, nothing can get in unless you let it get in.
Well, the disease of the body starts with the disease of the mind. Because when we end up with diseased minds filled with confusion and resentment and guilt, then we don't do the proper things to care for ourselves physically and socially, spiritually. But this is the point. We can all change. We can all change like one day. Just challenge yourself. Whoever maybe those memories from the past, things from the past, challenge yourself one day and ask, why not? Why can I not forgive?
Can I just tell a little story? I raise puppies. So I did a lot of research, from other trainers and stuff to really just, I trained dogs before, but I wanted to get better at it. And one of the things I found remarkable was one of the trainers was dealing with an abused animal. And I thought, hey, I really want to pay attention to this because it's not something you see a lot of, trainers actually working with an abused animal. And there were people there asking us, this person was a teacher, so they were asking questions. And they were asking the teacher why the teacher wasn't more empathetic to the animal about the situation. And the teacher was so matter of fact. In the animal's mind, it's already lived through the situation. It's already moved past that. And as humans, we feel the need because we remember things. Just went through that 2 weeks ago. We're actually re-traumatizing an animal and bringing an energy into its presence that it let go of the moment after the situation was over. As humans, we kind of do it to ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, so we relive and re-traumatize and keep going over that situation and firing ourselves up and making us angry again. We relive it over and over.
Because we think there's something we can do. And we need to forgive ourselves for that passion because there is something we can do. We're just looking in the wrong direction. And the biggest thing that we can do with what we've experienced is the way we behave afterwards.
Yes, change yourself.
Praise God.
Well,
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. Just real quick to answer Jack's question directly. Jack asked, why do people hesitate to forgive? And from my personal experience, Jack, I would say it's because you don't feel that the wrong is truly recognized or that the behavior has changed. That's why people usually don't give into the forgiveness spirit.
And those aren't good reasons, by the way, but that's why it occurs. But those aren't horrible reasons.
Those are great reasons at one level. At the ultimate spiritual level, Joe, they're not good reasons, but at a base level, they're very good reasons.
I think the same theory holds base level and virtual level.
For all newbies doing it, we really do hope to achieve that higher level eventually, but it really takes diligence on our part to be able to get there. We have.
I don't have to forgive, or I am unwilling to forgive. You've put yourself back into the thing that our philosophy takes you out of.
Absolutely. And I think this is beautifully said in the Lord's Prayer, right? Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. It's an internal relationship with forgiveness. It's really not about anybody else. But that still doesn't mean I got to let you come rob my house, hurt my family.
I think people get it confused, Yurt. They think forgiveness means to not lock your door at night. Forgiveness means to go back and visit the perpetrator.
Homestead, here, hold on. Let me interrupt for just a moment. Provo, you were trying to say something a few times.
Oh no, I think everything that's been echoed, I can't echo it anymore. I think it's, I think it's a great conversation. But when I was just saying, when you're ready to transition, let's just hear some more people's thoughts, and maybe even your breakdown personally after Yurt's wise words.
Thank you, brother. I kind of wanted to jump in here too, though, because I disagree with what Yurt said. Did he leave? Oh no, there he is. I agree with what Joe was describing. There's kind of this standard, but here's the thing. At some point, we've got to accept responsibility for judging. Who the fuck are we to judge sometimes? And really, we free our lives. My life, here, I'll speak for myself. My life became better when I consciously stopped trying to label and judge everyone and everything. And I stopped putting labels and judgment on people when I created a pattern of being curious. Because I don't know why someone snapped at me. I don't know why someone cut me off. I don't know a lot of things.
I don't have to know. It does not even come into play. I'll do mind games and just practice and shit to see how sharp I am, but it won't really affect me. Some guy curses me out, fuck you, you fucking dumb so-and-so. I might say, why did he do it? But there's nothing to forgive him for, blah, blah, blah.
Hey, and true, that's the other part I touched on this earlier. Part of wisdom is increasing your awareness, right? Being aware of more things, but knowing what to ignore, knowing what things that you know are relevant and which ones are not. And I know that for me to be happy, I got to have gratitude. So I gave up this shit of judging people. I love you. I love everybody. And
Jack, if you don't have that gratitude, what happens to you?
That is
Oh,
the
you get
creepiest I
miserable.
love you I've ever heard. Sorry. Like, I can tell that you want to, like, come in and put an axe to my head. Like, it puts the lotion on.
Actually, how can one practice discernment without judging? This is an interesting question.
Yeah.
Okay? And I've tried narrowing this for myself and tried explaining it before, but discernment and judgment, it's obviously you're weighing the factors and you're coming to a conclusion. But I think the distinction comes in what's beyond the conclusion.
Right.
So I review relevant factors A through Z, and I discern that Joe was the problem. Well, judgment comes in when we bring
now, is it my job to hurt Joe, and to what level, to what degree? I stay away from that.
Judgment is condemnation. So that's when your brain starts going into judging the level of condemnation.
Good point. So so judgment would come to condemnation. Well, to blame is in there too. Well, maybe that is condemnation.
Maybe blame is in there too.
Blame, condemnation,
Blame
and
comes
then
through
punishment.
judgment.
And condemnation are the same thing, to my understanding. No.
I think to blame, I don't have to pass judgment on it.
Right, right.
And conversely, if we go through discernment, we come to the same distinction, that there is an application of responsibility.
And discernment? Okay.
Well, discernment will lead us to a greater understanding. That's that's where I go in my mind. Is that
right? I'm okay with that. I don't have to have the responsibility after I discern what the issue is. I don't have the responsibility to.
True.
It's like walking. You can look at it. You can smell it. You can decide whether you want to go in or not. But that doesn't mean that you're going to tell the next person to burn it down.
It all becomes, with discernment, we have understanding. And with understanding, there's just factors involved. And it's not a blame and judgment, but our life.
When you're done, Jack, I'd like the 10th man to kick in. He's been here. Remember, we haven't given him a chance.
Yes. You know what? Bless. Thank you.
Oh no, yeah, you guys are just talking. I have one question. Well, I have a lot of questions, but to begin with, is there something that's not forgivable?
I don't think there's such a thing.
Only if you choose it, because as a man speaketh, so is he. So if you say your action is unforgivable, then you are acting or you are doing a manner in which that is an unforgivable action, in turn setting up events that will make it impossible to forgive that individual.
Right.
Because it all boils back to us.
Exactly.
I kind of agree with Nubs. We each get to decide what is forgivable to us, but then again, we also decide shit to your grave if you want. Hold on to that anger.
Literally returning to the trauma voluntarily over and over and over again.
It is. It's self-created punishment, self-created misery.
Well, when you constantly go into a barbershop and never look to get a haircut, why are you going there in the first place? Does that make sense? Like, and I'm not asking anyone in particular. I'm just asking in general. Like, you go places for particular reasons, and if you go to get your fucking haircut, you're gonna get your fucking haircut one of these days.
Not have anything to do whatsoever.
I understand what he's saying. I'm trying to think of this. You guys don't know me, so I'm trying to be not too offensive. But so maybe I should just go all out, do a lot of soul searching and try to understand why humans do what they do. So what I've come to realize, and it's weird that every time you guys reference like any type of theology and stuff like that, that it kind of triggers me. And I think I kind of came to the realization as to why that is. Because people like to boil things down to the most basic things that it's easy to say in just a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to watch more than a 3 to 10 minute video. So if you can't, but you know, when I watch people who quote religious texts, and it doesn't matter which one it is, I've looked into this stuff very, very deeply, and most of them don't understand it. And then if people keep referencing Christianity or Catholicism, New Testament, Old Testament, blah, blah, blah. And, we're not supposed to understand as per those teachings. So it triggers me watching people try to explain these things, because I don't believe that even they believe that they can explain any of this. Anything? Go ahead, sorry.
The fact that you say there is no truth, isn't that a truth claim?
No.
Okay. Well, see,
isn't it true there is no truth in your world?
No.
Based on what you
just...
No.
Well, your words, okay, then we're already facing a contradiction in your words. So
you're facing a paradox, because once again, you can never understand the words of God.
Well, actually, see, this is your misinterpretation. Okay. Now, please don't project your confusion onto me or others and for myself. Similar to you, and I'm not trying to, there's no comparison. We're just different paths. Similar to you, I've also dedicated myself to understanding and trying to receive, but I didn't lie to myself saying I could not know, that it could not be explained. I just knew that I may not be able to explain it or know it perfectly, but I think I'm improving pretty fucking well. And the words that are from me, there's no preparation or time spent. I mean, this is just truth that's coming through. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, no, not you, dude. No. I'm talking about in a general sense of all humanity. Not you guys up here specifically.
Well, here's a better question. Why would it trigger you that someone is just trying to discover truth?
Because
the question
is just like it would trigger me a child with a gun.
Wow. Whoa. So I'm sorry. That brings up, you're not ready to know. That brings up this arrogance of
government.
Well, this BS that one person cannot understand what another can, and that's BS. Truth is the only thing that's important. Tell you what, brothers and sisters, human beings, figure out what is true, because that is the only thing that's important. And if you think you can't know, well, guess what? You're probably hiding past memories and excuses from shit from your past, telling yourself, I can't in this, I can't forgive this,
Hey,
I
Jack,
can't accept
therefore
this.
other people cannot either. If you deem yourself where you can't find it, no
Amen.
one else is worthy. He's on a fool's errand, that asshole.
And to remind everybody, it's not the Bible that says we don't use our entire brain. It's scientific human beings that's that.
No, as per that reference that you're using, because I've watched a scientist re-explain that, and that was actually taken out of context. And what it was that at that time, we only had the capacity to see what that percentage of the brain was used for. Not that that's all the brain that we used.
Agreed. And scientists run around saying you only use 10% of your brain. That always sounded like bullshit. As a kid, I said that was bullshit.
Egyptians knew a little bit better than scientists today because they
Today,
knew all
yes.
that shit.
Fuck yes, that was.
And that's a good point. That's a good point. But I got to jump in here real fast. We got LIG in the house. Mr. Life is good. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. Welcome to the show today. We appreciate you.
Hola. Hi, Jack. I owe you an apology. I was drunk when I talked to you the last time.
Perfect day for it.
That's interesting. Thank you. And thank you for offering that. But let me just point out too, an apology with an explanation. While the explanation may be an excuse, does that right the wrong?
Hey, Jack. I'm sorry. Could you please forgive me?
No, hey, brother, you are forgiven. You are welcome. And actually, Aaron, life is good. Thank you, brother. I hope this is the first visit. You know, I don't remember if we ever did get online here together, but I hope you come back again later.
Well, it just happened to work out. My girlfriend's out of town, and I saw you were online. It showed up on my feed, and I'm like,
wait,
okay, all right, here we
so
go.
are you cheating on your girlfriend with me? Is that what you're saying?
Just a little bit.
It's like Netflix along those lines.
Right.
I have been listening for a minute, and I wanted to talk about forgiveness also because it's a powerful, and when you forgive others,
excuse me, somebody's got to.
That's Jack listening to Paul's show.
Forgive somebody else, you're letting go of whatever resentment, pain, stuff that you're feeling inside that is affecting you, not them. They said, I heard this before, where it's like drinking a poison and expecting the other person to die.
Yeah.
That's what forgiveness is. If you forgive them, you let go of that poison. You let them be. Let
Don't
them
you
be.
think it's more like giving yourself permission to let go?
But that's part of the process, yeah.
Actually, that's where I wanted to jump in because what you were saying is absolutely true. This forgiveness is a blessing for ourselves, but so many people have been taught self-judgment, and so many people are so critical of themselves. They won't allow themselves the mercy forgiveness.
Which means they will be the hardest on others. If they can't grasp that concept, they will be super hard on others. The shit he did 3 years ago, they're still fucking talking about.
Hey, Joe, actually, with all due respect, I wanted to your words were what inspired the thought. Sometimes with our self-worth, we will allow others to do shit to us that really should never be accepted.
Yeah, you got it. The longer you've been going down the path, the less that shit seems to affect you. You really don't care anymore. You can go deeper into that area than the average person because it doesn't affect you the way it affects other people.
For other people, it's really the world is so external, all the stimulation. When I'm in the middle of nowhere, so when I go into a city, it's very obvious to me the external stimulation loud that you actually got to practice tuning that out.
Hey, I'm gonna run with that because that is the key. Again, learn what to tune out, what to ignore, but don't make yourself ignorant. Don't place yourself into denial, and pay attention to your own patterns, right? What are you experiencing each day? And if you're putting yourself in a place where you got to forgive the same person over and over and over, it's time to fucking change. Right?
Well,
Amen.
I could not agree more. And honestly, that's my role in this thing, Jack. It's not that I fucking hate you. That'd be stupid. That'd literally be stupid. But look at you. Look at you now. You have fucking Nubs Revenge talking to you, and you are not putting me in timeout because I have a difference of opinion. You have actually, this entire broadcast, there you go. In changing yourself, I think just like the rest of us, when we do better, we are better.
Yeah.
And that's not directed towards you specifically, but the place that I can speak on is being, guess what, Jack? At one point, my son will tell you at one point, I was a horrible fucking father. I was. Me personally. Today, not so much. And when I saw you coming out onto a panel and saying, this is the occurrence, this is the outcome, I saw places that you sure could improve. There was a lot of good advice and you chose not to take it. You have chosen to take a better path by even listening to me in the first place, because you're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You know, that's why Moose has me up here in the first place. I would assume.
My patience is getting exhausted.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he's not forgiven today. We got to move on, though. We've got Aaron up.
Been disrespecting me repeatedly, has never offered any apologies. Now he's defending his ignorance.
We're going to keep it positive on the weekend. Wow. I'll take care of it.
Now, I actually got to run. But, Jack, I do got to say, and I love seeing your journey here and seeing what you and Moose are trying to accomplish and all this. But I see this, and explain this to me, and it connects to forgiveness. I see.
Not today, yes.
Well, here, part of, our lives are really based on our vocabulary. Agreed. And it wasn't until I really started digging into the spiritual teachings that words like repentance, contrition, things like those really started. They were never part of my thought process, but I've spent a lot of time considering the words, the truth that I know. And so Nubs and Yurt, I know you guys are here to enjoy the show and to do your part, and you think you've done your part in helping me grow.
They do.
But the thing is,
you're projecting. No, my intentions here. That's not my intentions here.
Forgive my perception based on what I've experienced, but
when I checked my perceptions, Jack, about you, I checked mine and stopped myself.
So you say.
That's true. That is true. Hey, Jack, Austin has actually come up here pretty damn respectful.
Well,
we're getting on the 2-hour mark over here. We're over 2 hours. I think that's what's going on. You're getting tired. Your patience is running thin.
Brother Moose, respectfully, let's not tell Jack where he's at physically, emotionally. Like, you need to be a little bit more.
And
we have so many.
Is to disrupt Jack.
I said improve, not disrupt. Improve.
Oh, respect. Yeah, and I not only that, I'm seeing improvement that I find interesting, which is why I'm showing up and engaging in this conversation on this panel. I see the spark in him of value. It's not a totally valueless thing, or I wouldn't be here.
Right.
May I please offer a perspective? I know you felt the need to interrupt me and have a conversation with Joe about me.
My apologies. I pushed that because I didn't want him.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, and you were correcting that, and I pay attention. Thank you. But I don't want people to be deceiving themselves. I mean, I'm a very forgiving man, but I'm not a fucking fool. Right. I know when people's intention. I know when people are saying things and manipulating facts for the purpose.
I just gained a lot of respect for you right now.
Where I was going is the problem in the bigger picture, besides what's been demonstrated until now, what has been demonstrated on this panel and many others, and is just an evidence of our entire society, is denial of responsibility, accountability, no care for the accuracy of words. There's a severe.
My words come from your mouth. That all I know is from your mouth. So if it's a severe lack of respect, etc., that's from yourself.
So you claim.
And see, here's the thing. I live very clearly by a couple of rules.
Let Jack speak, for Christ's sake.
This is the point. What we're dealing with, this is egoic nonsense. This is what I've been studying. And this YouTube has been a beautiful, beautiful place for me to observe
Crash
the
course.
patterns of behavior of different
Yes,
humans.
it's the greatest psychologist's dream, isn't it, bro?
Well, I'm a simple man who's figured out how to use the gifts that God has allowed me, right? Fucking
God.
technology, my brain, my heart, my body. No one wants my body, so I'm here trying to get my mind and my heart out here. So,
and all of this might make you lose your thought, but in all of human history, this has never been possible. What we're doing, even when we were younger, we had like one phone line, and even when we had the internet, this was not a thing where you could see motherfuckers' face and see the expression to what you say. That was never been a thing throughout the whole hundreds of thousands of years that humans have been here.
shouldn't we have to enable it or continue to tolerate it?
Agreed.
And
those are two different things, though.
Right.
She is saying anticipated. We should expect people to fumble through this shit, see the worst and the best of it. And what you said, we don't have to be a victim of. We learn, which is what me and you do, Jack. And then you apply some shit to change it and shape it to mold it the way you want. Get what you want out of it. I know that's what I do, bro. Come up here and use you niggas, man. I'll be like, some smart guys over there. What question do I have? I hop up here and use your brains to solve my fucking questions and problems.
Well, admittedly, I'm hoping to improve the comfort, the order, the fun, and the conversations. I'm hoping to improve this channel and what we're doing here to the point where when we extend invitations for others with bright minds, innovative ideas, well, I'm hoping to get some great conversations going
I think
here.
you already get that, bro. We're not big name motherfuckers, man.
Right.
We do well, bro.
Well, there's still a lot of chaos that people are bringing, and here, this is the dilemma of humanity, right? Each of us has a gift, a talent, something amazing to offer. These fucking insecurities and arrogances, though.
Yes.
People coming up trying to impose their authority, their superiority over others, or others just seeking attention.
From insecurity. Rises from insecurity. I gotta get up there and immediately show myself in a position of dominance, reassert my, who has those fucking ideas when they up on a fucking panel?
Well, it's like I see many times. I had this discussion with my husband last night, and I'm like, if that person knew they were right, they would not be arguing this hard.
Agreed, right?
And tripping over their own ego.
It's always ego. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to disrupt this conversation.
So,
that's what it is.
I say that because, Jack, I've watched a lot. I'm an observer, and I've watched a lot of stuff. And I hate talking truth for people, so I say this out of love. I pose this question to you out of love because I've been in the position myself. I feel like, Jack, you're sick and tired of answering certain questions.
It's clear. That's a given, right? That's clear.
Months and months, right? Months. I wasn't even a part of it for months. I just been observing, and through my observation, I'm like, this guy is getting tired of the questioning. And I say that because I'm 2,000 miles away from my family, because I'm the one that thought outside the box. And it was my family, all of them, who swallowed the jagged little pill with their Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
And no matter what I said, no matter what receipts I brought, they wouldn't trust, they wouldn't understand, they wouldn't open their minds. It didn't matter what I said. You know what?
Too.
I gave myself permission to move on because it just wasn't worth the brain power to try to get through certain people like my family who willfully put the earphones on, who willfully put the blinders in front of their eyes. I still love them, but I can't personally invest in trying to change a person's mind that they themselves won't change their mind.
Can I respond to some of
that?
Sure,
absolutely.
And Moose, just so thank you for bringing my awareness to the time. And if you need to bounce out, feel free. Okay,
it's Friday night, and we're feeling all right.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Paulie might be coming in. I know that you wanted him to come over here, so I reached out to him. I know that not everybody on the panel, wants to sit here and listen, but you know, get your talking in now before he comes. Let's get our discussions in while we still have a chance and an opportunity to do that, please.
Hey, and actually, thank you. And we do have some all-star guests here. So subscribe, share, whatever.
And if you could just answer me so that you could get it out of your body. Are you fed up with answering questions? Are you fed up with having to carry receipts everywhere with you?
Hey, sister, thank you. Some of my frustration has come out. And when you were asking, I was trying to figure out the right answer. I am frustrated. Because for 5 years, I mean, since 2018, I've had the idea that if I could get the attention of authority, that I might be able to do something, not only for myself, but for others. And it hasn't happened yet. And
it's happening.
Well, I mean, today, part of this too, it didn't strike me until we were deep into the show, but Forgiveness Friday, fuck oh dear, I would do anything to have my son just hear the conversations that we're having.
He might be watching and you don't even know.
Patience, Jack. You know, that's got to happen the day we just started having these conversations. God plan maybe 2 years from now, 3 years from now in a bar somewhere, he sees you and so, blah, blah, blah. You fucking relax, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Not even the folks who love me.
I've been on here for probably a month and a half at all.
So I didn't feel comfort, but I felt forgiveness, and I had an open mind to be able to come up here and try again with Jack, because I know that we can get on a conversation.
Hey, see, Paul, so I'm running on my way too, man.
The reality of it is that it would seem to me, yell, like, hey, let's practice now. Oh my God, Aaron, I'm yelling at you. You're the worst person ever. Wow, he's like generally unaffected. So if you're that much affected by yelling and or the critique, maybe there's something to look at. If not, moving through the storm. Sorry, sir, I was talking while someone was interrupting. It's best to agree after I'm done speaking.
Obviously, you've never met Joe Cool. I'd like to introduce you to Joe Cool.
That's one of his habits. He gets all stoned up. He lays back and he thinks he's on the block with the boys. Like African Americans, like when they're at church. Right, say it. And I go, hold on, Jack. Joe, you're scaring the white people.
Wait till he feels the spirit.
Right.
Holy cows.
Where's your face, Paul?
You want my beautiful likeness? There it is in all its glory.
Oh, thank you.
Jack just climaxed. Did you hear that?
I felt deprived all day. The schedule didn't match up.
Well, Daddy's here, Jack. I love you.
Hey, we're having interesting and good conversations, I feel, about the topic of forgiveness, the benefits of it, some of the steps to do it.
Now, Jack, I just want to be clear, just so you don't feel like you were on the conversation. I just got done telling my audience that there's a very good chance that we're having the same experience, but that from my perspective, you're misinterpreting it and you may go postal one day. And it's not your fault, really, because I did use the word insane. And again, I don't want there to be this thing where, like, because again, I've been characterized as insane. At one point, I agree, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, like ending legal secrets. You know, I got to shoot straight.
Paul, after meeting you, I don't think you have to worry about that. Okay, and here's why.
You're going to call me when you have the hooker in the trunk? And I got her back there. What do I do, Paulie? No, Jack. You're supposed to call me before you put her in the trunk. I can't help it.
I don't know your method nor the way to accurately describe what I saw, but I fucking admire you so much. Last night, after a long day, whatever, the day was over, I'm heading to bed, I turn YouTube on and I see Paul still fucking streaming. I'm like, what the hell? He started before, he's still going. And I knew you disappeared, but I didn't know what happened. And so I turn it on and literally my voice is being used as a torture mechanism. Fucking house guests who.
That's one of the pieces of value you bring to my broadcast. I'm able to use you at 5 speed, a ritual known as purification through suffering, right? And the masters are familiar with that, right?
Yeah.
Look,
they respond to that.
Well, the compassion. And
Jack, are you offering this man forgiveness for using your likeness to terrorize people, try to get them out of the house?
Again, his ego and sense of victim entitlement, and Jack's not even going for it. He's like, "Are you kidding? Shut up!" This is why I can't have him as a producer. I'm merging with Jack right now, and you just fucking cut right in on that to make it about some nonsense. It's Agent of Chaos again. Well, there he is.
Hey, hold on. I actually want to encourage you, Paul, please, and I'm grateful to see that my voice was used as a torture device, used in the method it was, because the care you just expressed to me, the concerns of me, my heart was just bleeding with compassion as my eyes was fucking tearing up from laughter.
It's funny.
Yeah.
We're having fun, man. Yeah. And I got a panel of insane people up there last night that won't leave. So I had to have you laughing insanely with music in the background just to kind of drive that home that we're in a sanitarium over there.
That's what I mean. I went back and looked a little closer today. It was like you left after a long day, you know, doing you, and it was a fucking 2-hour close up. And it was like these guests would not leave.
And I never left. That's the thing. It looked like I left. I put myself down, but then I have to babysit them. And this Christed being goes to the folks who need the most. It's not to the rich people, right? Even the middle class white people. It's the insane, broken, spiritual children who literally can't leave my broadcast because they need a daddy so bad. They need some source of nurturing and completion. And it's very sad to witness, right? So I try to make something out of it because if not, I might cry. I cry tears for these people. It's very sad.
It's actually disturbing me right now.
Good job. Maybe back over, right? Considering hanging myself.
Mrs. Doubtfire, which Robin Williams are we talking about?
No, Goodwill Hunting. What'd you say, please, before I forget? The Christed being goes to the afflicted.
He just did it again, by the way, because Robin Williams was insane and suicidal. So there he is, Robin Williams, insane and suicidal.
I don't know.
It's like you're some type of genius.
Why was he in? Hold on. Why was Robin Williams insane?
You can't just believe whatever you see on the TV because they tell you
stories of certain folks who hang around, steal jokes, pay after the fact, and then kill themselves, right? So, you know, Robin Williams has been on record with a lot of people as somebody who's stolen material, used it, and had to pay people after the fact to go away. And then we know how it ended up. So, you know, when you don't live with your own meaning and purpose and you're constantly like adept at acting like other people, you tend to go insane.
His
right?
family.
So go insane on drugs and alcohol and kill themselves or each other because they're constantly acting like other people and taking their material and never finding their. It's okay, like just one after the next. I know I talk a lot. Go ahead.
Do you think that he did kill himself?
I can't
prove that was a given.
Prove it one way or the other.
Yeah, all the people that were associated with the Clintons, they killed themselves too.
Right, I know. I get it. Every time someone dies, it has to be a grand conspiracy. Sometimes maybe folks actually just kill themselves or overdose on drugs because they're insane.
You say hung on his doorknob. It said suicide by hanging, but
it was a chandelier actually. But yeah,
well, that's different.
I'm just saying.
I can see a chandelier hanging by doorknobs reeks of fucking bullshit. You know, one wants to die like that hanging from a chandelier. That's what rich comedians do.
Know, that's
you can also say there's a thin line between genius and insanity. So some might call him a genius, and again, if there's a thin line, it's a slippery slope from being a genius to going insane. I would know. Right? Some folks say I'm a genius, and doing this panel, I'm teetering more and more each day.
Partially insane. It is. We are. The Clintons, the Epsteins, the fucking wars, all that shit is really this lifetime. The development of the internet. Joe, you were talking. I remember, dude. I'm like this transition between the old and new. As a kid, we had the outhouse. We had fucking party line telephones with the neighbors.
Yes, we thought we was a heavy game, right? When you had the party line, you could switch to.
Yeah, dude. So we're living this history that we've been learning about and we are a part of.
You got everything at your. You got everything at your fingertips suddenly. All these things that I had to go to the library and pull out a book and shit like that. Motherfucker can Google it 20 times, 200 times more at their fingertips. What's going to happen? I had to learn these things in school. I had to learn phone numbers because I had to use them later on down the line. Now you don't have to use a memory. That's not really a thing. Hey, Siri, what time is it in East London? You don't have to remember this X amount of hours. Of course, it's going to change people, and we don't know.
I just want to point out for the future, Moose, just stop buying those subscribers, right? You know, you went up 800, 1,000 in a couple of days, and there's 20 people here, and I had to bring more people over. So clearly those subscribers you're buying are some, mining operation in Shanghai.
Cool.
Warehouse full of
I'll do
computers.
better.
Can you buy us the ones that actually interact and actually, I don't even care if they
When
put a
you get
comment.
See, that's the thing. It's too white over here. Okay. We need more.
Well, hey, good work.
Yeah, Cleveland, get over here, man. We need more Jack.
Well, I say whether or not Robin Williams did commit unaliving, that anytime a person is murdered or does that, it's all of our fault.
There you go. So I had a feeling that this was another insane person, and he just proved it, because it's somehow my and everyone else's fault in the world when someone chooses to do action.
No, I'm saying if you
say that
negativity out there.
Hey, I'll present that
Great.
case.
Okay, so if I ever kill my with a knee on my back and fentanyl sprinkled on me, you can all take the blame for that. So I'll accept that. The next time I go to jail, by the way, if it happens again, because it's happened before, but actually, I'm going to send some bills to everyone's house here, because I've had quite the ride.
I think I said murder or unaliving.
Please, sir. No, don't cut me up. Just said that anytime
you're misrepresenting what I'm saying because you don't understand it.
Especially if that person does some good things, right? So I a lot of people are owing me then. If that's the case.
Well, Paul, there's here.
All right, wait, hold on, Jack. 1 second. I need someone to get Jack's face on the one on the right and my face on the left. If you could do that for us.
I'm not sure where that comment was coming from, but I can make that argument. Poverty, crime, these things are poverty and addiction are symptoms of a broken connection with others, broken support system, broken within. It's a condition and a symptom of a broken society. If we had a true caring and open society where people showed care for each other, well, then crimes wouldn't be enabled.
Of course.
And
you have some people acting out, but it wouldn't be nothing like it is. I got another way to present that argument. If we are all truly one, truly connected on a submolecular level somehow through our energy fields or vibrations or whatever, then we all add to a collective what we put in. It's not just what Joe does. We're being judged all together. So your good goes in and my bad goes in with your good. It's a soup thing. Therefore, we all are responsible for this cake that we're baking.
As it starts with self. You can't make a grandiose statement like anytime something bad happens, it's everybody's
That's
fault.
not what I said. I said anytime anybody unalives themselves or murders somebody. I gave those two specific examples. You've conflated it into something it's not. Rather than asking questions, you don't like being talked over, but then you misrepresent what people say, and you also talk over others.
You want to skirt, I'm sure, personal accountability and responsibility while then extending that outward to a collectivized idea that doesn't exist. Society doesn't exist. It's an idea. It's a collection of individual men and women who operate one way or another. So how do you even have a society if you have a collection of individuals who are not embodying a lifestyle that would verify that if it was their fault, they'd be the solution to it? So I'll wait into the jail and everywhere else and talk to the least among us because they say it's everybody's fault.
That's an assumption.
Paul, hold on. The exact same thing you said, Paul, about the collective is for the self. All we are is a collection of memories. All we are.
So you're going to forget about the results. So when you die, you're down to your memories. So if I plant a tree and it grows and shades a whole house that I never get to see for my children, that result isn't there for everyone to see forever. We're just a collection of memories.
That you created a disagreement to deflect from what was said.
You can't make these absolute statements and then not be called on them. It sounds and feels good, but it leads to more.
Where I was going with it is the selfish responsibility is the action is the result of the past. Everything has cause and effect, right? And so this is part of the problem of this society. Everyone wants to blame the one, fucking punish the one, when the fact is most of those ones who are being convicted and punished have been enabled or encouraged or covered up by others.
Right, but you're failing to see the original concept of what this was supposed to be, which is a remedial system. So You're going to what it is now, not what it was supposed to be, which is that if someone does cause harm to themselves or others, they're deemed to be a danger to themselves and society, and they're supposed to be taken in and remedied and put out as fast as possible, not punished.
Well,
so while you're arguing from a corrupt system,
Hold on. What do you mean remedied?
What do I mean remedied? The same thing that went on in my life. I don't accept that I didn't have a right to put dope in my veins. The point is I overdosed twice, came back into the same dope I overdosed on, so I could have been dead and up out of here and not in your faces annoying you.
So we should have forced you not to get high? Is that the remedy?
Say again?
We force you not to get high? That is the remedy? When people act up, we remedy them?
Certain individuals ascertained that I was a danger to myself and others for various reasons, so they contained me, allowed me a time away from all the distractions to look at myself and my behavior and form new habits while within the confines of a facility.
So that is kidnap niggas?
I didn't say that.
That.
It's not an if-then statement. There's supposed to be a societal mechanism where everyone's on board. They say, hey, Paulie boy, we love you, but you're a danger to yourself and others, like an intervention. And we say, how are we communally going to look after you and provide for you? See, you have the wrong idea because you see bars and the rest of it. I didn't say we had to do what they do. I'm saying you bring somebody to a yurt, if you will, and you let them stay there and you work with them and you provide for them through a group taxation process. And if that's your game, if that's how you want to structure it, doesn't have to be behind bars, but the being has to first realize for themselves and others, hey, I'm a danger to myself and others, which is the hardest part. So when someone shows a pattern of that behavior without self-realization that they're a danger, then some would say someone would have to come in and remove them for there and everyone else.
Be clear, I'm asking, are you saying that when he's a danger to himself, we go in and remove him from that until he's better? Are you saying that?
Well, I wouldn't know because I don't pretend like everyone here to be somebody who's going to ever be part of the system or change the system. I can only speak on what I've observed in my own life. So in my own life, right, being accountable and responsible for self and able to
remedy put you away because someone determined you to be a danger to
yourself. No, you didn't listen because the first time that happened because I didn't know who was. Second time, see, I showed a pattern, second, third, fourth, fifth, drug abuse to myself, almost killing myself over and over again, lying, cheating, and stealing, being a problem for others, blaming others for all of my shitty behaviors and actions and lifestyle. Mm-hmm. Right. So the second time they said, hey, Paulie boy, you seem like you're really smart, know a lot about the law and won't take an attorney. But we don't think you can get through the whole trial without fucking yourself. I said, you're probably right. So they said, we're going to give you an opportunity to do 28 days at a rehab facility. And because I went there and focused on myself, right, it wasn't about the program per se. I did the work internally. I worked with other people who presented themselves there, the important people, not the rest of the faculty. Right. And there was some level of growth and learning and change that was facilitated there. So I'm thankful and grateful that the community and the system got together and used some of that money they were going to use to go bomb a village to allow Paulie boy to look at himself away from all the sick attachments and distractions and really get back to himself and maybe come out with some chance of becoming a leader in the community and successful and making a change. And I think that happened.
If I can bring it back, I'm sorry, Paul. Thank you for sharing these things, but I want to bring it back to kind of the question that first started this. So, Paul, in that time where you were dealing with all this shit, trying to figure out what was right, wouldn't it have been nice had there been like the community that was there to support? Because the original statement made was that when someone offs himself or another, there is a responsibility to those around, even those not involved. So, well, back to
for their friends, family, and extended community, essentially, yes. But we're not all responsible and accountable for folks harming others and themselves because their self, their parents, their friends, their community have been, I guess, unavailable on many fronts to themselves as well.
I've heard that said by others, but at what point? At what point is it not our responsibility? I mean, I just think.
Well, it depends. Okay, Jack, I'll meet you there. No, I'll meet you there. It depends on how we define responsibility, because you know what I do with the words, right? I get right down to it, responsibility. So I guess you're right, because I'm here talking right now about this and we're spreading awareness and I'm doing it out of care and it might help someone. So there's my responsibility, right?
That's
I've
why I
given
see
you,
it,
this
yeah.
is my version of my ability to respond to the problems the world
I think it
presents.
is.
But we also have to admit that we live in a society that puts forth the whole bunch of programs, a whole bunch of social programs to quote unquote fix the social problems. And a lot of people within the community are okay with just handing that over instead of like what Jack's actually having active part within your own community.
But this is why we have to whittle down the words and terms and be serious how we use them, because we don't, I don't live in anything except the universe. I don't live in a society, especially the legal society, because that's the one you're talking about. So a legal society is not a community, and that's why when you go to your community, you don't see communing, because you got a bunch of individuals who think they live in a society.
No, what I'm talking people who pass off their own, let's use for lack of a better term, a social responsibility.
Duty and responsibility, yes.
Duty and responsibility to other programs put in place by a third party. They're okay with passing off this to a third party instead of engaging with the people in their community.
Fuck yeah.
I agree with you.
I totally agree.
And the way of thinking that gets us there is exactly what I thought the man was saying. Maybe I was mistaken, but that we all have some responsibility and accountability to each other, like objectively in all ways. So therefore, we have to pay into a system that solves our problems.
I think so. I think that is
like, hold on.
Hey, yo, say he respectfully bowed out. There's too many chefs in the kitchen. He sees Paul's cooking, Joe's cooking, you're cooking. So he said, you know what, he's out.
You know that how the rest of that phrase goes. Too many chefs spoil the broth. Go ahead, Jack Talcott, please.
God damn it. Well, the thought I had
Can I
is
just give this little story? It's just a little story about social,
quick story,
social things. I have a Down syndrome son. He's very, very friendly. One thing we noticed about him when in crowds is he seemed to be drawn to the person who needed the hug. Like, he's going to be 18 years old this year. We've seen it year after year. And what that did was not make me feel like I need to tell you guys anything. The initial reaction to seeing that with my own eyes was, damn, I'm doing it wrong. Because Bill can see something that with my judgments, like you're talking, with my own judgments as a person, wouldn't allow my own self to see. He was able to see it clearly.
one of the things, I don't remember, I had something relevant to what we were talking about, but with the forgiveness, the greatest gift, the greatest key, the path to forgiveness, it's gratitude. And so wisdom is the ability to ignore, right?
All the movement is horrible. It's just horrible for the viewer and the audience and the panel members. All the flashing and movement.
But Paul, the idea was Moose saw me starting to get into a flow and wanted some attention for what I was offering.
Right. So we can't all be part of the experience because we have to zoom in on Talcott. Right. That's great for a panel.
I sit patiently as I host the space for people to speak, but I actually do know that I have a shit ton of knowledge and tips and experience that are probably helpful should anyone want to hear.
He wasn't saying your knowledge was bad. He was saying the graphic of throwing you up there distracted.
I know, Joe.
I'm not agreeing, so I'm just saying. I think you're like, all right.
I get what's going on. It's
first he pipes the music up, distracts the shit out of
attention.
Actually, I'm gonna totally change the subject. I'm gonna throw a wrench in here for the conversation. Because
horrible producer.
I love you, Paul. This is
no talent, no eye.
I'll discuss with you as a solution.
Sorry, that was going so damn good over here, and then this.
If I was insensitive, I would ask that lady if you're her son.
Hey, here's
because I knew someone would eventually pipe up and make the joke that I'm a Down syndrome gorilla. So listen, you like it, I love it. I was about to say that since they called me that, I'll own it. I have that space in me. Ask the people in my life where I don't get in my own way. So I energetically read the signature, and I know who needs the love and care, and I know who needs the moment of inspiration, right? So that's the difference. I know who needs the critique as well.
What I want to know is this or do you have no control over whether or not the things that people say make you this upset? Or you just like,
what's going on, huh?
You seem to have a lot of feelings about what's happening.
On the inside, right? I'm just getting right down to the facts.
Without your constant words flowing.
Oh, I don't need my piece to be apparent. My piece is powerful for me when
I'm asking you rather than try and present the fucking argument. Damn it, Paul. I was trying to bring some fucking fun into this, and all you want to do is argue.
There.
Can you
damn it, man?
Please stop.
I love you. You know what? Can we just get everyone out of here? It's me and you.
Can I say?
I'm going to email you tonight. I know if I email you back and start really talking to you that we're going to get somewhere. So I'm sick of this fucking dynamic. I'm going to email you and love on you. And then we're going to get everyone out of the way. Okay. All the impediments.
Paul.
Yeah.
I love you, man.
I love you. Did you see how that feels right there? Do you see how that feels? Feels good, doesn't it?
It does feel good, man. It feels good to just chill out and accept. Hey, what you were saying here, well, I'm not going to add anyone else back yet, but Musa, I told
I'll fucking
Musa.
go right off on him, Jack. You know how I am. I'm very loving with you right now, but these fucking slaves.
Paul, Musa and I are excited. Okay, we're excited for what we're doing and the ideas and the thoughts that maybe what can we do. And one of the ideas I had was I would love to see, Paul, you and Scott join our efforts with your connections, talents, fucking knowledge. This was the team I discussed earlier today.
That's a dream.
Well,
Moose can stay away from all the buttons.
Moose can learn. He is learning.
Fuck.
Moose is learning, and he's already bringing a lot of knowledge and ideas that I didn't have. There's room for improvement, brother. And I think with your influence and attention, holy shit, you know, I got hopes in your abilities and his. And then with Scott's been throwing you some like ideas, man, and in my opinion, like some invitations. I don't think I misread it, Scott, but
I don't have any invitations. I just have moving forward. If we end up converging, it's just how it happens. I mean, if you know, there's no definites in life until you make something definite. You know, I mean, you got to show up. So 99% of the job is showing up. There's a percent of worrying about what the fuck happens then. You got to
fucking do my job 6, 8, 10, 12, 20 hours a day for months.
I know. Paul, but here's
Paulie, I'm gonna be real. Hold on, Jack.
Everyone back.
Showing up, sometimes 10% shutting the fuck up.
That's fucked up, Jack. Is that how that feels every time, Paul, when he puts you in the back? Is that how
it feels just like that, right? It's the same.
There's no reason to come up and worry about it. I mean, everybody's cool. It's just that there's a dynamic that it's an ebb and flow of things that could be. I'm not gonna lie, Jack. I mean, there's no reason to try and fucking shoot high and shoot over the storm clouds to get to fucking UN.
Forget about what you don't like, and let's focus on what we do. And what we can agree with is growing and doing something here, right?
I think he was about to follow that with advice. I hope it just wasn't about to criticize your shit. I hope he was about to come up with something, alternative.
Entertainment, inspiration, and information goes almost right out the window. So that might be my big ego, and I need someone
10%.
You take the air out of the room.
Producer, you're one or the other. In the plane, or you fucking serving drinks.
Though truth may not exist, both of those people are correct.
The thing that I would say about this is if you have a dynamic with Paul that's shared with Jack, but Jack's running the show, leave Jack and Paul to work their shit out. If you're stepping in and think you can overtalk Paul, he's gonna fucking run you down. He's done it.
I've done it a few times, and when I do it, I usually say enough to like make myself look really stupid, and he lets me keep going for a little while. And about 45 minutes later, I kind of wake up from my like, and then I'm like, wow, I really fucking did that, didn't I? So yeah.
You're even
So
doing it
anyway,
right now. He's giving us an example of it kind of right now, and that's why
Just
I
be
like
careful. You shouldn't take an undue advantage by cutting them the fuck off. You know what?
Well,
If
hey,
he's being rude,
Scott, here, I'm gonna stand up for Moose in this particular moment
he's a man.
because
He just did it.
hold
He's
on.
doing it.
Hey, Scott, standing up for me is the value I'm offering. You're convinced on the value Paul's got, and I don't dismiss that.
There's a
But
dynamic
please
between
don't
the
play.
two of you that's good.
What's that?
I said there's a dynamic between the two of you that's good. I'm not
in Tennessee. I know I've called you cuck in Tennessee. I've called you so many names. I've
that's
yelled at
true.
you. I've blocked you from the channel. I've done a lot of things. I just want to say after
Well
tonight, yeah, cuck in Tennessee, at the end of this night, we'll unban you. You can come back tomorrow. We can work on this again. I forgive you. It's Forgiveness Friday. I forgive you, Chuck.
Wait,
Thank
you called him on, put him in the basement, but I'll forgive you.
That is impinging upon the rest of our lives. So they don't know enough to know that they're horrible people, but we're going to point that out and then forgive them. So this I can get on board. Thank you, Moose and
So,
Jack.
so you consider people that are in an internment camp a slave?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Are they not?
Sounds like you're
That was
captive to
easy.
me. They liked it actually,
You
right?
got to take a risk in life. You got to take a chance, okay? If I'm taking the plates off, I'm going to try to get my gorilla ass over the electrical wire. I might not make it, in which case it's a quick out for me.
Oh man,
he's speaking real truth there.
If you forgive my gold chains, I'll forgive your iron chains.
Oh, wait. Your question didn't make a lot of sense. You were never mind. I don't want to chase that rabbit. I thought you were saying an
he asked
internment
if-
different than slavery. But
One
here's the
step
reality.
closer to the boxcars.
Well, let me toss this idea that there is slavery. There is currently human trafficking, child trafficking, sex slavery. There's migrant, worker extortion.
I got to stop you right
and-
here. I got to stop you right here because it just hit me. Moose, get on this. This is the gold. Segment, Jack's word salad toss.
The even sadder part of that is even when we're not physically enslaved, we create mental prisons, right? And based on what we committed ourselves to in the past, based on what we believe of ourselves, what we expect
expectations
of ourselves, the expectations, yeah.
How Jack feels about black people and women, which were
No, dude, see, that's the crazy thing. I remember thinking so many stupid things, and man, I used to think there was a difference. And today, now I know everyone is confused. The
You know, I'm
color
not what you think racism is. I've never seen a doormat.
in 2018 when here, guys, the key to our change is just stay open-minded. Try to learn, take a local if there's a local course, local discussion going on at a community center, at a library, go find something out. Look something new up on YouTube. The point I was getting
You scared me, Jack. I'm saying
every single time.
I got a big screen in front of me. He just jumped out at me.
All right, you know what? That's it. Oh no, see this one.
It's good. Fourfold. If Polly and Jack are getting into something different,
get you on
you
there.
want to drop people off. That's not a bad idea. Okay. Everybody
Actually, that
shouldn't
is
feel
bad.
fucking, left behind or anything. If you got something to say, get out a pen, get out a piece of paper, write that shit down. Not only what you got to say, but what triggered it. And be part of the fucking broadcast. If
I
you're
like
an expert on an expert panel, be an expert on the expert fucking panel.
What triggered it?
That's
I
right.
like that. Yeah, I didn't think about that part of it.
Well, you ain't gonna be able to bring fucking Jack back around if he's fucking happy-go-lucky in another thought, unless you tell him what the fuck brought you there. And Paulie, your audience too would be good to do that. If they care about you, they will. You can weed them out just by that simple fact alone.
His audience doesn't care about him. If they cared about him, they'd stand up for rights and freedom.
Damn.
You got people watching you right now.
Ask him. Ask him. He'll say it.
They don't
It's
care about you.
usually the donation box. And then once in a while, I'll see someone get gunned down, taking their plates off. And I say, that's someone who cared, as Moose says. But other than that, when I'm sitting in that box, there's no calls coming. No one's coming to the visitation. No one even cares, like, pretty much where I went. They just pretty much assume I'm dead or in jail. They're probably right. So, but that's okay. And of course, I'm being a bit flippant. I think a lot of the folks do care about me. But again, the way that we show care in this society, we're back to that term, it's very
children.
bizarre. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Have you not noticed the folks who come up and tell me they're my fans and then take bizarre pictures of me and insult me and go, "We love you"?
Children, they don't know how to ask for the thing that they want. They don't know how to react when you give it to them the way they didn't expect. They're children.
This isn't, hey guys, in the bigger picture, I mean, there's plenty of evidence, and we've talked about this before, but in the back of my mind is this is the time of the divide. People are what's the thing separating the wheat from the tare? The
chaff.
It's true. We're separating the wheat from the chaff. But Jeff hates pigs down there. He says Moose is forgiven for his minor mistakes he makes as a producer. I would
He's
also
not forgiven is the major mistakes he's made as a man, a father, a husband. I could go on, but
the place. So I would like to extend a little bit of forgiveness for you, Jeff, because you forget that I mess up every single broadcast. It's not just one broadcast. It's not just this broadcast, that broadcast. I mess up every single one. So I'm pretty consistent. I'm one of the only people that I know that is consistently a failure, but still
Let me
wins.
say something true.
But you're missing the point here. I made Moose my producer because much like Howard Stern had a Baba Booey, I needed a Moose. I realized early on he was extremely incompetent, and that's why I made him a producer. Because I knew he would fuck everything up, in which case it would give me more material to actually truthfully focus on his incompetence. And it worked out well. Oh, the place. He just didn't know what
Diabolical fucking play.
I even told him that. I did.
Seriously, I'm grateful that Moose got the idea or was trying the idea of producer with you, and then I'm grateful he decided to share some time and attention with me. And now, Paul, others, those who want to help, those who want to join and contribute talent, energy, time, connections to this.
Humor. These cats are hilarious.
Hey, you know what? This is fun, and honestly, I swear to God, my words can often be taken wrong, especially given the contradiction of my situation compared to what I say. But
yeah,
it feels so.
I've been giving you twice. I've been up here, right? I remember I was up here a couple weeks ago, and I've been asking for the opportunity to have a problem with what you said, but that's the most I've seen you talk since I've known you. Because everybody always cuts you off.
Thank you.
Yeah, this guy's horrible. Don't listen to any advice he gives you.
No, it's true. It's been an interesting experience, and you guys are a part of it. But from my perspective, I sit and listen to people talking about me, but God is with all of this. My faith and my search for truth is what keyed me in on Paul Unslaved and what he was doing. Seeing his courage and standing up in those interactions with authority, kind of helped me quite a bit. And
what is that about when cats like Paul do that shit? To me, it's like the super courageous founding forefathers type bullshit, right? What is it that make other people see it as he is irresponsible and the worst fuck in the world? What is that? How are we so far apart on that?
He's anarchist. He's an anarchist, and that's what the forefathers were. It's anarchy.
Hey,
he stands for anarchy, and not for nothing. You got to be real careful because these policy enforcers know it's anarchy, and they can call it what it is. Okay.
Hey, Scott, you're absolutely right. And the best example of an anarchist was the story of Christ, Jesus.
There you go.
The anarchist against the state, the government, the oppression.
There you go. Put me in, Coach. I'm fresh. That's what Paulie says. If they come up against him with bullshit, he goes, "You're just following somebody else's bullshit they told you. Have you searched out anything you're saying, doing, or thinking about doing to me?" And every one of them hasn't, and they can't help but hate him for bringing that to their face and attention.
So what about these cats on the internet? It's probably the same type of thing. They hate him for bringing these things to their attention.
They
right?
want to jump on them because they don't know what to do. When you're faced with the truth, it's very hard to respond quickly. So a lot of people, instead of going to, hey, hold on, let me learn, let me think about this, let me open a book, they go to an ad hominem attack. Paul, he's a fucking gorilla. He's a moron. You think I'm a slave? You're a fucking psychopath. They go right the wrong way rather than trying to listen, learn, pay attention, and grow spiritually, mentally, physically, emotionally. They want to step on their own fucking chance.
Yeah, but Paulie made me cry. I did cry.
You should your feminine side, and you should have one. If you don't have one, you're not whole.
Everybody knows inherently what we need to do, and the majority of folks know they're not doing it. So when they see me and feel me, I'm a representation of everything they've done and not done, and they have to rebuke that. The only other option is to accept the wrongs they've done and not done and change them. And we know folks don't like accountability and responsibility. There's growth and learning and work, and you might have to put your ass on the line. So get him out of here.
There's more than that. There's more than growth, learning.
And then there's those who see the Tao and rejoice because they know. Well, we have that dynamic. Folks see me rejoice, the white gorilla, and then there's those who are forced to question and they get upset. Right? We don't want to question our life and our lifestyle and our world that we
examine it.
There's a reason. Because we know you got value. We know you got the fucking.
And you know the value you bring, brother.
Dude, he came over here 5 minutes before that and said, Paul's over there shitting on all of us and trying. Come on. The point is, it's affecting you, right? Because you came over here, ran over to Jack and said, Daddy's talking bad about us. And all I did was reiterate what the fuck I've been saying for 6 months. So why is it still affecting you is the question. I've not changed anything that
I was just entertaining the crowd and bringing you over. I was just trying to do what I do.
No, that was a bit. That was a bit.
Well, I'm kind of doubling down on the whole crowd hating me. Like everybody thinks I'm buying subscribers now.
This is where he thinks he's like such a great reverse psychologist because he gets caught for everything.
What did I get caught for?
That's a bit, right? Then I go, Moose. It's a bit with your wife. He goes, no, she really hates you. She's constantly on my ass.
All that taken care of.
What, you got her on Thorazine or something? My friends.
I want to interrupt this conversation. Welcome back, Jesse. How'd the interview go?
It was amazing. It was more of a concert. So we talked to him a little bit. He played a whole bunch of music and songs, and we just had so many people. It was just vibrant, and a lot of people lifted a lot of people up. So we did.
Who is he, Jesse?
His name is Anthony Rogers. He's a friend of mine for about 7 or 8 years from Australia. Musician. He's about 62 years old, and it was just so amazing to be able to share him with the world.
Very cool. Well, welcome back, brother. We're still continuing the Friday night chats.
Yeah, and since we're forgiving people here today, Paul, will you extend that forgiveness to my wife for her dislike of you because she disliked the truth? She disliked the spirit and the way. I do think that since it's Friday's forgiveness, I think she does deserve one.
You're way off the mark. There's no forgiveness got to say, think, and feel about me. I couldn't do what I do. So I don't take that shit personal. It goes right off me. I just talk about it, and I'm passionate about truth. So they think I'm triggered and upset about the situation. No, I'm passionate about the truth within the nonsense situation. This is just another nonsense situation. I deal with thousands of them.
Makes me laugh.
Hey, the key to forgiveness, the key to forgiveness truly is gratitude. And
I'm glad you keep coming back to that.
I think the Greeks had a really good method for forgiveness. It was called orgies. They just went and fucked each other, and then after they were done, it was, So
we just went right past that. You said we should do forgiveness orgies.
All dudes.
9 guys, American friends as well. They like white women.
That's what white girls
runs a hotel, right, Joe Cool? So there's a lot of fringe benefits. I know a lot of activities, and I won't get into it.
You got to have three night stay minimum. You can't no hour long. There ain't none of that shit going on over here.
Hey, Moose, I get my shit running Monday. Maybe me and my girl could come down there and stay for a few days.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah.
You don't bring Joe Cool down there. You remember what happened with him? That ain't gonna go well.
I'm not afraid of Joe Cool, and I'm not afraid of O'Shea.
You keep him far away from that woman of yours. Because you see how Joe Cool moves. He's got that white woman on his screen, but he's up to other activities, right? We can't.
I understand. And Joe Cool, I say this with the most respect, man, but I got the speed and the strength still. I got that young, viral, testosterone-driven body. And no offense, man, but is he going to say, Moose, we need to have a talk?
You got a list that said page 1.
Hey, but it is Forgiveness Friday, so maybe he'll find it in his heart to forgive me.
It may be a wait till tomorrow and give you shit.
I just figured out what Moose is right. He is a master troll. He gave Jack Talcott the idea of Forgiveness Friday just so he could fuck everything up.
Brilliant.
You're the one talking about the one off right now.
Hey, Scott, now I have to start over.
Worst things have happened to better people. You'll be all right.
Here we go. So now I guess I'm in charge here. I guess Jack Talcott. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, the man with the plan, Mr. Jack Talcott.
The tip of your fingers.
Yeah, the interesting thing is I'm sitting here waiting to speak for so long. No one cares. And then I get up for just a moment. Where'd Jack go?
Yourself, next time I set you up for something like that, you have to come back with something like, don't be silly. I don't wipe my own ass. I
got to give it to you. Lou, I forgive you for coming up here and actually not ruining the broadcast with your shitty audio right out the gate.
He is going to ruin it with his shitty personality if you give him time.
Yeah, just give me a minute. Give me a minute. No, I can't.
No, you can't even last a minute. You get 25 seconds.
I came up here to apologize to Jack. Jack, I know that I've been.
No, all right, I'll let you do your bit. Go ahead.
Hey,
we discussed it though.
His eyes look sincere.
I've been wrong, and I know you've triggered me sometimes. So sometimes I get a little bit in my feelings, and I go off, and I apologize. And Jack, you are a true man who believes in what he wants to do, who loves people, who loves God, who really wants to save this world. And I believe that one day you're going to do it. And I would love if I could only be part of it. And all I would like to say to you, Jack, if there's anything I can do for you anytime, I'm here. And I apologize for any shit I've given you in the past. I really do. You got my number. If there's anything I can do, give me a call. And if Moose gives you any trouble, I have a certain particular set of skills. I will find him, and I will go hiking with his wife. And
all right,
that was heartfelt. I think you.
Thank you, Lou.
Leave.
I kicked him out. I appreciate you, Lou.
I was wondering, was he saying that he's done giving you a hard time? I was wondering, was that inherent in what he was saying?
Actually, Joe,
I was.
Well, here's the deal. Thank you for the words. Thank you for. I mean, we shared the space and time for the words, but I'll be honest. I don't trust.
It's about as fake as a $3 bill, Jack. We literally talked about this exact conversation on Paul's channel.
I know, but hey.
I mean, really at this point, the producer, co-producer.
You know, like I get the.
He wants to give your wife a massage.
Right here.
In person.
No, he wants to give one of us a massage. He's not straight.
See, Lou still doesn't get. I'm trying to behind the scenes show so that I can gain more control.
Right.
He's not getting.
Well, hold on. Hey Moose, let's allow Lou to be Lou. Lou has made some statements and done some things with me that have disappointed me. But
well, you triggered me, Jack. That's bottom line.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's disappointed Jack just like he disappoints every girl he's ever been with. So Lou, are you going to come correct and actually, are you going to start coming correct or what, man?
I'm doing my best.
All right. I tell you what, it is Forgiveness Friday, Jack. You are right, man. I am being too cold on Lou because I've had past interactions with Lou. I'm in my ego, Jack.
Just step back.
I'm sorry.
Just remember from the time when I first started listening to Jack and all of you guys were all ragging on Jack. Everybody was really hard on him.
That's what I remember.
So many people have kind of turned a new leaf, have either, looked at things and at any time someone can say, look, I was wrong. Like, there's something happening here and I don't want to just be a dickhead causing chaos, that agent of chaos, like you guys say. And it's okay if someone wants to honestly apologize and say, hey, if he turns around and next time he's a dick again, well, then that he's just playing games. But if he chooses to turn a new leaf and wants to be good, then we have to be able to accept somebody that says, hey, I was wrong.
Jesse,
you're right, Jesse.
Jesse, one thing,
I was in my ego, brother.
Even if he is, everything you said is true, but
I just want to be clear, okay? I'm still gonna rag on Jack. I've never stopped, okay? And as long as that's known, I've never stopped loving Jack. I've always been clear that I love Jack, but I'm going to continue to rag on him. And no, I was not wrong. So that may go for everyone else.
That's considered the money shot.
Yeah, I see that. I am my brother's keeper. Somebody just sent me that comment. We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not related. There goes that.
My girlfriend actually thought that you were his son because you were saying something father, and she was like, yeah, that's Jack's son, and he's in there.
So I mean, it makes sense because like the disappointment level is pretty much the same. So I mean, I can see where she's seeing it,
bro.
The love.
So Jack, what do you say? Are we? Can we turn over a new leaf, you and I?
I've been waiting for you to improve since the day I met you, brother.
All right.
Is that
okay?
That's a yes.
Okay.
That's a yes. And but Lou, see that This is a package deal. The package deal. Me and you have to come to some resolution too, sir.
Well, I have nothing. I have no problems with you, Moose. I love you. I always loved you, Moose. I love Jack too. I've always loved Jack too. But yeah, I got no problem. I never had a problem with you, Moose. Like, I mean, a guy like you that's honest and, direct and, says things the way they're supposed to be said, never tells really any, shade bullshit or anything like that. Well, how can you not respect that? I respect
Moose,
you.
does this mean that Jack has a frog in his pocket?
What?
A frog in his pocket. I mean, you're gonna go with him wherever he goes, no matter what.
Yes, I won't. I can be a frog. I won't.
That's what handlers do. Have you ever seen a handler?
It's the same deal.
Yeah, you gotta. Everybody makes their own thing and put towards it. But quite honestly, Lou, what's going on, brother?
Jack is my sacrifice to the Masonic Temple of America. It's my entry to the Brotherhood.
Now, Paulie, there you go. There you go. There's your answer.
Jack Spliffly, bro. He's got to sacrifice.
Jack, it's a joke. It's a Jack. It's a joke. It's a joke.
He knows you.
He's dumb.
It's really funny. No, it's
funny either, Jack. But you can forgive him.
Well, my mind got distracted because I thought I sent you a text. Maybe it wasn't today, but I was trying to remember the names involved. I'm pretty sure it was Lou and Yurt and another who were really talking shit about me on the OTW stream. That was either this morning or yesterday.
Damn,
that was yesterday, sir.
Okay. Well, and today's a new day, but I want you to recognize, Lou, many of the shit things you've done and said, there's record of, and I may not even know half the things you've said and done to me, but
I know them all. You want me to list them all? I could bring them up. Okay.
No.
Come on, Daddy, please.
No, but recognize that you've said.
No, I know, Jack. Believe
right.
He drinks.
But some people's internet personas is just to push buttons, just to fuck with people. They enjoy that. They get off on that, whether or not they really mean it or not. They just do that because if they can push your buttons, they feel like they have kind of power, control over you. So you'll have a lot of people that's who they are on the internet. And, maybe that's not truly who they are inside, but that's what they like to do because they get attention that way.
They got psychologists.
Exactly who I am.
Psychologists now are much and addicted to it. They got psychologists now who explain to them and help them stop doing that because they get a dopamine or a serotonin rush or something out of it, and it's an addiction. And they deal with that now. That's a real thing. Fucking Detroit.
Dude, I'm high right now. It's nothing compared to coming on here and talking all this shit. You guys should try it.
Joe Cool, can you hook me up with one of those guys?
I don't know.
Who's talking? Cat?
The cat.
Well, there is some fascinating observations and studies. I mean, breaking it down, what we are is chemical and electrical reactions. And all of our thoughts generate different electrical activity, which stimulates different organs, produces different chemicals. And people get fucking addicted. Well, we've got social engineers. We've got people getting paid today to program us
to maximize a certain thing, think a certain way.
Yes,
me, I've always I like to shock people, so I'll say things that I may not mean really, but I'll say it just because I like to shock people a little bit.
That's that dopamine rush. You get a rush out of that.
Yeah, and I think it stems from my childhood because I was sort of like the odd wheel out in a very large household of 13 people, and I was sort of the odd man out. Yeah. Everybody had a pair except for me. And so I used to have to do shocking things just to get that attention. And so it's turned out.
That was cruel.
Stop that, Moose. He's muting and unmuting me. So it's become part of my persona, I guess. Sometimes it doesn't come off right. Sometimes
that makes me think. That makes me think of all the other things people could have went through in their households where they bring onto this internet. It might not have been shocking for people for attention. It may be some chick who didn't get it sexually where she was. She was never told she's cute. Now she's a skank because she gets that attention. We might be doing all sorts of shit on this internet of our childhood.
Amen. The children today, we're seeing the results of a generation of people that really don't know who they are because they're being raised by moms and dads who don't really know who they are. That's and everyone's clinging to political beliefs, religious beliefs. Now these gender identifications and all of these things, everyone's going for external validation and identification of who they are.
I agree.
But we got to stop bullshitting each other and break out of our own echo chambers, because we have a tendency as humans, we want comfort. And so
we
we'll
hide in those echo chambers willingly.
Amen.
You know what's the worst thing I think they're doing to kids these days is this idea that everybody gets a prize. There's no more winners or losers. You know how they play these games and at the end, oh, everybody gets a little trophy. No winners. You know, the fucking kids are counting who won and they're keeping score and they're, you know, they know who won and who lost. But the parents
What's the philosophy behind that again?
I don't fucking know, but
it's to encourage the kids who put in the effort to participate, and they don't rise to the level of being recognized. So, you know, there's good and bad.
Called equity.
It's
called equity.
Yeah, we could take that to another level too, that the competition has also separated people, put people against each other instead of unified them. So there's two sides to that, like Jack was saying.
Yeah, but the competition doesn't do that. Egos do that. There's a space of capitalistic competition where you step on someone's head to win. There's a space of healthy competition where may the best man at whatever the field is gets the quote unquote top position in everyone's eyes. So there's a
because if you can't do that, maybe you can do something else. Not everybody has to win at golf. Not everybody has to win at tennis.
Right. It'd be nice if I didn't talk for 5 and 10, 15 minutes at a time. And then when I went to speak, I didn't get interrupted 10 seconds in. That'd be great. I talk fast too, so I get a lot in quick.
But you're not worth listening to, so what the fuck? Is that what you're doing?
Can you come back to your
He got his
point?
word in there.
Paul?
Sorry. Let me get it under control here. I'm practicing relaxation. I'm opening and closing my rectum hole, Jack. That's something I've learned from the
Wait, cam up.
Extreme control over all faculties, including
Anal
rectum.
queef.
You've achieved self-mastery.
Yes, there's a connection
place
between
for
our
bullying.
rectum and our mouth. It's pretty fascinating.
What the hell? Yeah, I know. Everybody calls me.
I'm the burnout more than the boomer.
That's what I was saying.
I'm undefinable. I'm just fucking getting started.
I'm just starting a new adolescence. I don't know what's going on.
I
with me
think
lately.
so too, Lou. Me as well. I've been happier these last 4 or 5 years. Probably I stopped doing heroin. Might have had something.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it, Joe. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, lately.
And we all agreed it was best for everyone for her to get the fuck out of that hellhole.
Listen,
and he has the balls. Don't talk over me. I'm pointing this out for the world. That's why you're triggered. Because you know you're a fucking manipulative piece of garbage. Because that woman needs to get out of there. It's best for everyone, but you're going to keep fucking shitting on her way out.
You just did. I don't know what happened.
Tommy, she's down in my chat, you filth. You want me to get her up here? How dare you? Yeah.
I'll drop if I need
Down
to.
in pursuing her own life and successful lack of codependency with you that you've shown.
I have no problem with that.
No, she's not a dummy. She's very smart. So we're not gonna we're gonna equalize. Since you want to like half joking, half serious say she's a dummy because that's Italian love. I know that love. I'm half Italian. Well, no, she's very smart because she's getting away from the manipulative codependency we all exhibit.
Yeah, I saw that
The
aggression.
only reason why I say she's a dummy is that she's not a dummy. Obviously, it's just a fucking term. Bro.
Can I guess? Can I guess?
Go ahead, guess.
Because you're a fucking cheap Ginzo at that, and in your mind, she's gonna have to go pay more to have less, right?
Yes.
Right. So I know you as good or better than you know yourself, and I know you're fucking
I don't want
ego
her to
rat.
pay more. I don't want
Well,
her to
here.
pay more.
No.
Hold on.
She'd rather pay
Let me-
more
yeah.
and have less and have a more fulfilling and functional life than to be under your thumb like some kind of greaseball slumlord.
But she's not under my thumb.
Whose standard is he won't shit in a bucket? That's why he had to get rid of his daughters. Sorry about that,
Hold
Jack.
on. Let me point something out here too, because Lou, this is serious. While it was just a word, you chose to defame your blood because of your opinions on money.
It has shit to do with money. That's society.
She'd rather fucking sacrifice more money for less just to fucking get away from you because you won't change.
And my point
Mark, that's what leads to peace and power and fulfillment. So
Fingers up.
and all the rest of it too. And the way you're going to get there is by changing your perspective on what matters.
Listen, for me,
I had to bullhorn you on that one, but everyone's yapping.
That's right. I'm gonna say
for
goodnight,
me,
folks. You guys have Lou. I'll let you get to family hour in a moment. It's late here. I love you guys.
Hey, hold on. This is his space here too, Paul.
Amen. Jack, I'll be listening from the back. Have a good night, brother.
Thank you, Moose. Have a beautiful evening. God bless.
Producer never usually. Who's this
Enjoy the
Gelman
family.
now? He comes out
I'm
every
watching you guys, you fuckers.
something other than insanity and anxiety.
Hey, much love. This is a good break, but it was a good interruption because Lou, seriously, man, you did the same bullshit with me. You place money on a value above relationships.
I don't want her money.
That's not what I said.
I want to give her money. I want her to have more money. I want her to
Right.
be more.
No, he's
successful.
saying, Jack,
You
in his
think-
mind that he was calling her a dummy because he would rather her be in a better financial position. What he doesn't understand with the male chimpanzee is it's cart before the horse. You need to be in a better.
Can't we have
be in a better position internally before you worry about providing her a place. You all can't get along, so she could be in a better position financially. So one comes before the other. Charity starts in the home. We're practicing what we preach here, right, Lou? So don't call her dumb. Call her a woman who's on her own, and she's going to learn about life and the value of a dollar and all the rest of it. Even though the valueless, you get what I'm saying.
Hey, let him respond.
Can
Paul.
we
You're
not?
so
My
sweet.
view. This is my ideal in my own crazy mind. Maybe it's wrong. I don't know. My ideal situation would be that if she stays here, she's number one, save money. I get it.
Happening
And
about the ideal situation that we all have in our mind when we're not the ideal men and women in each other's relationships with our family. It's a ridiculous conversation. We're off in our imagination. He just put the clip up, imagination segment, right? Let's all talk about our ideal utopia that we can't create one-on-one at home. Foolishness. Let's talk about how we're going to
would be that we can, now that this is out and on the table, that we could spend time and actually maybe set up a time where once a week, I don't know, whatever, where we have a talk and we work things out and we learn how to work together better. Better for her, better for me. And at the same time, she can save money. For me,
Right. There's nothing wrong with it, but you're still in the space of what you want and don't want, and it causes you to act out and say things you don't mean, like the dummy's leaving. So if you get away from what the fuck if you just get away from
bullshit,
if you just internal space and do what needs to be done.
You wanting that so bad, you just called her a dummy, showing that you have some type of feelings and mislabeled feelings and emotions about it. Paul,
that might be true. That might be true.
And you have resentments. You need to be away from each other to get back to a place where you could be thankful and grateful and communicate from a distance.
It's fun.
Stop talking. I'm saying you don't work under the same roof at this time.
It's logical.
And that's fine. And for
Hold
me,
on, Lou.
it'll be better.
Please.
Very happy alone. Sorry,
Lou,
Jack.
Paul, you've given your advice. Lou has not listened, and here you can shut up. You have not, dude. You have not. You have Lou. Fucking lying. I actually have some disagreements with the solution that Paul is describing. While I get the intentions, Lou, fucking making this so difficult. Okay, every one of us do, and Lou, you're just an example.
Hold on, maybe I'm not making the situation with my daughter or something else. I'm not sure. Right?
You're making your life more difficult than it needs to be. It's apparent in your daughter. What I understand of your relationship with your daughter, and it's apparent in our relationship, you and me, Lou.
Okay.
So,
so you said you had a difference between Paul, what Paul said. You said you had a disagreement there. I thought it was very sound and solid.
Where Paul pointed out is sound advice about if you can't fucking figure it out, separate, right?
Actually, it went even further. He is saying that you will be healed by the separation.
Right.
You took it a step further.
No, what I'm also saying is because we need more clarity, because then they'll fucking say, the reason for the separation is much like I talked about before, going to treatment. The separation is not where the healing comes. It's the work you do while you're separated, which again, then you have to go back and get triggered again and see how you respond.
Agree.
Same, right? Because it's easy to go off on your own, do work on yourself, and then feel like everything's great. Well, that's not where the power is. The power is being up under the roof, having things go bad, and seeing how motherfuckers respond.
But there's no disagreements there, but it doesn't have to take forever. It doesn't. You don't have to set up weekly scheduling appointments and picture this shit taking 14 years like this, like the society.
You're projecting your own.
I'm teaching something differently, Paul.
You're projecting your own.
Let him finish.
He's literally projecting his own issues onto the patient, so to speak. You can't do that. You have to
get it out at least.
Space.
Actually,
Let him get
Paul,
it out.
you're describing yourself.
We don't get to choose how long this takes. You're not in control.
You are absolutely projecting yourself onto me, Paul, right here, right now.
Where did Paul
I'm
go?
doing that. Put him in the back, Lou, so I can fucking try and speak. So I actually know what I'm talking about when given the opportunity. And if you consider the words, you'll find the truth. But this constant disagreement is just pointless. And
Paul was
Lou,
dead accurate in everything he said, in my opinion.
okay, here's what I wanted to point out. It's very, very fucking simple. The change can happen starting today. When you choose to fucking change the situation, you change what is within you, and you break those patterns of thought where you keep saying, this is going to be a long time, or it'll never heal, or I'll never understand. You've got to break your own damn loops.
Paul, was that, I'm not Paul, Jack, was that you earlier that I was talking to that was saying, you see where you do have to separate from a person sometime. I think you made that argument earlier yourself. As to these guys that troll you or whatever, you do have to separate yourself from some time after you've taken so much.
But Joe, it can change like that. As soon as you change, as soon as you choose to detach from the frustration, the anger, the conflict, as soon as you choose to detach, it's done. And then who hasn't?
No one.
Well, I know
who has
experience.
himself from these events, that he's depersonalized from these events, and that is what causes the cycling of control and confusion.
Well, you're creating a distinction.
You can't talk
for the
about
purpose
healthy
of
family
disagreement.
dynamics when you don't have any
You presented no relevance other than a string of words.
No,
Paul.
I'm telling you, you can't identify with your 14-year nightmare and project it onto Lou. Whatever you were saying,
Hey, Paul,
you're back. It happens
look
every
at your
time.
behavior. You're being disrespectful.
I operate with
my channel. Hear what I know, not to be fucking belittled and insulted and accused.
You want to grow, Jack? You want to grow?
Let me say this: coming from a different.
Hold on, Joe, just a moment. Scott, there's no fucking growth being shown when Paul just keeps looping and repeating and repeating and repeating his goddamn nonsense. If you check yourself and really step back and see what's going on here, you'll find out that I am demonstrating a peaceful man.
No, you're not. You're demonstrating.
Really?
You're demonstrating that you are associated yourself from this thing that we were just talking about.
Stop
It
it,
still
Joe.
gets you
Hold
emotional.
on.
From
Paul
reality.
has tried to speak 6 times in less than 20 minutes and been cut off and rolled over.
How
like
many
this guy's doing
times
right
have
now.
I tried to speak? Have you kept track of that, asshole? Here, this is crazy. Brothers and sisters, thank you for this. Is not what I intended nor expected. I thought we could have adult conversations on a Friday night with a man like me, a man of peace and faith. I don't present any religions other than God, other than love, other than the empowerment that truth brings. I'm here sharing our time, Moose and I. We're committed ourselves to a schedule to growing what we can do in our production, and we want to offer good things for you. We want value to be shared with you. So I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to hide my disappointment. Tonight did not go as I'd hoped, particularly with some of the people who showed up. I hold many of them with respect, and I think that's clear. But for whatever reason, this is evidence of my life, and this is evidence of others who desire to withhold respect, withhold the care of simply the offering of attention and time, so that I might have a chance to do what we committed ourselves to do today, which is share value for you. So we're growing and learning. I hope you found entertainment, perhaps some inspiration, and hopefully some encouragement, because we are here. If you want to follow the way, if you want to claim to be a Christian, then your purpose here today is just like mine. We're here to share the praise of God. We're here to share the healing that comes through forgiveness and through leadership, through compassion, through generosity, through service. So, brothers and sisters, find forgiveness for yourself, find forgiveness for those around and those who have been, so that we can have gratitude for the day. Again, Friday night, holy cows, it might still be early enough. Maybe I'll go downtown and see what's what. Thanks for tuning in again. God bless, brothers and sisters. Until tomorrow night, timing. Good evening, brothers and sisters. Welcome back to Chats with Jack. Golly geez, I love that timing, Moose. I think we're getting this together. Hey, tonight, Saturday night, salad toss. It's a play on words from last night. It was something brought up last night. And for those who are joining right now and later, if you happen to see the stream last night, it was a little, the topic of forgiveness did not come out the way that I'd hoped. But tonight's a new night. And, you know, Moose and I were coming again with gratitude, humility, appreciation for those who are joining tonight and those who tune in later. Subscribe. The idea, though, came out about tossing out ideas, kind of brainstorming together. Collectively, I've observed there's a lot of information being revealed, being put together. There's a lot of great people who see some incredible patterns. Speaking of, we've got a guest here already. 6079 Smith W is, as he goes by. Hey, welcome, brother. Yes, we've got a lot of people seeing signs, seeing patterns, making discoveries, and bringing connections to light. I don't know if anyone heard that, but there is a chirping that we'll experience tonight. Amateur here hour, but this is my life and my situation. I got a smoke detector that's wanting attention. Sorry for the interruption. We're coming together here at a great time. Those of us, especially those of you who are joining together, subscribers and those paying attention to what's been going on here, we're part of something pretty cool. And hey, Smith, we've had our disagreements here on this platform. You and I have had our words earlier today, but also offline just previously. I think we're good. You feeling good tonight?
I'm good.
Good. You're welcome here. And I appreciate, you know, you've at least been paying attention. You know, sometimes you've been critical, but you've been paying attention and it is appreciated. What are your ideas? Do you have ideas on what we could do
To actually have less division. That's it. That's it.
How do we
I think
accomplish that?
I think
Sorry
part
to
of that
interrupt.
would be to have a smaller panel. No, I'm sorry to interrupt. There's a slight lag, and just to have a smaller panel and to just let people express their ideas. It's your show, Jack. You run it the way that you want to. Moose is producing it. Nothing against Moose. You guys do a great show. Just have it flow a little. However you do it. I don't think it should be dominated by one person or the other or anything. I think you do good work. I think your heart's in the right place, and I think that's it. You got to be consistent with however you're doing what you're doing. So if one person's talking over you and that upsets you, treat every person that same way. But if one person interrupts you and you put them backstage and then you bring them back 5 seconds later, then do that to the other person. But then otherwise, it'll grow some animosity or whatever. I appreciate what you're doing. Good job getting some truth out there, enlightening people and whatnot. I got nothing, man.
Okay.
I got nothing.
Well, how about thank you, by the way. I'm working to improve my consistency. But at the same time, I've been quite open, Moose and I were both growing. Everyone's been kind of growing and developing into these roles. And people are challenging I mean, what you brought up is that people need to overcome the divisions, right? And I was asking, well, how do we? And you brought up some good points for what we can do here to bring out less disagreements here on this channel, this platform, that's for sure. What about the greater scope? How do we convince people that they want to end their fighting, to end their disagreements, when they've convinced themselves that they don't want to stop disagreeing?
No, I agree. I think men are lovers of themselves these days, and it's evident. I mean, I've encountered this same experience everywhere I go. And I'm not saying you, I'm not saying from you, I'm saying from other people everywhere. If the person has over 300 subscribers on YouTube, they don't want to hear what I have to say. When I get on anybody's live stream, am I saying like and subscribe my channel? Hell no. I rarely will mention my name. I don't care. All glory to the Most High. That's it. That's what I point out. But to hear Freedom Grower the other day tell me that Christians are the Antichrist, and then I don't have a chance to say anything back to that was a bit much. That was a bit much. That guy could not be more wrong, as he's living in his mom's house because he's a divorced fool who knows nothing. I'm sorry for saying that.
It's okay. It's all right. I did want to interrupt you let's discuss that topic, all right? Here's where I see us agreeing. Right? There's a lot of signs and patterns, and I think the case could be made that this is the time of revelation, that this is the time that was prophesied, right? Well, so if all that's true, there's probably a reason we're all coming together, and it's a more divine reason than maybe we've understood, right? So maybe what your role is a confirmation that, guys, the signs are here. It is time. The signs that you see maybe aren't as important as that message. Is that possible? You know what? Regardless, something to consider if you'll accept it as a possibility. But beyond that, man, I've been saying this for a while and as clearly as I can. I believe this live without fear. It's intended for us all, and I'm just a messenger of it. And Moose and I are welcoming those who want to help this grow, this being whatever it is it evolves into. Freedom Forgiver. Amen. Welcome, brother. I believe that's who I think it is. Chuck in Tennessee. Holy cows. Praise be. May God guide you guys on your endeavors. Remember, I stood up for Jack's military pay. May not always agree, but will support. Praise be. Chuck in Tennessee, you will always be our first official donation. Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you for your support. And Chuck, I remember that. I remember you standing up for the facts that you agreed with me on, that you saw as well. So you're not ignored and overlooked, and you are appreciated. Thank you, brother. Sorry to do that, Dick. Timing, but welcome, brother.
Cheers. Great to see you all. How's your afternoon going?
Better than expected. You know what, Dick? I always hope for the best, and I try not to expect too much. Does that make sense? So
yeah, they say expect the best and prepare for the worst.
Well, yes, and then learn to adapt and receive the challenges and the disappointments as they come. Today was
I just wanted to take an opportunity to start the show off by being forgiving and forgive 6079 for blaspheming my name and making false allegations against me.
No, you literally said, though, yesterday that Christians were the Antichrist, so that's okay if you forgive me, but you said that. It's all good. I'm not trying to fight with you, bro.
So we must have had like a Mandela effect. Your synapses must have been firing differently. And
Dick, is that something that could come from you, that Christians today could represent the Antichrist? I mean, I could make that case, but
well, a Christian would be to follow Christ. I mean, Christ,
right?
The archetype, the character, the deity, the idol, as some people I think look at the Christed being from a doctrinal standpoint of modern religions, Christianity. Yeah, I think it can be a stumbling block. However, I've never characterized it as the Antichrist. The only thing I did with 6079 is he called somebody else out in the chat and said, hey, prove it to me that the Bible is an allegory.
I mean, I think maybe there may have been a misunderstanding, different perspectives, and chat. Sometimes easy to read things out of context. Hey, easy to read things out of context is a great way to great tip for those who read the Bible. It's real easy to take things and twist it and take it out of context to make it seem like you're right. Tommy, welcome, brother. Here, your volume's real low. I'm gonna bring that up.
For myself like that. It's usually the difference between am I holding the phone like with the bottom of it near my mouth or am I sitting back from the tripod? So that varies and it needs dealt with live.
All right. Well, we're good now. Hey, welcome, brother. We kind of interrupted a discussion between Smith and Freedom, but the idea of Christianity, and I don't mean to delay you. Did you come in with an idea or something, Tommy?
I think you're misinterpreting. Or what was it you said about the Bible? Are you just spelling me out the way you want to read it? Because you're telling me I'm complaining
Tommy,
about getting
hey,
what I love.
Tom, no accusation, no suggesting is tonight, right? Saturday night salad toss. I want to toss some ideas around instead of arguments and disagreements. Okay.
Good idea,
Are they
Jack.
messing with you, Jack? Like, say Saturday night salad toss again, because that means a different thing in the circles I've seen that mean a thing.
Hey, if Jack wants his salad toss, that's his choice.
Well, I mean, salad toss is making a vegetable medley, but when we add in the SURDAY, SURDAY,
Bruh.
it's like that implies a more exciting type of salad toss. So we're gimmicks now. That's where you're going, Jack. We're taking it into the morning radio gimmicks.
Tom, hey, we are having fun.
It's actually pretty amateur hour if you don't have. Let me hear it.
Actually, that's a good point. That one could catch.
That's yours, is it not, Jack?
I don't think it is, but inspired by myself, maybe through the artistry of Paul.
We've definitely heard you scream that expletive.
Yes, I know. And actually, back to the
Nothing
title.
to be ashamed of. It's just a word.
Just a volume. Now that right there was mean heresy. That was mean blasphemy. Like, good job, producer. You're just doing all the things. You're doing all the things that the memes and internet does.
You don't think Moose is doing a good job, huh?
I don't know.
Well, we're learning. We're learning.
He learned that from his daddy. Like, we just saw out. What was that? 45 minutes, right? But Dick asked me if I don't. Dick asked me if I don't think he's doing a good job. I don't think he's doing a job. Like, the good or bad has nothing to do with it. I don't think he's doing a job.
Wait a minute. So if the guy shows up to McDonald's for minimum wage and delivers you an ice cream, he's not working?
That's a job. That's a job, yes.
Okay, well, Moose is showing up and he's doing his function.
Right, he's doing what any good solo person already does for themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's doing it to Jack's satisfaction. And unless anyone else is paying Moose, maybe, like FBI operative agents or something like that. But I mean,
is someone paying?
You never
him?
know.
Hey, guys. Holy cows. There's, yes, there is things growing here. Moose and I were having, that's part of our agreement. We're going to have fun doing this with the intentions of it growing into something big. And for those who are just tuning in or new to this, make sure and subscribe and share with those who you think might enjoy conversation.
Okay, so can I conjoin those two things you just said? Like, anyone that already knows us, Jack, or is aware of us, will not be something big because the people that travel us are the same people. And
well, Tom,
there's the give or takes there. Like, whenever you make the circle and the overlapping circle.
Is Christianity not a good topic? Because I was excited to get into that with 60,
yeah, we can get on that. We can get on that.
We could do that a different time too.
I can tell any channel why you're not going anywhere, and you should be happy to be.
Hey, Tom, here's the deal. What you're ignoring is while you and others have been allowed with graciousness, with me and with Paul and maybe several others, you can fully expect
that graciousness. Is this graciousness?
Well, my finger is right over the remove button for you.
Tommy,
that's tyrannical.
I-
That's
I
tyrannical.
just came
graciousness.
up here to say that if you can't fit in, you can't have a decent conversation over here. We're giving you the opportunity. We haven't really slapped you around a few times.
Oh, thank you,
We're
Lord and
being
Savior
very
Moose.
nice to you.
And how am I being not nice? I'm not loud.
You're just
I'm asking.
Tommy. We don't need the Energizer and Bunny up here. This is supposed to be a dialogue between gentlemen. Maybe there will be a lady up here later, but this isn't a dialogue when it comes to you. It's a fucking monologue about stupid shit that has nothing to do with this channel or the people in the crowd or anything factual. All right, so just have a good day, Tommy, and let's move on to our broadcast, folks. Thank you.
Bless you. Thank you, brother. Golly geez, man. And Tom, I see you're still in the back. So I'm going to leave the option up to Moose, but just what he said, you don't see the kindness that others show, and you just take for granted that what you think is more important than the time of everybody else. So Dick, thank you as well. I mean, and Smith,
you bet.
the idea, the topic of Christianity and some of the conceptions, and maybe what might be real, what we know is not. Those are the things I'd love to talk about. Because
Yeah, there's a lot I can't say for sure. I mean, the historicity of the Christ character, did he actually exist or not? I can't say with certainty. And there is suspect arrangements to me with the whole KJV, Council of Nicaea, Constantine, having like the politicians and the governmental characters of that time, or at least the overlords, oversee that process. I don't think they're the best people for that oversight. In any case, though, I think it's a lot of sacred texts that extend out even beyond the Bible. I mean, the Bible itself does reference like the Book of Jasher and Book of Enoch and other outside references. So to me, that also could be correlated that it's not just tied to those 66 books. That might be a little bit limiting in your mindset of what's available. But I think the Christ story, as Paul has characterized it, and I think you have as well, Jack. I mean, we're all living something that we relate to in regards to that. And that's why it's such a profound storyline, is so many people who read those words end up coming away from it feeling they have direction in their life or a better understanding of who they are and what the purpose of their life is. And so that's why I think when he says he's the way, the life, and the truth, he's pointing to that mindset like he offers in John, where he says, and you would know I and the Father are one. There's no separation there, but that you and I are one. And so that we're connected in a divine purpose. And so that was never lost or forsaken. It was just our perspective that lost sight of the truth that we're children of the Most High. And Christ brought us back to that truth. Now, that understanding to take us out of our enslaved mindset required becoming a master, because we wouldn't accept any other approval of us. We needed that validation from a master to set us free, because we were slaves in our minds. And when the master set us free, he said, I'm no longer your master. I don't call you servant. We're now friends. Because the goal was not to leave us in some kind of state of servitude where we needed to follow the leader and we would have to have him guide us out in every single step. It was to do greater things and to utilize the same faith that was in him that's within us to shape and carve this realm with our intentions. That's just my view on it. And I'm always open to hear other people's perspectives and ways they can add or maybe even take away if I'm wrong in something, but just to give the quick 2 cents on how I view the scriptures. And I'd love to hear anybody else's opinions or insights into that.
Brother, that was so well spoken, so well said, as far as the way I feel as well. The religions have the written word, the text, it's confused everybody and made people think they had to go to the religions. What you said was the man Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus the Christ, was he real? Fuck, I don't know. I don't
could have
know
been many incarnations, right? I mean, that could have developed over many storylines that culminated together and created, know for certain that those same stories were being told.
Would you like the Masonry outlook as 33rd degree Mason level shit about that? I mean, read a screen name, people.
Yeah, I would just say one more thing that I forgot to mention was, what is the mindset that Christ was speaking of? It was freedom indeed, joy unspeakable, peace that passes understanding, and that confidence and knowingness that you're not of this world. You're in it, but what you carry with you is greater than this world and can overcome anything, any trial, any fiery tribulation you face. So that having that mindset, if you got equipped with that, then you walked away, whether you call yourself a Christian or not, or believer or not, you got the gem. You got what Christ was offering. And I think a lot of Christians who characterize themselves with that terminology are really missing that point.
Can I just add this real quick, and I'll be quiet, someone else can jump in? I just want it for the Christians that are out there, or someone who's a Bible believer or a Christ believer, and you're listening to this, we're not supposed to end with prayer, but rise to action. So our freedom isn't just because we believe in God and that's it. You're supposed to stand up to the evil of the world.
Well said.
There's a lot of evil going on.
Brothers, this is making my fucking heart sing. Dick, the way you presented those words are so true. Now me, I didn't want to accept those words were true, okay? I did not want to accept that miracles could exist. I was a confused man, but I am telling you, the words, the way you presented it, Dick, is the fucking truth. What was the message of Christ? Love. Love one another. And it's scary to humble yourself to love. It's scary to humble yourself to forgiveness. It's scary to humble yourself to the fact that we are the ones who are here to confront the darkness. Just what you were saying, Smith. That's my purpose with this Live Without Fear. This is what I've been saying, is it's time for us citizens to come together. Citizens, humans, people, children of God, whatever you want to call it. I think it's time for us to come together to expose the darkness, end the corruption of our governments, our militaries, our prisons, our fucking economic slave system.
But you can't argue with a mechanic if you don't know how a car works.
But that's just it. We do know.
You want to go to the UN and talk to the UN. The UN just declared, and not to bring any Freudian attack on me. The
Tommy,
UN,
rather than complain about my idea, the topic of today
you need to know this before you're standing before it. Minors can consent to sex with adults.
Let me just throw this out there real quick. I've been quiet. Let me throw this out there again. I said it 5 days ago. It's a pandemic. Now look up who Pan was the god of.
I told you on Paul's stream that I'm on top of what you're talking about. I see you eye to eye, Smith. My
What
whole
are you
thing with
doing
you
about
was
it? It seems to me you're interrupting discussions about solutions again, Tom.
no, there is no solution, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
Is
negative Nancy's can go away. I got no use for that.
I was just going to ask you what we should do about that problem, sir, but I'll let you continue.
Thank you, brother. And thank you for allowing Tom the extra chance to return and participate. I thought we were having, I thought I was having fun with the conversations because I actually think this shit is pretty important. It's time for us to choose who are we going to serve, right? Each day. And you know what? Here's the thing. Humans overcomplicate everything. If you can accept that truth, then accept that you're human, right? And that means you're probably overcomplicating that which is. I keep promoting that guy, John St. Julian. He did another very inspiring presentation recently about how the dark forces, very logically, the dark forces, here's what he presented. If I can clumsily try and share his thoughts, was we've all evolved through time and space together, right, and grown into what we are collectively, but there's many who have been taught all sorts of crazy shit about God. Many have given up the idea, right, or like me, spend a lifetime not even really giving it any thought. So what he presented makes sense, that we are like divine beings with free will, and there's energies and forces beyond what we see. And so if we deny the light of God within our lives, it would make sense that the dark forces would plant ideas into our head, whether it's intentional humans using fucking technology planting ideas into people's heads, or whether it's actual spiritual and supernatural stuff happening. If people aren't pure in heart, they'll believe their ideas are their own, and then we end up with people like Bill Gates and Elon Musk and God knows the name of the government.
crazy, wild idea, because everybody talks about this Mandela effect, Jack, and I'm not trying to take you off on a rabbit trail, but when you talk about the self-assembling nanotech and this technology they got up in the humans, imagine if that's like reprogramming thoughts or messing. That's actually like experimentation, and that's why people are misremembering things. Is it's actually augmenting their thought process, causing them to perceive it differently than they would have otherwise. Was kind of connecting those dots the other day that maybe there was a connection. That's too bad he left. I wanted to ask him, what did he want to say as, because, I know Christians usually would like to give some kind of testimony or a defense for their faith, and I wasn't trying to just like run a train over him or anything. I really wanted to have an open dialogue and hear where he was coming from. I don't know really anything about where the guy was coming from. Perhaps I just spoke too much, huh? Maybe I've had too much tea. I apologize.
Hey, I'm having fun. These are the Saturday night conversations I enjoy, man.
So I was asked by the room to read John 12:24 through 26 in the King James version of the Bible. It says, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. He that loveth his life shall lose it. He that hateth his life in this world shall keep it unto life eternal. If any man serve me, let him follow me, and where I am, there shall also my servant be. If any man serve me, him will my Father honor." All right. So I read that for you guys.
Yeah, precisely. You don't want to just bury your treasure. You got to plant your seeds in the ground, and it's not about material possession or holding on to this life. It's about preparing for the kingdom to come, right? Because the truth is there comes supposedly from a prophecy of the good book 1,000 years of peace. So how are we going to get there? We're not flying to Mars. We're not taking a Elon Musk. What was that fucking thing he took out there, Jack? The Tesla Roadster. You're not going to take a Roadster to heaven. So if we're setting it up here, it's not about possessions. It's about stewardship. So it's about how you do things. Are you interconnected with the sustainable creator design, which is right in front of us that we can observe if we're just patient enough to actually be still and look? Or are we going to sit here and, loop all day and act like there isn't any solutions out there? The Most High placed them all for us, even our dis-ease, all of the detoxifying herbs, plant medicines, naturopathic, homeopathic type of modalities that we can pursue to get well. Creator put it all there for us. It's just sitting there waiting. And so it's our stewardship that's going to really bring us to know the realm again and get right, get balanced, and then be able to bring harmony back to God's design.
Yes, brother. I'm trying to follow along. You speak beautifully.
I think I'm just repeating God's word, right? I'm just recounting what the Bible says. I don't think I've said anything that's not directly from the good book.
You're a beautiful messenger, man. And I fought disbelief a long time, but I've been saying, and I think people have been seeing me grow here online. My faith, man.
Yeah,
my faith is growing. And honestly, Dick, I think these ideas, these are inspired by the good book. I mean, I'm a man who's set my goal to become more like Jesus in this lifetime. And I've been studying God, learning how to surrender and have faith. And so far, no miracles really. I mean, I can claim that there's been miracles, but nothing spectacular.
Well, and 6079 touched on an important thing. The only thing that I really did hear from him is like, if you're serving the master, if you're serving Christ and you want to characterize yourself as doing that, that allegiance is to a mindset, right? It's to a message. It's not to a deity, a plastic Jesus on a cross bleeding out, for your sins, looking all maimed and deprived and beaten down and pissed on and shit on. We're not worshiping some idea in our mind of who someone is and how they went about doing what they did. We're worshiping, if anything, because I really run cross-grain to that word, to be honest with you. Worship always reminds me of worship, and I've heard people say it that way, so I kind of think of that every time I say it. But you're showing reverence to
that scripture that was shared was the Spirit would be there for us, and that's what it is. The Spirit of Christ, the pure divine, Christed being is within us. But to surrender yourself to that possibility, that perfection exists within you, that the connection to the divine is real, it's pretty humbling to the conditioned human mind, to this conditioned materialistic ego, because it's a complete friggin' inversion of what the world has taught us to believe, at least me, and I think I'm pretty ordinary. But hey, the point I was trying to get at, I think my goals are in line with prophecy. You know, we end secrets throughout the nations, and then truth, God's truth, whatever is real, that guides our choices, not budgets.
I mean, I'm nodding yes, but you know that is one place I disagree with you. I don't see that as possible, and I don't even know if it's in the grand design of the creator's intention. But I shouldn't interrupt you.
No, hey,
your purpose, you know.
Your doubts are valid. I mean, here's where I'm at. To find peace within me, I had to accept that the impossible was possible. My life gave me plenty of evidence to believe that things are not what they seem, and not in any supernatural fashion, but just
Order of things you're saying, right?
Thank you. Beautiful. It's just been a perfect progression in my path, right? I'm a shop steward. I'm a labor guy. I'm a man who documents, knows how to create evidence to present a case. Well, God's been using me the past few years documenting evidence of my case, my life, which brings me to the confident explanations of God, which are all in line, Dick, with what you share and with what is true within the Bible. It's also supported by science, logic, and reasoning. Because here's what we got to know. To live like the Christed being, you must have faith. Well, what are you going to have faith in? And you can only have faith or fear right now. So you just got to break the patterns of conditioning, of bouncing your mind from the past to the future, right? That's the way we're taught. This was explained in that message earlier. And seriously, John St. Julian, if I imagined a man like Jesus present in grace and explanations, this John St. Julian is he's a good example, far greater example than I am.
I'll look him up. It sounds like we got a distinguished guest down here, or it looks like.
Yes, please. And I meant no disrespect with the delay. Welcome, Scott. God bless you, brother.
I don't feel distinguishable at all. How you doing, fellas?
Howdy, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good. Hey,
so
Scott, go ahead. I think
you need to find the original clip.
Yeah.
The original clip is a guy on an HBO special where they did prison scenes, and there was a guy in prison that talked about another guy, and he goes, "Yeah, when they come in, that's what you do. If you get some jelly and you put it up there and you put it up their butt, and then that new guy he got to come in and toss. You guys are talking about it.
There are crude connotations with it, but
hey, let me guess. Moose came up with that title for tonight.
No, it came out of last night. I said something about let me toss some ideas out there, and Paulie quickly responded something about
it was tossing word salad. Tossing word salad.
That's right.
Up in these streets, we're gonna have to have like verbal judo competitions. The way people like to, run these words. It's like a big old.
I was once. I'm just
as good as you always were too.
You guys are great, man.
I haven't heard them dialogue a bunch of times, but I caught one the other day, a broadcast while I was just working around the house, and I was listening in the background. It was a blast. Yeah, you guys had a good chemistry going. It was awesome.
He's an interesting character, and Paul, I have a lot of respect for him. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We'd get in a room though, and the two of us would suck all the air out of it. Fucking be gone. It'd be like everybody go, "What is this fucking carbon?" But no, Paulie, I was just watching him with Chili DeCastro. There was a good show he just was on there.
I got some of that too.
Well, not bad. I was gonna say, you guys are talking about the Bible and bringing things up and how people believe in Christ and how close you are. I have some really interesting shit that's happened in life. But you know the name Edgar Casey?
Sure.
Yeah.
Edgar Casey that's just fucking a crazy story. I mean, the most prolific psychic in history. I mean, like literally, what is it, 14 cases that they've documented? I mean, he had a stenographer transcribing the shit as it happened. All right. And then
Sorry. I remember learning about him and many others. You know, the CIA was studying
That's
the
what I was
method.
gonna lean
Where you're
into if I
going?
could have. Yeah, I was
Please.
gonna just leave
Hey,
my
sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
there's something a lot more than what we know, and they're trying to dumb us up, because if we figure it out, then well, they don't have us, they don't have an edge over us. But my mother's parents, they were brutally murdered, unfortunately. But almost immediately after this, one of my mom's cousins worked for a psychic, Greta Hines. Okay, well, Greta Hines was famous for going and talking to the FBI and the police, and literally being able to just go into the scenario and tell people what they needed to do to solve the crime. Just go look her up. But they got my mom on the phone within a few days of the murders, and she was talking to Greta, and Greta was in her late 70s, early 80s, and already, basically, I guess, just a step before hospice when this happened. And one of my great cousin, my mom's first cousin, so be my second cousin, whose friend worked for Greta, was her caregiver, is the one that put her on the phone. And Greta evidently got really violently ill when this happened, when she was going through the brutal murders of my grandparents. She was there living it, and the things that she disclosed to my mother that we knew within 2 or 3 days. Now, of course, we didn't fucking know whether or not to believe what she said over the phone or not. But 2.5 years later, we're in the middle of a trial, and this stuff comes out, and it's like, how in the hell did this happen? How? Just explain to me how, and then I can go on with the where, what, why, and who and shit. But how is the craziest fucking question.
You're muted, Dick.
Are you getting that in his audio too, where it's kind of like, is that an FBI thing, sir?
Yeah, probably. No, I got a fan on the background. I don't know if that's making the noise.
There you go. It's
Hey,
probably the fan.
I don't think
Does
you
that
smoke alarm that keeps going off for everybody.
Oh, yes. For those who have tuned in late or joined late, please forgive. Life is happening around me. I've got a smoke detector on a tall ceiling that I've not figured out how to reach yet. So we got a smoke detector in the background that's creating an interruption.
Good. I thought that was one of my concubines tied up at the barn. So
All right. So now that you guys know what the smoke alarm going off in the back is not me, now we can move on. But first, I want to say thank you to Chuck. You popped Jack's cherry. You gave him his first super chat on this channel. That can never be taken away. That's the first super chat Jack has ever gotten, and we thank you for that. And we appreciate your contribution. Jack, take it away, brother.
Thanks, brother. So, Scott, if we can change the topic just a little bit, kind of back where we were, the Christed way.
For real, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the idea is,
say one more time.
Where I was going is what I've been focusing on and learning with the Christed way is just learning how to have faith in being, just being now. Because right now, today, that's all we've really got. Today and what might come our way in the future. So, and I think, and I encourage anyone who might actually listen, and you have a position where things are not as they should be, it's time for the whistleblowers to come out. Time for employees to stand up for what's morally right, and that includes our military and our law enforcement, their employees, right? I think we can change this world very quickly when God allows it. When God allows it, we will.
I got a lot I could say on this, but I haven't heard from Scott your perspective on this. So if you wouldn't mind telling us where you're coming from.
The world's fixing to tip over. It's fixing to tip over. The polls have stopped, so we don't know what's going to happen. Are they going to shift? There's some crazy stuff going on. If you ask me, rivers drying up. There's some potentially biblical stuff, but when they talk about global warming, I tend to wonder why other planets are warming up too. Is it a solar maximum? Is this something that should just go out and start trying to do that? Think they should run from it? If you haven't thought in that direction now, you should take a lot of time to plan, think, do what you're gonna do. Not that you have a lot of time. I don't know. I don't have anybody's clock on my wrist, or watch. I try not to think about time that way. But where I was going with the whole my grandparents, the stuff that's happened and whatnot is we just have to be careful. I mean, my grandmother was that Christed being almost, even though she wasn't. She wouldn't accept that. She was at church. She had a couple children that died in horrific ways. When she died at the end of a guy's knife that was trying to have his way with her. He came up against a 74-year-old farm woman who she stood her ground, and it was unbelievable. But even he said at her last breath, she was praying the act of contrition. Oh my God, I'm heartily sorry for having offended thee. And I'm saying forgiving this guy. So, in all honesty, we have to realize that we're facing this a little bit wrong, because before that happened to both my grandparents, because they were both on the end of the same guy's knife, I had my biggest fear in life was being stabbed. I mean, it just was. And now you couldn't scare me with a knife if you paid me. And people talk about guns. I'm like, Jesus, the gun didn't kill anybody. It never kills anybody. The guns just don't kill anybody. They lay there, they're peaceful, they're quiet, and they're there in case you need them. But if anybody wants to take away the guns and say that's the problem, I think they're missing the point, because you can get run over with a car, you can get dropped out of a plane, you can get fed to an alligator. It's just fucking thrown in front of a train. So this is bullshit, and what it is we have a government body that just keeps.
Scott,
yeah,
you've said a lot, and I'm trying to understand where it was going. But you mentioned something about the pole shifts. I'm like you. I don't know what the future is going to bring. I'm no Edgar Casey. I don't have anything to prophesize anything in the future. But you know what? Between the changes that are the maneuvers being made in the economic structures, the global economic systems, they're working to devalue the American dollar. Everyone's just going along blindly every fucking day, like, whoa, well, someone someday will do something. It's us. We're the ones everyone's waiting for.
You may be right, but you may be crazy. But it just may be a lunatic they're looking for.
Hey,
Billy Joel lyrics.
Well, there's been plenty of confirmations for me along my path that have given me confidence, to do this channel, the trademark, what I'm saying today. There's plenty of evidence that's brought me to this. It's humbling to consider, but I really do think God is with us with this. Well, there's no denying God is. God is. We are experiencing time with God, as gods, with limited knowledge, limited awareness, limited powers, but we've been brainwashed into believing in limits and not potentials.
The thing that he said about other people is you're going to initially find people that just rub you the wrong way. And that may be true to a lot of extent about that person. But if you do yourself a favor, and he said, check inward, do yourself a favor and try and find something about them that reminds you of someone else, someone you already like or you already appreciate, and then try and go with that and give them a good chance, give them a fair chance, because even the most difficult person to get along with might have the most to offer.
Scott, I love that you said that. That was a great tip for those who were listening. I hope you caught that too. That was a great tip. We are going to run into people who just rub us wrong. They create a trigger or reaction within us. You may call it karma, but if you can do an association of them in a good way, the reason.
Can I expand on that a little bit?
Please.
Let's look at it in a legal sense. Polly and them over there, they talk about the freedom aspect of things. Are you a man? Okay. Are you Jack Talcott? Well, that's a name. So are you a name?
So they say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am Jack Talcott.
You're Jack Talcott. So you're a name?
I'm Tack Talcott.
Are you a name?
That's right.
Tack Talcott. So there. But my point is, you can't be a name. Are you a United States citizen?
So they say. But
Okay.
there's
Nope.
records to support it. But
are you Canadian? Freedom fighter? Are you Canadian? Okay. Where are you about at?
Where do you live? What part of the country?
On the state of Colorado.
Okay, my point is if I asked you, are you a person? What would you say?
Well, I've looked up the definition of person before. I mean, if you looked at it in this dictionary right here, I would say yes, I'm a person because it ties in the land. It says I'm basically a man of the land. But
okay, are you human?
Not according. If you went into like Black's Law Dictionary or some of these other iterations, it gets pretty hairy and dicey. It starts tying me into corporate shit and turns me into some kind of fucking slave. Because that's the thing is words are spells, right? So it's all witches brew, and they're stirring it all up and creating all these different double and triple meanings. And
Latin. They're using a lot of Latin. The legalese,
right? It's just signposts, but they can use that to create a whole algorithm, if you will, of potential.
Well, if I say, are you a person, and you say yes, I would say, well, and when people say that you have multiple personality disorder, some people are just fucking nuts, okay? But you have a person, okay? And you have several persons, okay? And let me explain, because you have personalities, okay? You're an actor. Remember what did Shakespeare say? All the world is a play, and all the world is stage, and we are merely players. So, in essence, you're a real
more as the citizenship. There's only one core. There's only one foundation. I have a citizenship I could use.
There you go.
It's not me.
You're not a citizen. There you go.
I have characters I can take on, but they're not fundamentally me. But there's parts of myself that fundamentally are my values, which are rooted in the conscience that sears me, that I look at as a gift from the Most High. That's kind of the divine aspect of self, and that does become something you embody. But is it who you are? I guess it's only if it's in your actions, because what is faith without works? You either do this shit or you don't.
Convictions. It's what your convictions tell you, because you live by your own convictions. So when you understand that you have your convictions, well, you stand on your convictions, and nobody can move you off of them unless they find true fault in them. So if you're a good person, go ahead, Jack. Excuse me.
Go ahead. Where I was, sorry for the interruption, where my mind was going was back to the now, because you're absolutely right. We've got to be able to stand in our convictions and allow ourselves to adapt, right? Not every battle has to be fought.
There you go. There you go. Good. In a word, let it be. In a word, let it be. Okay. Now, what I mean is, Paulie's going to add a lot to your broadcast if you want to keep him there. If you feel like he's detriment, then you change your scope. He's going to benefit because he's using this as a parody for his play. Okay, so he's having a give and take in a play, but I think that truly, because he's not a liar, I don't see him as a liar. Okay, so coming forward straight at you, telling you what he does, and then fucking with you on the backside, and he's forever going to talk, but it comes from a genuine place. It comes from a guy that would show up. Now, who are your friends, Jack? Who are your friends? I'll give you an example of your friends. Hold on. The people who will show up when everybody else walks out. That's your true friend. All right. And Paulie has that, to me, he has that general type of character to him. Okay. That's the kind of guy.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Scott. Right now, to answer your question right now, unfortunately, the only one who is there is Moose. So, there's been a lot of hate towards Moose recently because of his association with me, and
everybody should have love for everybody, and that sucks that there is hate, because Moose, you're doing a good thing and taking the rib and taking the bullshit. Even I handed you a little bullshit. Producer's supposed to be seen, not heard. You know how much bullshit I took on the back end of a soundboard over the years? Holy Christ. Not only that, people get mad at you, fucking pissed.
I relate with Moose because there has been plenty of points in my life, whether rightfully so or wrongfully so, that I've been counted out, and I've had people kind of wipe their hands of me or underestimate me or think that the ideas in my mind. And I relate with you on this level as well, Jack, because and I'm not even like saying I want you to succeed. And I hate to say that because it's your broadcast, but there's just certain things about what you're doing that rub me the wrong way. And I've said that. I'll try not to keep saying it over and over again. But long story short, it's like, and Moose has that confidence. He knows what's in him. He sees it. He doesn't need anyone to validate him or give him that final conclusion on who he is and what he is. And I see that in you as well, Scott. I see that in Paul. I see that in a lot of the people that I admire in these different conversations. And then I probably see parts of myself that I don't admire, that I don't like, that are probably just reflections. I'm probably judging myself at many points. But it's certainly been a fun process, these communications.
Agreed, Dick. And much love to you. I'm seeing a lot of people growing, you know. I'm seeing myself grow, right? And in different ways. And Scott, I'm glad you brought up the topic you did. Again, I'm telling you, the same thing you see in Paulie, I'm pretty sure I see as well. Okay. And last night, I think it was last night, you guys were talking, and somehow the concept of Shark Tank came up. Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
I want to talk to Damon. I think that's his name, the black dude with the shaved head.
You just need to become him. Don't look to anybody to
Well,
be your
no,
answer.
Scott, you're totally
Yeah.
missing the point. Last night you were painting the picture of taking something towards Shark Tank. I've got the trademark of live without fear. I've envisioned having conversations with that Damon guy because he's got all the connections in the manufacturing and distribution, clothing line, merchandising. Dude, we could do so much with this if I could just, connections and
Make it sure, but make it about the message first. Get the message across. Get enough people following you that you can fill up a fucking stadium here, there, or elsewhere. And you won't need Damon. You won't need fucking Cuban. They'll come to you. Now, how do you do that? I mean, there's a number of ways, but the one thing is don't put the cart before the horse. Paulie's pretty good about not talking about what he's going to do, but he has a mindset that he wants to do something, but he'll never admit it. It's not about the money. It's not about this. It's not. You know what? You don't come on and dedicate yourself and tell people you're a success unless you're trying to fucking make it somewhere. Okay?
Well,
so
Scott,
go ahead. Yep.
I've said it to Paul directly. I've seen self-sabotage in his efforts. And it's a normal thing that people do, but here's the thing. I keep saying, here, God is with us, truth is on our side. Wars and corrupt governments are unacceptable. I say, what do we want? Do we want to continue with the ways of the past, or do we want to inspire and create something new? I decided within myself I wanted to inspire and change. 6079 Smith W. God bless you, brother. $2 donation. Thank you. Not only for joining today, but the generosity and the visible sign of support. Thank you, brother. Sorry, Scott.
Well, tell him to jump up here if he wants to talk about Paul more. But the Paul's not the center of everything. Think to the wall about what you're talking about, and you're talking about doing good, being good, bringing people to the center where good is what people focus on. Okay. The natural instinct of people is to not trust one another. We've been led away from trusting one another. And therefore you have a fucking reactionary society where the first fucking go-to is going to be, I'm going to get him before he gets me.
Right.
And
Well,
it's
that's the beastly pattern of the human that we need to outgrow and overcome. Self-control. Self-control, overcoming our emotional reactions, creating space between whatever so that we can think and we can reply, respond, do what we need to do. But the way our minds work, we are in a spiritual battle. And the battle is happening in our minds. Every moment of every day, we've got choices. What do we want to do? You want to feel good? Fucking be grateful. You want to be angry? Find something to complain about. Find a problem. Find something you don't like. It's easy to do. Fuck, it's everywhere.
Well, speaking of anger, hold on. I mean, now I know you've got viewers and whatnot like that, and I'm not going to make any decisions for you, but it's you and I don't know if Dick took off or not. Do you have any else backstage?
It looked
Because
like no one else backstage, and I think Dick's connection dropped. By the way, Freedom Grower, thank you for joining. And
well,
you're always welcome.
why don't you invite Paulie's got his guy? What's VGG's on there, City Slicker or something, and LIG. Aaron's on there with them. Invite him over here. Or do you want to go over there? Because stirring it up a little bit and restream it your way or vice versa. My thought is that Paulie, and here, this is your. Don't if you want to hear this, I'll go forward. If not, take the topic where you want to go.
Let me hear you. I mean, you planted a seed there of take this over there.
I want
And
to
that would
talk
be
to
something new, but
I want to talk to Paulie about what's going on with his. Just talked to De Castro. He just had an interesting conversation, and Paulie leveled himself out. He became Paulie a real. Let me present myself. So he walked into that room where he felt like, okay, I'm with a peer, or I'm with I'm with someone that I have to act right, and so he's capable of this. And I'm just going to say, all right, is there a happy medium we could find with Jack over here, where Jack has an hour a week show with you, where Paulie Enslaved comes over and Jack and Paulie have a let's do it right kind of show where you talk about the best way forward, maybe bring up the worst person you found in the last week for you or him, and you guys both try and help them. Okay. And you have to agree on the back end, maybe with the fucking moose over there typing in the fucking background between the two of you, personal messages that pop up saying, okay, don't take it there because you guys need to get along. This is about this other person. So, and I don't know if Paulie would agree to it.
I if I understood you correctly, that's what I've been trying to plant the seeds with him, the seeds of thought, trying to get him to talk to me about. But he's so friggin' stubborn, man. Our entire relationship is here, with the exception of, I think, maybe one email and maybe one message. Everything else is on YouTube. We haven't spoken. So
He's
God
using
bless.
something that you believe in. He's using something, as cannon fodder for his show and for his viewers out of you, and that's your ability to believe in yourself, and you see yourself as the Christed being, and you see yourself as the chosen, and there's a lot of people out there that see that. I mean, we got 8 billion people on the planet there. And so if he thinks you're the only one that sees yourself that way wrong, there's probably about 30 million.
Scott,
So
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're absolutely right. To confirm what you said, just last week we had a gentleman on here, presented the case as though he was the return of Jesus. And he's not the only one I've met. He's not the only one I've heard about. So there's a lot of, people are receiving a lot of information in the world and about themselves. And I think there's some pretty amazing stories and messengers alive today. We're living at a pretty cool time.
I would agree, but at the same time, I think we're living at such a time, and hey, we're getting pulled up over here on Paulie's stream. So Paulie, jump over here. This is the time for Paulie to jump in. He hasn't jumped in backstage. I think we're living at a time where things are going awry. I mean, and they're going awry because, as Paulie say, the masters have treated the slave fucking population so poorly that they don't even know anymore what the hell's going on. They're in a
Scott,
yeah.
Sorry, hold that thought, please.
Take for it.
Joe, I gotta recognize Joe Cool. Thank you, my brother. Another man who has shown support, encouragement, and attention, and goes on record as third super chat. Thank you. This is exciting. This is exciting. I mean, if anything, it's a milestone, and this is evidence of growth and evidence of effort and actions being shown before us. Great things are coming in the future. I did cut you off, Scott, but welcome back, Tommy.
I'd rather have a welcome exit for a change, but yes, welcome. Hello. Scott's obviously a little new to this compared to, I hear his assessment of what's going on. And Jack, you and I are both longtime veterans of this channel civil war. Like we were with the unslaved crowd before we knew these channels existed that we now frequent. And I just want to get as close to brass tacks as I can with even my issues over there. There is honorable and there is response able, and we don't choose the definitions to those words. We can only act them. Like, they are what they are, and you're either doing it or you're not. And for the Messiah of throwing those words around, all I can do is cite how he's not that. And I've been in these streets long enough.
Well, Tom, tonight, please, again, encouragement. Hey, welcome, brother. Welcome, Paul.
How are you, Jack? I want to just congratulate you because I know you'd never be about the numbers and you'd never be about money because you want to end fiat. But I'm going to congratulate you on your monetization now. So, you know, again, if you were grifting, I'd be upset, but you're obviously not. This is about the truth and love. And that's why Illuma Tommy is here, clearly.
Jack, are you Catcoin? He said you want to end fiat. Are you Catcoin, Jack?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you just said you want to end fiat. I wondered if you went full crypto on us.
No, I have not. I think beyond the currency. I think towards abundance and freedom and sharing of prosperity. It's one of the things I watched earlier today, man. We're at this time right now where AI is friggin' advancing. It's already been incorporated into our lives greatly with our social media, with our phones, our technology. AI is in the background, and there's shit happening. I mean, I saw the news. Was it New York City where they introduced the robot police dogs or some shit? This is really getting like futuristic nonsense. And and like we're getting to the point. Well, that's what I was watching earlier, was something about the fourth industrial revolution. How the nanotechnology and all of this stuff, we're at an advancement of our civilization where we are, well, with the chemicals and shit in our foods, we are genetically altering that which God has created. So
they say we're eating a credit card worth of plastic every fucking month, every one of us.
Right, but
that's bullshit.
Well, the tyranny only exists because people enable the oppression, enable the enforcement. So if we start coming together, hey, City Slicker, long time no see, man. And Homestead, welcome back. If we do come together with the stuff Paul is teaching, what I'm trying to share, what others are sharing about standing up for what is right and true for you and others, right? Right now, from now on, always just make a commitment to stand on truth. Your life should become more simple.
It's not going to get any more simple for anyone, Jack. The other night when someone was talking to you about the transition to cashless, you were talking about, yeah, it's time for people to wake up. It's time for people to see this stuff. Dude, this is in transit as we speak. You will not stop this transition to cashless. You can help determine the outcome, but it's already, like, the SEC versus Ripple is theater, specifically stall theater. But what's happening with the transition, it is happening. This will go down.
Well, Tom,
that's going to be the ledger. That's going to be the ledger. I don't doubt that at all.
And it's the private ledger, because the original ledger of Ripple, that is the freedom money.
If anybody understands what's going on,
Swift is still a thing, but yes, that's the difference I'm talking about, is the Ripple invention of their ledger. That is the possible freedom workaround, but the private version that all governments are requesting, that's where you get your CBDC tyrannical program coin.
Okay.
If Smith is listening, from the whatever magazine said get ready for a future coin, and the one that just came out today, I hate to go that road, but it was 33 years, like 33 days, 3 something. Yeah, it's all a bunch of threes between those two magazine covers.
Hey, give me just a minute and I'll tell you.
I know, but I'm sorry, Paul, to come over here and hang out with Jack. This is the first time I'm actually going to advocate for Paul speaking. Usually he does come in here, takes the air out of the room. This time he came in respectful. I think we should give him the floor.
I saw that you had, obviously the timing was different, so thank you for popping back over after sharing yourself elsewhere. Welcome,
Jack,
brother.
you know that I'm not going to miss an outing with you. I mean, you're like my new best buddy on the metaverse somehow, some way. I don't know how it happened, but on some level, I guess it did.
It's surprising, isn't it? Life is surprising. This is the whole point I'm trying to get across, man. I wake up every day, I'm like, holy shit, this stuff's still continuing. I mean, I'm pretty happy, pretty grateful.
I mean, is any of this even really real?
I don't know, man.
You cursed me out bigger as shit one day. One day you was.
I do miss your pretty face and your. I love it when you yield with silence. It's so pleasant.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. That's why I fight for fucking rights and freedoms all the time. I don't even got to go fight for it. I just go to the store and grab me some beer, and I say, "Hey, what'd you think about that Bud Light commercial?"
Hey, Tommy. Does this look kind of familiar where you might be in the next 10 or 20 years if you don't get your act together?
Oh, Tommy's 40 years behind.
Could you come on camera, Tom? Can we see you the same as well? Like you
said, Paul said
presentment, and I suspect similar lifestyle and outcome.
Oh, let me go put my teeth in. My bad. I didn't realize I was on a fucking flat screen.
Yeah, this business. This is broadcast.
It's still
from the neck up.
I'd say the thing that looks familiar.
Neck up or the neck down.
I gotta change my title. I'd say the
only thing you need to tell them.
All right. Okay.
Right?
Were you saying something, Tom?
Right here. I live here. Why'd you worry about it?
Yeah, I didn't hear any of
it. All right, thank you, Jack. That's all I gotta say, bro.
I love you. Welcome back. But please, tonight the idea was toss around some ideas, some good discussions. Paul, welcome, brother. I checked out for just a moment there too for
obvious reason.
When would you like to check in, Jack?
Well, what we do today, it'll affect what we get to do tomorrow. Hey, I think you brought some interesting viewers over, Paul. I see Toilet Bowl Earth down there.
Yeah, he's a pathetic hating slave, and he said I was smoking so much reefer that I became red. No, dumb slave. That's what happens when you go out into the light and the sun. Well, right? You wouldn't know that because the last time I saw you, you had gray skin and dark circles around your eyes. What a surprise. It's not like I've never seen that before, Mr. Demonic Toilet Bowl Earth with a dead skull symbol.
Hey, you know what I was just reminded of by myself is, hey, Moose, our goal was to limit the panel, to keep some order.
Yeah, I can help with that goal.
God, and let's please be respectful. Thank you.
Right.
Hey,
you're right.
Yeah, you have to limit the panel specifically from the folks who are intellectually limited, right? That's the limit. You find the limit right about there.
Well, yeah, there is a balance, and I think even there's probably a fine balance of who you bring together, but it is what it is, and I'm grateful for people participating and for sharing the conversation and fellowship. And I didn't mean to bring up I saw Toilet Bowl Earth as such a critic of you earlier, and I was like, wow, man, what's up? And someone did a clip of him where my name was mentioned, and he was talking about biblical stuff. So TBE, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, it's fascinating. The ones who always talk the most biblical shit are always the women abusing, alcohol using, confused, destroyed, yellow skinned with dark circles around the eyes, metaversal miscreants. So, again, these folks cling to their Bible because they're living in confusion. So the same Bible that could offer a extrication from your slavery actually becomes your slavery because you misinterpret every fucking word of it. Because your self-talk is off, therefore your understanding is off, therefore your application is off, therefore your perspective and experience is twisted and jilted, right? So you might want to look at that.
Right, called distraught.
Okay.
That's what Paul just put out on the table.
Well, he's a very deeply disturbed young man, is what it is.
Well, here,
a woman.
Paul, hold on just a sec, please. It's interesting you said that, Paul, because that was just the conversation that Freedom Grower and I and maybe Scott were having earlier.
That's where I was going. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Some of the missed teachings. And And here, when I said that too, there was an intention for this.
Some can say anything. Is
Well,
what Jack's.
hold on, please. Is that while bringing up TV Toiletable Earth, while you are invited, and I see there's also another name in the back, Cage.
He's too cowardly, Jack Talcott, because they
I don't
talk all
want-
the Bible thumping, but they're like fleeing when none are pursuing, right? The righteous are bold as a lion. So if you really believed yet knew what the fuck you were talking about, you'd stand on it, and you don't. So you're a punk ass coward infidel.
Well,
it's that simple.
My point was,
I don't want
this to turn into chaos and negativity, okay? Because there's plenty of critics. We both got them.
Hey, I want to be like Paul. Paul's like literally the fucking guy that I wish I could be with the quick fucking witty crap all the time. Now, some of it I come in and I go, oh no, he didn't. it's fucking hilarious. No, I don't blame you, Paul. But there is times where I would come in and I'd go, shit, Paul. I wish I had a fucking Paul remote, honestly, because there's a few times that I would go, all right, for the fucking sake of everybody, the best thing would be Moose is probably, if you guys have too much going on, not the right guy to have that button. So now, just for the moment, but going on, I want to ask Paul a quick question because they did some
Scott,
pretty cool
Scott,
stuff.
after this broadcast, we're gonna have some words because obviously you don't know my talents, my abilities, and my record. I've crashed multiple streams. I continually come to the stream with nothing to present. I'm pretty much the best thing you got, and we're gonna make it all the way with me. See, Scott, with you, I'm not sure we're gonna make it all the way. We might get halfway through the race. We'll start sweating bullets. We might need a cup of coffee, maybe a cigarette.
That's how he endears himself to the masses. He knows, like I know, the majority of masses are just like him, completely incompetent. So by embodying that, he is endeared to them, much like I chase most of them away with my obvious competence. Competence, right? So,
Wally, may I take this one?
Absolutely.
It's simple. Everybody's good for something, even if it's only to serve as a bad example.
Right.
The rim is real. The rim is real. Go ahead, if you may.
Let me say something quickly. So what do you guys think moving forward? What is it now? It's almost fucking May already, right? So
what are we gonna do this year?
Everyone's. Have you called the United Nations yet?
Be a righteous you. Is that so hard? Is that shit so fucking hard in this world? Fuck.
Just pick up the phone and call.
Anyway, snap it right now.
I'm gonna take a break from the old god as well. Hey, Cage, I threw my number in the private chat because I agree completely with what you're saying. The time is now, and you're asking what are we gonna do? Well, I've been pretty clear about my intentions, my goals, and what I'd like to do. I know that there's steps we can take in order to help make that happen, but I know I don't have to do this alone. I know that all of us, despite Snafu's allegations of cupcake being a bad thing, fuck you, Snafu. Cupcakes are delicious.
Hey, a buddy of mine was in Star Trek. That was his character, Cupcake. I fucking love the guy, man. Come on. Cupcake's my fucking buddy. And actually, if you know the real man behind the character, he would kick the shit out of three of us at once.
Well, that's many people. Many people can surprise you as far as their strength, their talent, and what they might accomplish, and that includes each of us. None of us know what's within us. None of us know what we could accomplish if we set our mind to it. And the only way we'll set our mind to something is if we believe it to be something we should. So,
exactly, Jack. Whether you can think you can or cannot do something, you are correct, regardless.
It's a simple truth but that's very powerful. It absolutely is. Our minds, our thoughts, our words create the reality we experience because they become the thoughts programmed into our conscious and subconscious minds. And so the words truly are powerful. That's the scripture.
Exactly.
The word.
Exactly. This is why it's called spelling, Jack, right? Like
Yes.
there's something called the formative years of your life from when you're born until around age 7. This is when, like, think about it like a computer, right? That's when the operating system is written onto it with these. It's like a way of limitation through a speech.
Well, and then through manipulation, it's pretty brilliant the way it's happened, but I give all credit to God. Okay? It's by the manipulation of the forces God created by God's will that all of this has evolved the way that it has. So I've humbled myself to the fact that our God is perfect beyond my knowing. And that means
Maybe you're
that
living in a dissolution. Maybe this is a test, and you're in a realm that's controlled by the opposite of God, which is also a part of God, which God created technically, right? Because like the devil or whatever, God created that. Right? God created everything apparently. So even the devil is like another part of God, and you're living in that fucking realm, bro. You're in the cage.
that's the easiest way to accept it, is that all light and dark is from the one, and we just get to define. Here's what they've done to it. Okay, here's what our parents, society, and this world has done to us. I mentioned it earlier. We hypnotize ourselves by going from the past to the future, right? The children are taught to memorize with the plan and of living in the future, that life starts after school, life starts after marriage, after a child. It's all bullshit. So life happens now.
It's all about the now, because the past is just synapses and different parts of the brain storing information. It really has no validity. It technically does not exist, but locally it does not exist, but non-locally it does exist in the Earth's magnetic field. And electromagnetics has a lot to do with this. So pretty much the only thing that really matters is now. That's where it can actually shape the future.
Amen. And here, when I started humbling myself to that, the fact that I don't need to carry around the weight of the past, and I don't need to carry around the weight of the world worrying about the future either. I just got to focus on now, right? And recognizing that right now is all that I have to be and all that I can know. Well, the only things that really affect me are the thoughts and my desires, right? So that's the whole point of the Buddhic philosophy, the Zen state, is to train yourself. The meditative practices are to break the habits of your mind's confusion and just live in a state of stillness. And with the stillness, we actually allow our minds to move beyond just our memories and our imaginations. We move into the realm of inspiration.
It's beyond being still. What I think being still, these Buddhists and these Hindus, or they preach, I think that's like a method of filtering the thoughts that are in your mind, because most thoughts are not your own unless you're consciously creating them, because you're immersed in this stuff. So really what it is, it's like a filtering system, but you have to take it a step further, right? Now you can actually manipulate reality if you wanted to, but you best do it in the right way if you understand this, or it's not going to work out well for anybody. Which everyone has to learn.
Thank you. I love these conversations. These are the things I've been focusing my time and energy trying to understand. And what you just said, yes, through the thought, through power of will, we can manipulate. We can work with the forces of creation in order for us to rise again, to praise God in the heavens with the angels. And right now, right here is the heaven.
Well, these are all nice terms to use, right, Talcott? But
yeah.
Why are we going on?
Does that make you feel threatened like a little bitch? I've called you a little bitch before, Snafu.
I like the cake.
I've given up trying on my own, and I know how that sounds. But when I am open to receiving all efforts that anyone might offer, because I am serious. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen if we got the attention of people in the Capitol and they shared 30 minutes for me to talk, and then I look like an asshole for failing.
Jack, the worst that can happen is what you allow, because you're the creator of your own consciousness. Let me tell you this, trust me. It's whatever you allow it to appear into your realm.
Mr. Cage, what chapter in the Talcott audiobook are you on?
I don't even know who the fuck this guy is, to be honest. He looks like
Yeah, exactly. You're a cupcake, fucking brown nose, and fuck time.
I just want to remind you that Wim Hof says we should breathe and put cold water on our face.
That's true.
Splash cold water on your face.
Where is that?
Even with the whole, hey, what are we going to do rap? And it just rapidly degenerated into, hey, nothing's real. And whatever you allow is So you got the answer already, right? Everyone keeps
I never
coming.
said that.
Paul.
I never said that.
I'm just saying everyone keeps coming here for what we're going to do, and then when they get here, they talk about everything they're not going to do.
Well, we were guiding it.
It's not about
right. So, like, what exactly is the point of all this when you really get down to it?
Paul, here, you're right. The point of our life is to create meaning and purpose for ourselves. The best way to do that is to find a purpose with meaning for others. I think ending wars.
Enough of that. You know, you have to end the shit inside your own head.
Yeah, get him right the fuck out of here, because you're not just going to pipe up, you slave, and say end wars ain't going to happen. Not in Talcott's watch. That's one thing I know.
Hey, thank you.
He ran right away after saying that. I didn't like that. I wanted to hear a little more.
No, he got thrown the fuck out is what happened. I saw Talcott do the shift. When you see, I watch him, and he does the move, and you watch that shoulder come up, and you know someone's about to get hit. And then I just sit back.
He's a real producer. Paulie is the fucking expert. Honestly, Paulie, that fucking would be if you produced Talcott's show and got rid of and brought the trolls and got rid of the trolls in the dark. It would be funny if you could play two roles. Oh my God! You know, it would be almost priceless if you had two voices that you could
nobody ever offered me, much like the Moose never offered to come back into the fold when I let him back to be my producer. No one ever offered me to come on here and take control and, venerate Jack Talcott. I was never directly offered that opportunity. Other ones, yes, not the one to take control and make a good broadcast, because that's for the people. So I'll do anything for the people. You know that.
Hey, Paul, you and I need to talk, please. Seriously, sometime.
No, I won't talk to you privately, but if you want to talk, we'll do it here. I don't
things that make sense.
Cage is the coldest fuck up here today. Clearly, easily said. Fucking, you ain't got to be in defense of Cage. He's the only motherfucker on his square up here so far.
He got put in the back because of, what Paul pointed out. I'm not gonna waste time having people complain and say why we cannot change the world. You think I haven't fucking heard that by now?
No. Before you cut me off, I was trying to say something and you never fucking wanted to listen.
Well, please forgive my preemptive.
So what I was saying was, if you cannot resolve the inner conflict, how can you expect to see it in the external world? It relates to the micro and the macrocosm.
You being a creator shit,
So what do you
the world's problems, because the world is made up of cells.
Exactly.
Yeah. The love of Pete. What you said, you know what? I suppose it triggered me because I got everyone wanting to offer me that advice, solve the conflicts. Have you guys, I know there's been times where I've raised my voice in profanities, but have you guys really not seen the fact or listen to the words I'm talking about living in the kingdom of heaven right now?
To be fair, a lot of these people have a history of acting like bitches, Jack. So when you call them out on it, I mean, we all know what you mean. Just same thing when I say punk ass coward or infidel. It's all the same idea. They get hung up on the words and not the understanding and energy behind
It's
it.
allegorical, exactly. It's not about the words. It's about the allegory behind the words, the meaning behind the words. The actual.
That's like the Christ of being saying, Peter, why would you rebuke me in front of the world when you come to me privately as different way, right? Because you're a punk ass bitch. Go away from me, I never knew you. That's the same way as saying, go away from me, I never knew you. You're a coward. You're an infidel. You won't stand for what's true and what's right. You rebuke the Christed way, the walk in the way, and my good works and the faith. So what good are you to me or anyone else, including your fellow man and woman? You're not even your own ally, your own worst enemy.
Hey, Paul, regarding the Christed way too, I explained myself poorly. What I was trying to say is I have resolved the conflicts within me. I have no problems. I have no need.
What? Don't get jumped on up here, bro.
That which is within us. And it's available right now. And the thing is I am a man of peace. But for many years.
Have you looked in? Hold on, Talcott, Jack. Have you looked into what Christ really is, or what this Abrahamic religion, fictitious fucking archetype thing is actually involved in? If you look into the deeper degrees of masonry, you understand what that is, right?
To hear something into it gives a fucking one-word answer. I'm gonna take it deep, and no one will let me. It doesn't matter what. It really just doesn't. Doing shit anyway. So another failed metaversal square jack. Right? It's not a circle jack, it's a square jack up here.
Well,
Here's
we
a
can
story of a man named
we can
Jack.
repair and we can move on and we can continue. I mean,
wait. Well, let's do this.
Relax,
Then.
Paul, bro.
Let's do
You're
this. Cage, could you expound on your definition of what Christ is? Because I'm curious, right? You started off with, I think, something along the lines of what Paul was explaining. If you look into Masonry, then you'll get an idea of what it is. Can you expound on that? No one's going to come cut your throat or something later, are they?
If you look into a book called The Duncan Rituals of Freemasonry and many other Masonic texts,
I've read
pretty
a
much,
bunch of
it proves that the Christ and all these Abrahamic religions are pretty much the opposite of what they're trying to espouse to people, right?
In
Like
what
you
way?
you see how pray could also be interpreted as instead and be preyed upon.
Yeah.
Like you're being called to, right? Like what do they say in the Bible, right? They say the greatest trick the devil ever created was thinking it didn't exist, right? So it's completely infiltrated these religions, and it has people.
Are you talking about Christ and Christianity right now?
I'm talking about fucking Christianity, Judaism, and
What
Islam.
background
All
noise
of it.
am I making? Exactly.
All of it. I'm saying all the Abrahamic religions and all religions are all under an umbrella.
right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
that has been
here,
taking over
can
and
I
usurped
come
for a
in?
long.
What do you think?
I'd like to come in on this conversation because Cage, you presented it initially as though I needed to look into that. And yes, there's no disagreements. This is exactly what I've been saying. I'm
That's how you
not
control people's consciousness through these
right.
arguments.
That
And
was the past, and we are the new. And I'm trying to bring us into the new. And let's talk about what we want.
We always do that. Let's talk about.
It doesn't matter what you want. It matters what you can earn and what you can actually make
Cage,
happen.
It's the only thing that matters. The hard question is, what do I want? And so long as you're not affecting other people in a negative way, living by the golden rule, then anything is possible to those who believe. So what do you want? And then speak that into existence. That's it. That's the practice. He said, my understanding is Christ is the human imagination. That is our.
I like it.
That is our.
I was saying. I was gonna.
Christ is the human imagination. That's our. That is the Christ within us. That is the eternal body of man. It never ends. It never begins. You can do anything within your imagination, and all those things are possible if you can get yourself to believe. That is the Christ in us.
All right, I love it. That's
from my belief.
I like it. Can you bring?
Have you guys heard about the now?
Before you cut me off, let me say it quickly. I was going to say it does not matter what you want. It matters what you need as an individual on your path of this, because it's all localized consciousness, but it's feeding off a substrate.
Who determines what is needed? Okay?
You yourself. You know
Cage, right. And what I've decided is I don't need you disagreeing and lecturing.
Oh, be the fuck nice. That's exactly what you need. Be nice.
Is it, Joe?
It is. This is what makes men. He gives an argument.
Well, Joe, Joe, I know your opinion. You've repeated your opinion, and I've been respectful with you and your opinions.
Why wouldn't you be? That's what men are.
Right.
Was that a
Well, you know, we can't silence black voices, but we can sure turn them down a bit. I'm just saying.
Well, go ahead, Zach. Part of this, when you're telling me I don't know what I'm saying, when you're saying that I'm wrong about what I know is within me and what I have learned, you're not really showing me a lot of respect. What I was saying is that I'm constantly being accused of not knowing what I'm saying, of being wrong about the things that I say, just because people disagree or they lack faith. So people bring their disbeliefs and their opinions and their imagined problems to me.
Us.
And then I spend hours fucking just dealing with accusations and imaginations and trying to fit in my value where I can. Paul.
Yeah, Paul knows.
It's Jack. It's like a screeching halt effect.
Exactly. All it is, in my opinion, all it is people challenge your shit. If someone challenges it too much, rather than improving your argument, you improve your volume, right? You get angry.
Well, that's partially true, but the other part of this is I'm paying attention to the clock. I do care about the viewers' time. I do care about the other time, the time, and when people just continue going on and on and not allowing me to speak, on the channel that me and Moose are putting forward for me to shine on. Yep, my voice comes up and that little remove button comes out kind of quick.
And see, now the thing also too is Jack's too like kind of humble in this moment to point to this, but his fucking time is valuable too. I know that's something nobody wants to accept. Something I might have done from time to time is devalue Jack's life and time. No, his time's important too. He's not going to waste it here with a bunch of infidel slaves trying to question him on the way he's running this fucking train over.
It sucks with that.
He would listen. I'd have told him Michael Cino as a producer, not the best idea in the world. But
you know what? That's human stuff. All this rules and shit. We can figure out how to cooperate.
Agreed, right? We're men as old as we are. How the fuck we ain't figured it out now amazes me. When motherfuckers get up here and want an outpouring of emotion or want to fucking deflect on some shit that's obvious. I get that shit in my life with chicks, man. Damn, girl, that's fucked up makeup. No, the reason it was the store was out of, I don't want all that shit, man. You know that makeup.
Hey, I actually, there is
well, at least he stands for something, so I can, in my mind, he has some sort of respect. At least he stands for something. So I'm saying spirit. It's a warrior spirit.
Does clothes make the man, a man make the clothes? That's the way I've heard it. Yeah, I think I agree with you there. Right. Yeah. Meaning when you're the man, suddenly the clothes look incredible, but really it's your posture because you feel a certain way, because you know a certain thing.
It doesn't fucking matter at all.
Right. Guys, here, this is an interesting, this planted a seed of thought, this comment. And with all due respect to the others, Joe and Cage, Aaron, I think that's Dick, and I forgot who else is here. Kick everyone off panel but Paul and block the entire chat. That's basically your
wow. Is that your perception of things, bro?
Well, that's an interesting ad. At first I took it as a suggestion, but now I'm seeing maybe it's an observation, because that basically is the channel. Is I don't know. I do ignore the chat. I'm not sure where it was going, but you know what? We are at about the 2-hour mark, and that is kind of the goal that I've been trying to keep in the back of my mind. It is Saturday night as well. I am still single, and, I haven't been out on the town in quite a while. The weather's finally starting to warm up. Feels like it might be.
We need karaoke night then over here at the Talcott.
Yeah.
We need that producer. Yes, good stuff, sir. It's like every time I go to speak, people are just compelled to speak at that moment. It's really weird.
No way.
But we also want to make sure we help to sabotage him. It's this weird dynamic. And everyone else watching, right? It's just very bizarre. It's like this love-hate thing you have with yourself. Okay? Any thoughts, Talcott?
Actually, with all due respect, I'm gonna start popping people in the back.
Let him wrap it up. Let it
you know what? God bless. What were you saying, if you would?
Start at the bottom. We'll start with Life is Good, our brother Aaron.
Hey, and if I can, for a topic, an idea of what can we do for 2023?
Yeah,
what can you do to improve or something?
Even better, Jack. No, both were good, Jack.
Or just share your thoughts.
Well, the question really is this real? And I mean that. And what the hell? It's like I have no idea where the words come from. I have no idea what I'm going to do tomorrow. I have no idea what's going to happen. I work off inspiration. You guys are part of that. I appreciate that. I appreciate the panel. I appreciate the platform. I appreciate the information. I appreciate being able to speak my mind at times. And I really feel like nobody has control over being themselves. So it's like, how can you fault somebody for being who they are at all? I mean, it's a good question because questions are the answer. Go ahead.
I was gonna try to keep you a little bit short, but also what you just said about allow people to be, that includes yourself. We can be pretty tough on ourselves sometimes and take it out on each other. Aaron, thanks for joining.
I like it.
Okay, peace, brother. And Cage, I threw you out. I threw you in the back after one word. I didn't know if you were done or not.
That guy needs to set some goals.
Well, I heard a friend there saying that you have control over nothing, which is perfect. This is exactly what they want you to think. Complete bullshit. We need to have control over pretty much everything now. Very little is outside of your control in your little bubble of reality. So you must take self-accountability and use the proper tools that are within all of us and utilize them in a proper manner.
All right.
Unless you want to be
thanks, Cage.
a sheet.
Thank you for joining. And
the man has absolutely no understanding or application of anything he's talking about. But we'll continue on. Because we're going to just control everything. Yeah, that sounds like really where we need to be. That hasn't gotten us any trouble.
Well,
let's start with ourselves, fuck faces. Control yourself, your inner space, and what extends from that. When you can get that done, watch how everything else falls into place. Talking about controlling everything through manifestation. Fucking tired of this nonsense.
Paul, there is partial truth to it. There really is. It's the power of prayer.
And your imagination. So keep going with your imagination and not what you can show. It's been working out really well for everyone.
Paul,
we're like into 7D already. Have you been watching the timeline? We're like 7D already at this point.
Well, Paul, right.
We've ascended so fucking high.
Paul, I know you've been patient, but come on, man.
I know. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much I get interrupted and how patient I am with everyone cycling in nonsense. It doesn't matter.
Well, this isn't a place for negativity.
But he started off with what we're going to do, and we never got down to that damn conversation like we never do. What's everyone going to do for 2023? That's what we said.
What are we going to do? Actually, Paul, I was going to have that conversation with you. Any final words from you others?
Yeah. I'd like to say that you are the creator, and you are we. All right.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Joe. I want to say a few things. I want to say thank you to Chuck in Tennessee for the first donation ever to Jack. There's a couple more donations. I'm not going to say thank you to everybody because I don't want to leave someone out.
Proper nomenclature, which is cuck in Tennessee. That's the new nomenclature.
That's right. Yeah, we'll do that next time. So anyways, I just want to say thank you to everybody out there. And thank you, Paul, for coming over here again. You make things entertaining and you help it become a more palatable experience for a broader audience. And we appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Freedom Grower. And Scott, you're awesome too. You know how to play with the jokes. You know how to roll with them. And I'm sure given enough time, we can make some gold. All right. Peace.
I'll see y'all later. Grow a lot of food for 2023 and be yourself, but work on yourself and do the right thing. Do the next right thing, as Paul likes to say, and have a great evening.
Thank you, brother. Freedom Grower there, Dick. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Scott?
Look at you two fellas up there. Look like twins. Wait, hold on. You know what? I have just a couple suggestions. I mean, if you're talking about sales of who, what, where, why, when, and how, you got to answer a few questions before you can target your audience. But your audience is anybody. So if you guys you say, what are you doing for 2023? I would say if you want to do something, define a message. Live without fear. It's a good message. Okay. But define that message. Define what it really means if you can. Now, Paulie can help you because here's what Paulie has that you don't understand about him. He has a no bullshit filter. Okay? Like hardcore no bullshit. Let it in. No. Fuck off. And he's not going to stand up to authority and let them bullshit him. All right? Much less you. He's just calling you out and saying, if you're not going to be honest with yourself, how can I trust you to be honest with me? Period.
Right. Hey, Scott, I told you I see many of the same things you do. Final words?
The final words is I'd say that we're all in this for, I hope, the right reasons. I'm not here for you guys to be a part of it or anything. I am enjoying the interaction. You guys have everything you need without me. I'm sure I love suggesting a few things and maybe I can help. With that said, you guys kind of love each other. This interaction's priceless. Let's see where it goes. I'm enjoying it. Peace, guys. Have a good night.
Peace. Thank you, brother. Stay tuned. Paul, God bless you.
Yes.
You doing all right?
Yes, it did. It did bless me. I think it blessed all of us with the consciousness and awareness to know right from wrong. And that's pretty much what we need if we would really live from that space. It's a lot easier said than done in a world of lies and liars. Many of them being ourselves at times. If I could throw myself in the mix, although I don't find myself really lying or manipulating anywhere anymore because I don't need to. The truth is my greatest power, right? It's not a weapon, they'll say, but it's the greatest power. So, radical authenticity, accountability, responsibility, even if that's on the little things, right? We're the little people, Jack. As they say, we're not essential. We're not important. Well, it's not what they call you. It's what you answer to, right? And how you respond. That's how you're going to be defined. So, to me, again, this is simple. It starts close to home. Live a simple life, live within your means, don't be in debt, co-create with the supernatural, stick to the principles, surrender the rest. You can't surrender the rest if you're worried about controlling everything. I'm not worried about controlling anything except me, my thoughts, emotions, and actions. So start small if you have to, right?
Hey, amen. Honestly, the thing that changed my life was an intentional focus of being grateful. Because when things got shitty, I had to figure out, get creative. What am I grateful for? And then it just eventually, I feel the urge. I feel you. I feel your frustration, Paul. I do. But the difference maybe is I fucking surrendered. I surrendered it. God's got it all under control. All we got to do, enjoy being you. And you know what? Compared to the stories you've been through, brother, I hope you enjoy being you today. And this nonsense of these people coming up and disrespecting you and me. Man, what are these people doing, brother? What are they doing, man? Fucking, you know what they're doing? Here, I'm sorry to keep going on. You know what they're doing? Giving us opportunities to demonstrate our patience, our forgiveness, and forgive them, Father, they know not what they do.
Right, and the knowingness, right? Because it's not just a beingness thing, it's a knowingness. One who knows doesn't have to believe. Again, we go over belief is a choice. If you know on some level. How could anybody get me out of position if I know what I know and know what I don't know? Just by that position, I know what you know, most likely, and don't know, especially after I get the presentment. So this isn't so mysterious. Everybody thinks they can put a hat on and an outfit and be mysterious, right? And it just doesn't work with me. It's like within 20 minutes, as the man says, I've got you down as a personality archetype. I've seen it 1,000 times, and I'm a student of life. I'm a student of self. You're one self with me. It means you can't run from yourself. Don't bullshit me and don't bullshit yourself, because it never goes well. Right. So when I get on here and I come from that space, I'm coming from that fatherly space of, listen, I see right through it. Let's not play games with each other. If you want to come on here and be a broadcaster and get to some fucking money or views or whatever else, just be clear on it. Then there's going to be what the fuck you do when you leave here, and you got to sit with that force, with that conscience. Right. So the same way Doug is there apparently now growing cornrows out of his head to feed the world. I suppose he's going to feed the world whatever he's growing out of his head there. So that's a good use, right? I suspect Snoop Dogg hasn't been using his head for a long time. So if we're going to use it to grow corn, that's a positive result. We could feed people with that. Okay, there he is. That's some of the stuff he's grown off the top of his head right there. That's some of the, and by the fruits or the vegetables, you will know them. So right there, Snoop Dogg has shown he's more honorable and respectable than most of the slaves because he's had a change of heart. He's got a yellow velour jacket on, and he's growing corn out of his head to feed the population. Maybe himself, right? He's self-sustainable. If you could grow corn out of your head, you're self-sustainable.
Amen. That is true. I was in the back of my mind, it wandered to some of the stories of corruption I've heard from some of the celebrities. And I don't think he's involved with the real dark stuff, but who knows, man? These people, they sell themselves out for fame and glory, and I don't know. Snoop Dogg, though, he seems like a pretty cool dude. I'd like to meet him too.
A lot of people are pretty cool, Talcott. That's how we get lukewarm, right? See, let's do a little bit of thermodynamics here. If I'm burning hot with the passion, thank you, Moose, the passion of truth, and I get around a bunch of cool people, I'm gonna become lukewarm. And you know what happens according to Scripture when you become lukewarm? You get spit the fuck out.
Yeah,
is how it kind of goes, right? You lose kind of all that blessings and grace and that protection and that inspiration is what it would seem to me. So I'm not interested in co-creating with cool people. I'm interested in co-creating with people who are burning hot with a passion for truth.
Well, that's certainly me. I mean, seeing that in you is what drew me and kept me coming back. And there is something about you, energetically, or just your broadcast, your presence. It's addictive. There's something to you that it draws. And that's why, Paul, I've imagined ways that somehow we could figure a way to capture both of our talents. We've got different levels and different approaches, but the same goal, the same. Dude, I see your Christ at heart. I see your generosity and care. So we've got the same heart. You're an excellent man at presenting stories right? The stories and imagination, it's like in touch. I can explain things, but I'm not real good at coming up with the stories to match what I'm trying to say. So I thought there'd be a way you and I could help each other. Well, I thought you could help me communicate.
All right, so this again, it's almost like we're looping like we do here often. Yeah, the more that you're sort of confident in that, the more you're having a good time while you're doing this. So that's another key, right? Love what you do, you never really work. And if you love what you do, it's going to be clear coming off you that you love it and you're into the story you're telling, right? So you don't tell a story to go, hey, I'm going to tell a story for everyone else out there. Right. You tell a story because it feels good to you. So it feels good to everybody else. And that's where I think it works.
The other thing I was thinking is I can explain some of the things you say in different ways, right? Help translate, maybe slow it down, because you say a lot. And I know my mind is decent, and I have to, there's times, like I said, Paul, I think I'm paying attention, and then I re-listen and I hear it differently. I was like, fuck, I was totally off base. But I think we could do some great things. What you said about, let me get back on.
Can I just touch on that real quick for maybe other folks listening? So what I found in my space of awareness is just like folks who flip through a book and then know what's in there. Like there's some folks they can kind of flip through the pages like pretty fast and then somehow take it in and they say, how do they do that? So there's a space of pure consciousness and awareness that almost taps into the subconscious that if you just get out of your own way and listen, right? Like just be, and then the listening happens. It's like just be and the breathing happens. You don't have to make it happen. If you have to try to listen, you're going to put yourself into what you're listening to. You're going to project onto it. So that's what I found. I don't try to listen anymore. Like that's hearing. They're trying to hear you. No, just be and get out of your way. And then the listening will happen like the breathing happens supernaturally, right? And then even if you didn't get every detail down, that thing in you, it's got it.
No,
right? You don't even know all the time when it's got it, but it's in there and it's holding on to it and it's doing something in there, right? Day to day. It's like planting seeds.
Amen. But most minds are in the habit of going back and forth. And so the key you said was be, right? And that is the key. If you can be in the moment, then you just flow. And if you're paying attention, well, as long as you're paying attention, you're not going to have as many mistakes. You're not going to have as many conflicts in theory. But these are important lessons, brother. And I didn't learn these things until, like I said, I was in my 40s. So please consider how blessed we are to have this gift of knowing that maybe others haven't yet received, right? And that's what we're doing. We're the vessels to share these messages and sharing contradictions, right? People grew up their whole lives. I mean, God bless you, know many examples still voting for oppression and tyranny, but when we're presenting the truth of what we know, brother, God's been preparing us. I feel prepared. I feel strong, and I'm excited for the future about what we might be able to accomplish, Paul. Because we're just getting started, man. I know I am. So I want to wrap up.
Yeah, wrap it up, man. I got to start wrapping up too. It's out of hand.
Hey, you had a variety of energies and conversations today. Rest well, brother. I honor you. Honor yourself tonight, man.
Well, Jack, you know how I like to honor myself. Let's not get into it. It's a little bit something different than knee rubbing, all right? It's a little bit closer to home. That root chakra, right? I might descend. I know we're all ascending, but sometimes I go into a descension mode. I get right to that root chakra and this goes right from the knees, right up the kundalini, So that's what Jack taught me. Start rubbing the inner thighs and back of your knee, and you start, getting into this climactic space. And next thing you know, shoots right up.
Good.
Yeah, it's good. Till the guilt and shame afterward, right? I still haven't figured out how to get through the guilt and shame right afterward, but I'm working on that. I'm in the now.
Wisdom is developing what to ignore. Make your life. No, don't be in denial. Hey, I'm going to wrap up here.
Thank you, Mr. Talcott. I'm going to get the hell out of here. Blessings of understanding to you and peace be upon you.
Amen, brother. I'm going to thank you. So again, brothers and sisters, for those who do have subscribed, please share the knowledge with others. This live without fear. It's an important message and we're all here to share it. So please join in. subscribe and join us again next time. As far as I know, we're still scheduled 5:30 each day, Pacific Standard Time. Thanks again. Choose love, peace for everyone, and God bless. Live without fear.